Good morning, Maverick family. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Another full day of testimony ahead of us at the Emergencies Act inquiry, day 15. And today I expect we will be hearing from lawyer Keith Wilson, who was down there on the front lines for the majority of the Freedom Convoy back in January, February. He has been also on the front fight for freedom with high-profile cases, seeing winding its way through the legal system. But I'll tell you, yesterday was a major day with testimony from Bridget Belton, who not just facts, but her personal story, the story that gave us insight into the way the use of the emergency impact severely impacted her life and her family, the way the pandemic measures, the mandates imposed by our federal government severely affected her in a variety of ways, including psychologically. It wasn't just the pandemic measures, it wasn't just the government's words that they wrote on paper, though, you know. It was the Prime Minister himself that she talked about. It was his words, his verbal words, his divisive, hateful words that she cited. Words that gave license to many Canadians to hate other Canadians. Words from a Prime Minister who claims to be progressive, who portrays himself as someone sensitive, caring, someone who told Canadians he was there to protect them. And yet what did we see and hear from Trucker, a strong woman, beaten psychologically, beaten down, marginalized, victimized. There was no compassion for Bridget Belton, for Justin Trudeau, for the government. There was no compassion from the majority of Canadians who saw her as an enemy because she couldn't wear a mask. And there was no accommodation, even though masking bylaws everywhere were supposed to and did contain exemptions right in the writing, in the mandates themselves, and yet they just were never honored. Because why? Because the Prime Minister told people that people like Bridget Belton were the enemy, that they were a threat, that people wearing masks were dangerous, sick until proven healthy, guilty until proven innocent, guilty of crimes against the vaccinated, guilty of a pandemic of the unvaccinated, which guilty of being crazy, guilty of conspiracy theories, guilty of being racists, misogynists, sexists, Islamophobes, homophobes, or a small fringe minority without sense. Testimony yesterday, extreme. Bring this up because this exchange here, this part of her testimony was extreme. She was one of the key organizers in the convoy, one of the major convoys that made its way to Ottawa. And this is what she had to say yesterday during her opening testimony.
Was really people just running along cars and jumping in them and singing.
She's talking here about her.
Well, you know more about it than I do. So
about her use of social media to spread the word on TikTok. And then
so you were on other social media like Facebook as well?
Yes, I was on Facebook. Again, I was censored on Facebook. My first real big censor on there was when I had explained to people that Florida wasn't never closed, that the only blockade for people getting in and out of Florida was on I-96, that I-75 and I-10 were wide open because I had been there. But our reporters here were telling people they couldn't get to Florida, which was total BS. Everybody could go in and out, and the only restriction was on I-96, and I believe it was only for New York residents at that time.
Okay, well, let's watch the video then.
If I could just please have the number again, Council. If I could please have the document ID again, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, COM 50589.
she touches on so many things here, including the way media.
This is Canada. Do you want to know what it feels like to be? This is Canada. That's hot. Do you want to know what it is? Just crossed the Canadian border. As a truck driver, I just crossed in tonight. And an officer sent me into secondary with the threat of the Windsor police coming and giving me a fine or whatever they're going to do to me. I don't know. The last time I was here for a mask mandate issue, they threatened to take my truck. They threatened to impound my load. And then I spoke with Windsor Health Department, and they gave me, Jessica's number, and I was supposed to deal with her. But see, in Canada, we're no longer free. And this may be the night where I go and ask for exile into the U.S. because this is a big country. This isn't what my grandparents came for. Getting harassed at the border over unmasked. I just wish that somebody understood that not all of us can wear it. And what happened to me the night, the reason why I mentally can't deal with being something over my face, I shouldn't ever have to explain. Over the last 2 years, people have made my life hell. Over the last 2 years, and people have become rude and ignorant, and I'm done. I'm done. I don't know what I'm going to do next. Oh, but I'm done. This is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is what it's like to be Canadian. People get out, move.
Now, could you tell the commissioner what impact this incident had on you going forward?
Right from that night, the first impact was noticed as my husband was asking me to stop. I actually passed 3 truck stops, not even realizing I had passed 141 eastbound.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Pulled in to the Flying J in London. It was full. There was no parking. London police are known for ticketing trucks. So I left. On my exit from the London truck stop, you get to a dead end and you have to turn right. On that right turn, I did not see a minivan. And I nearly killed the people in that minivan that night. I pulled out, I proceeded down the highway, and I stopped at the very next stop. I realized at that point I was just over the moon upside. I stopped at the Husky, and I pulled in the back, and I said goodbye to my husband. I told him I'm done. I couldn't do it. I told EDOT when they called me that night on the phone that I was done. I told the wily driver that came up to console me I was done. I couldn't live that way anymore. Every time I came back into Canada, we couldn't buy clothes. We couldn't buy supplies to work. We worked 8 months with no sanitizer, no face masks, nothing. We had no bathrooms. We had no showers. We were refused everywhere we went. You have no idea what it's like to pee in a park on your way home from work because nobody needing Subway in Chatham would let me use their bathroom. And I just delivered a frozen load of Subway bread. It was the same store I was supporting, and they wouldn't let me use their bathroom. You have no idea how demeaning those COVID measures were to our industry. And yet, I felt it my duty to support Canadians and bring the goods and services that many hoarded.
Thank you. And if we can move forward, it was later that week that the Canadian government announced that a vaccine mandate would be introduced effective January 15 for people coming over the border, including commercial truckers. I'm sure you recall that.
Yes, I remember the smugness of our Prime Minister.
And what did that mean for your ability to work as a trucker?
That would mean that the truck that my husband just purchased would go bankrupt. At that time, JBT, I had gone to that trucking company looking for Canadian-only loads and to move the truck, or his company truck, over to JBT. We were refused because of the vaccine mandate. We were also looking for companies even just to drive. The rate had dropped from approximately 50 to 60 cents a mile to 38 cents a mile. it was slave labor. We then, and that was for Canadian only. And Canadian only loads, I have to tell you, between Ontario into Manitoba are some of the worst roads you'll ever drive. There are no places to stop. Nobody cares about the people up in Northern Ontario. And yet truckers do it every day, and it's a death highway. It's a death trap.
And, sorry.
So during all of that, there was very little solution for our truck. It would mean bankruptcy of the company.
And I take it that
So there was that, and it was powerful testimony. It put everything perfectly into perspective for Canadians. But caring to take the time to look, was that the story we've been getting? Is that the story we're getting from mainstream media? Is that the focus of what their coverage is today? No. No. They're focused on other aspects, focused on negative things. The headline this morning on the CTV News, and I'm just looking, they're talking about Pat King testifying today. We were told it was going to be Keith Wilson, the lawyer. I believe he is up. I think possibly Pat King later in the day. But, I don't know. They're just ignoring this. Of course they are. Because this shows Canadians exactly what the root cause of the Freedom Convoy was. Government abuse. Here's Bridget again with more powerful testimony, this time specifically talking about the Prime Minister. Prime Minister who used the mandates to beat people into submission.
her accounts unfrozen.
Yes.
And when was that?
Talking about a bank accounts being frozen through bank
And
accounts.
when did you leave Ottawa to come back?
Emergency Act measures impact.
March. I don't have a specific date.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a specific date, but it was March.
And is there anything else you want to tell the commissioner about what happened while you were in Ottawa?
I just want everybody to know that we weren't there to disrupt the city residents. We were there to be heard. I had given 32 emails, approximately, to MPs and MPPs. 32. Not one of them did anything for me. I followed how things are supposed to go. You first go and you complain. You try again. You try again. And when CBSA sent me a reply, pretty much, suck it up, buttercup, this is the way it's going to go and you're about to lose your job, so don't worry about it. What did you want me to do? Sit down, lie down, lose everything over a mandate that was really no longer effect in the U.S.? That's what my country was asking for me. That's what Canadians that were supporting vaccine mandates were asking of me. To lose everything. Because they were afraid. Because our government did a very good job at scaring people. Making them so afraid that today still some wear face masks. Many of us here are not. And that propaganda hurt our country. And having our Prime Minister saying that there will be consequences for the unvaccinated, And we don't want them sitting beside our children on planes and trains and automobiles. And the amount of, I'm trying to control my anger over this gentleman, but the wording that he used was division the whole time. Pit one person against another. Shame them. Make them comply. And if they don't, they will. I'm sorry. I draw the line when my government wants to throw something into my body I cannot remove. That is where I draw the line. Bodily autonomy, it is mine. It is not my government's.
Thank you for answering my questions.
And thank you, Bridget, for standing up. Thank you. Thank you for telling the truth. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being brave. Thank you. Fighting for freedom. That's what we're doing here. And you know, folks, it isn't about, for us here, it isn't about supporting truckers. It isn't about supporting any one group. It isn't about anything like that. It's about standing up for freedom. It's about fighting for truth. And that's what the truckers were doing. That's what the freedom movement, the freedom convoy, that's what it was all about. The general public was sold a bill of goods by the government. They used fear to divide Canadians. Justin Trudeau used hate. And I don't say that lightly, but that's exactly what he did. And it's crystal clear just listening to the testimony, isn't it? What did the truckers do? They brought Canadians together, didn't they? Yes, they did. And here's a third clip from Bridget. Thank you, Sean, for the
And where was that taken?
Up at Parliament Hill on Wellington.
Good.
That was the day I arrived, I believe.
Thank you. Now, if I could just shift gears here for a minute, just that's not the appropriate expression to use for someone who drives a truck, but
If you can do it without clutching on it.
at some point, did you learn about protests in?
And that is what the truckers did for the people. They brought Canadians together. Today, more testimony. And I should say that Bridget finished up her testimony with a warning. A warning that really came from her grandfather. When she was young, she told the story of her grandfather sitting her down, explaining why her family moved to Canada from Germany to begin with. They moved here because they were looking for freedom. He told her what it was like to live in Nazi Germany. A place and a time where the government stripped people of their rights, used hate to divide people, demonized one group of people, made them targets, made everyone comply, and for those who refused, there was public shaming, targeting, snitch lines. Punishment, consequences. Bridget pointed out those same things have been happening right here in Canada. Exactly the same things. And it's all been coming from a government led by one man. Whose conduct has spread like a cancer through our society, whose behavior has been imitated by other leaders, a man who has used toxic, venomous rhetoric to spread hate and division among Canadians. Bridget had a grandfather who was wise, whose warning found its way to us from the past to today. A warning to stand up against tyranny, against a modern form of authoritarianism, fascism. It's here, it's upon us. Bridget is a Canadian hero. Her grandfather is too. The Commission is just about ready to reconvene. I'll be here with you all day today, folks. But unlike the mainstream media, we're bringing it to you live, uncensored, raw. And I'll be coming on during the breaks again, and we will provide perspective, and we will give you a voice so that you can share in the conversation. And together we will work at getting closer to the truth. That's what the entire purpose of this inquiry is supposed to be, and that is absolutely what our mission here is constantly. Truth. Because the truth will set us free. And if we can get to the truth here, we might be able to bring Canadians together again. Because we're still divided even now. So I'm not sure who will be up first. On the list I have, it's Keith Wilson, lawyer, who represented the truckers, who worked with the truckers on the ground during the freedom protest. Gave them advice as they were dealing with government, initially dealing with police and advising them on whether they were on the right side of the law or not in their actions, and then ultimately dealing with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and he gave them advice right through to the end and continues to work with them even now on various levels. So he has been intimately involved. Yesterday we saw some emotional outbursts from people in the crowd. They were reprimanded by the commissioner, Justice Rouleau, who reminded them twice that there weren't supposed to be any you're supposed to maintain decorum, that it's to be treated with the same respect as a courtroom, even though they're not in an actual courtroom. This is still a legal proceeding, and that is how they're supposed to behave. You're not supposed to cheer, you're not supposed to clap. But largely understandable, which is why I think the commissioner decided ultimately not to clear the courtroom, as he had warned that he might have to do. He said if that kind of behavior happens again, he will just kick everybody out. And they'll have to watch the proceedings from another location, another room, or they'll watch it on a video monitor, or they can go someplace else and watch it right here with us, live streamed. It looks like the commissioner is ready to come back in now. And we're told this should be another long day, so I think we can look for testimony to continue right through at least until 6, possibly even as late as 7 p.m. again this evening. It was a full day yesterday. And we have been seeing that the witnesses are grouped together based on who they're with. So more testimony today from the Freedom side, the Freedom protesters.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Apologize for the slight delay. Okay.
Morning, Commissioner. Jeffrey Leon, co-lead Commission Counsel. The next witness will be Keith Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, will you swear on a religious document, or do you wish to affirm?
I'll swear on the Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Ian Keith Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
I'd like to begin by getting some information on your background. I understand you're from Edmonton, Alberta.
That's right. I'm originally from Burlington, Ontario. Spent first part of my life here in Ontario and the balance of my life out west.
You and I did it the opposite ways. Do you practice law in Edmonton?
That's correct.
For how long?
I think I'm 27, 28 years at the bar now.
And you're a King's Counsel?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the commission the nature of your practice?
I've typically, throughout the course of my career, dealt with people who are up against bigger forces than them. I have represented many landowners and farmers and ranchers in Alberta in disputes with oil companies, but I've also much of my practice has been focused on helping people when governments, in their mind, has gone too far, affecting their life or their business or their livelihood. And so I've done a lot of judicial review and administrative law and tribunal work.
Thank you. And have you, I take it you've appeared before all levels of Alberta courts and many regulatory tribunals?
That's right.
And can I ask the clerk to bring up WTS 6058? You attended an interview with me and my colleagues on October 2022?
That's correct.
And you were provided with a draft summary that was prepared by Commission Counsel?
That's right.
And you had an opportunity to review that summary, comment on it, and then you were provided with an amended version, which you also reviewed.
That's right.
And I'm showing you on the screen what we've, an interview summary. You recognize this as your interview summary?
I do.
And do you have any changes or corrections you want to make this morning?
No, other than, as we've heard from so many witnesses, there were so many events occurring, and it was some time ago, but to the best of my recollection, this is accurate.
Thank you.
I can just interrupt. You have a tendency to speak rapidly, so if you could try and moderate it, that would be helpful. That's for the interpreters, obviously.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'll be referring to your interview summary from time to time, but if at any time you need to refer to it, you just let me know and we can bring it up.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you some questions about how you became involved with the Freedom Convoy. I understand that you were contacted by the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms on February 1, 2022.
Yes.
And at that time you were acting on another matter through the JCCF.
That's correct.
And what was that, Regina?
What happened was in the fall of 2021, my wife, who is a retired nurse, we've been married forever and have 4 kids, and she became very concerned about what she was seeing in terms of government policy, health policy. I felt that things were badly going awry, and she did something she's never done before, where she encouraged me to get involved and take a case. She's normally the gatekeeper because I tend to take too many cases. And Ms. Chipiuk, who I practiced law with in the past in other cases, approached me and asked me if I'd be willing to take a case at the Justice Center. They needed senior litigation counsel. I agreed. They told me I could pick whichever case I would like, and I'd been studying the travel mandates, and I thought they were ultra vires, the Aeronautics Act, and I wanted to, and also obviously breaching charter. And so I agreed to lead that case with former Premier Brian Peckford as our lead applicant.
And that case is still going on?
We just got struck on mootness, and we're appealing that to the Federal Court of Appeal.
When was that?
We got struck not last Thursday, the Thursday before, while I was here. And then that led to, on the 1st of February, I had a legal team meeting set up, noticed some extra people in the Zoom room, and let them in, and I was informed by one of the lawyers who I'd met for the first time on that Zoom call that the truckers in Ottawa that morning had reached out to the Justice Center and asked the Justice Center if they would provide legal support. The lawyers on the call told me that they'd assembled a team and they'd asked me if I would come to Ottawa the next morning and lead that team, and I agreed.
You were able to clear your schedule that quickly?
Well, I got spousal consent very quickly, so that helped tremendously. And yeah, I was.
And you say there was a team of 4 lawyers, I believe, in your statement?
That's right.
Who was on that team?
Eva Chipiak,
Yes.
Andre Murmer, Tim Turple, and Allison Edgevick.
And had you been following the news about what was happening in Ottawa?
Yeah, I was very fascinated with how the convoy started to form. I was amazed at the rate at which the donations were coming in, just from following social media and the legacy media as well. And I thought, I want to really keep an, this is prior to February 1st, of course. And I thought, well, I really want to keep an eye on this. And then I realized probably the easiest way to do that would to be to make a nominal donation, and then I would get the email updates. So I donated $15. A little embarrassed about that, but just for the purpose of tracking and getting the regular email updates. I had no idea that a few days after I made that donation that I would be in downtown Ottawa.
And on a personal level, did you have a view of what was happening in Ottawa?
Well, I had a view, and there's 2 questions there. Obviously, I had grave concerns about the government's policies and the harm that I'd witnessed in my own family with our children, with my neighbors, with my friends, with my colleagues. So in that context, I have a very strong view that I think tremendous mistakes were made at a policy level. But with respect to the convoy, I felt that it was providing an opportunity for people who were also concerned to symbolize that concern and demonstrate it.
And at that point in time, what did you understand your retainer to be?
My instructions were to work with the leadership group to provide on-the-ground legal support. One of the things that we thought we would likely be doing, which we ended up having to do, was to obtain an injunction. We anticipated that we would have to defend injunctions, provide legal advice as to the types of activities that they're allowed to do and the things they're not allowed to do. Also, it was clear at that time, if you recall, I apologize if I'm talking too fast again, sir. If you recall that around that time, GoFundMe had publicly announced a suspension of the fundraising campaign. I was also told at the time of being engaged that work was underway to set up a not-for-profit corporation, Canada Corp, to ensure a proper organizational structure for the administration of the donations. Something else that I've done in my background that proved to be extremely useful, not only in Ottawa, but in the events since, is I've represented not-for-profit groups, and I've represented various industry organizations, so I've dealt with conflicts and strong personalities on boards of directors and seen the interpersonal quarrels that can arise. And some of the groups that I've represented have been comprised of independent ranchers. And upon arriving in Ottawa, I immediately realized this personality similarities between independent Alberta ranchers and independent truckers. So that's some context.
Okay, so the next day, February 2nd, you went to Ottawa, and I understand you went on a private aircraft?
Yes, it was a small, bumpy, I forget the name of it, but it's a twin prop, and we left at 8 a.m. We left at 8 a.m. on that February 2nd, and we landed in Ottawa at about 10:30. So it was not a luxury experience. We went up and down many times. We stopped in Medicine Hat. We stopped in Regina, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and then Thunder Bay. All the stops were to pick up additional lawyers and the accountant, or the last one to get fuel.
Now, at the time, did you consider, did you wonder, given the nature of your retainer, why you were being flown on a private aircraft?
Because at that time, the understanding of the interim orders under the Aeronautics Act is that it did not extend to private charter aircraft, and some of the passengers on that aircraft were unvaccinated. So that was a way for us to get to Ottawa quickly under the interim order.
And did you know at the time who was paying for the aircraft?
There was confusion about that, in the same way that there was confusion about, there was two other groups that had allegedly made arrangements for us to have hotel rooms when we arrived. And so the Justice Center made a backup plan to have a third hotel ready, and that's the one we ended up using. As we were boarding the plane, whoever was supposedly going to be paying for this charter turned out they weren't going to pay for the charter, and the Justice Center made the decision to send us anyway, and if necessary, they would pay for the charter if whoever who had originally said they were going to pay for it didn't.
Do you know who ultimately paid for the charter?
I believe it was Alta, and I'm not certain about this, but I believe it was paid from funds donated through Chris Guerra's Adopt a Trucker.
Now, you heard yesterday Ms. Belton's evidence about a conversation she had with you regarding disclosure of this flight.
Disclosure of, sorry?
Information about this flight.
Okay.
I believe she said she was told not to say anything about it.
No, that's not correct.
What do you have to say about that?
I had no discussion with Ms. Belton about this flight. I have no concerns about the flight. I'm double vaccinated. It wouldn't matter what aircraft I was on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to just pause here for a moment. I know that at this point you're acting as a lawyer, and to the extent that any of my questions would require you to disclose privilege information where privilege has not been waived, would you tell me and not answer?
I will, and just so everyone's clear, I do, in July, my clients instructed me to consider making myself available as a witness, and granted a waiver with respect to these matters, this proceeding, and we've subsequently confirmed it in writing to avoid any confusion that I am here today with a waiver from my clients with respect to solicitor-client privilege.
And when you say your clients, who did you include in that?
The clients include Freedom Corp, so that's their short name for the full legal name of the not-for-profit. It includes Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Danny Fulford, Tom Marazzo, Sean Thiessen, Miranda Gracer, Joe Jantz, Dale Enns, and Ryan Nahilowicz, and I believe that's the full list.
I understand that during the period we're about to talk to, you were also dealing with Chad Eros.
That's correct.
Was he part of your client group?
He was offered an opportunity to become a client and did not sign a retainer agreement.
My understanding is his position is he was a client and that he has not waived privilege.
That's fine, and out of an abundance of caution, we can respect that. I do know that the absence of a retainer was confirmed by him in writing, so, to me.
And if at any time you're in doubt about privilege and you need time to consult with Mr. Miller, you'll just let me know.
I absolutely will, thank you.
Now, so you arrived in Ottawa then with the group in the evening of February 2nd?
That's correct.
And I understand you rented a car and went to the Ark Hotel.
Yeah, there was, I was in a taxi with Dwayne, and I can't recall specifically who else was with me. And then the others rented a car. So there was, we had two modes of getting there, and the decision was to get me and Dwayne downtown as quick as possible because we had so little time to deal with whatever we anticipated coming. While we were on the plane, we received a briefing on and reviewed the emails from GoFundMe, which are in the record here, setting out all of their concerns, and then we drafted during that flight a substantive, I think my letter is 4 or 5 pages addressing each of the issues that GoFundMe had raised. So we were working on that flight. We wanted to get downtown to meet the clients, sign retainer agreements, and brief them and give them an opportunity to review that letter to GoFundMe so we could get it to GoFundMe as soon as possible.
And you went to the Ark Hotel, am I right?
That's correct.
And that's downtown Ottawa, Slater and Metcalfe.
Yep. The vehicle we were in drove right up to the front door of the hotel, just like it would today.
And when you got to the Ark Hotel, I understand you met with Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, and was there anybody else there?
Yeah, Miranda Gracer was there. Sean Thiessen was there. And I believe that's it. There might have been 1 or 2 other people in the room, but that's the best of my recollection.
And had you met any of these people before?
No, never.
Had you at any time heard about Ms. Leach?
Yes, I heard about her, but only in the context of the Freedom Convoy. Anything else I learned about Ms. Leach, I'm pretty sure I Googled her as soon as I was starting to watch the convoy form. So this would be in, late January, to try and understand who she was. But I've had no prior dealings with her or awareness of who she was or what she was engaged in until I Googled her because of the convoy.
And about what time did you arrive at the hotel?
My memory is it was about 11:30 at night.
Okay. And could you tell the commissioner what happened at that point? In brief?
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, we drove through the downtown, so that was my first chance to see where all the trucks and the protest vehicles were, and all the signage and so on, and how you could still drive around. There was always one lane open. That's how we got right to the hotel. When I walked into the lobby, I could really feel the tension. There was truckers everywhere. There were supplies stacked and piled everywhere. And the tension was, I could really feel the tension.
So can we come to the meeting that you had with your prospective clients? So you said did you finalize your retainer at that point?
Yes. Andre Muir had the paperwork and had them sign.
And did the nature of your retainer differ from what you told us about what your understanding was about it?
Well, I should clarify one thing, that the way the Justice Center operated at that time, the retainer has their name on it, the Justice Center, as the legal provider. Was the retainer different? No. The nature of my anticipated involvement remained constant.
And I take it you then proceeded to get to know your clients?
Yeah.
How long did that evening meeting last? You got there at 11:30. When did it end?
Not that long. Everybody was exhausted. We had just had, landing and taking off several times in a small aircraft is a little bit hard on the body, and not to mention, I'm sure all of the people on our team were the same. This happened so fast, we had very, very little sleep. We could tell the fatigue, and that was when I first was informed that Tamara was aware that some group was calling a press conference for the next day, and they wanted her to speak. And I immediately started asking questions about, okay, who's called the press conference? What's its purpose? Who all speaking? Was there a media advisory? She didn't know, this is not her world. I've dealt with high profile cases and communication specialists extensively, so she didn't even know what a media advisory was.
And I understand that you wrote out her remarks for her.
But what happened was I had no intention of being in the media. I was there to not be in the media, but to provide guidance. And even in that first meeting, I started hearing these different groups' names, and I was, okay, well, who is this group, and why are they here, and what this other group? It was the chessboard was the fog was starting to lift, and I was sort of, oh boy, this is really complicated. The when I had Tamara made it clear that I did not feel comfortable. Appreciate she's absolutely exhausted. They all were. I could see the fatigue. And she didn't feel comfortable being exposed to a long format press conference where every media person could come at her, basically. And so I was already giving some thought as to how we could possibly restructure the press conference to make it more orderly and make it more effective in conveying some information that I thought the public and the world wanted to hear.
So, and did you prepare her remarks for her?
So the next morning, my legal team was adamant that I should take a more active role in the press conference. I was initially reluctant. When we got from our hotel, which was out of the downtown, to the Arc and went into one of the logistics rooms on the main floor, it's a big boardroom, I got more information about the plan for the press conference, and that was, it was going to include a number of medical doctors. And
so my question was just whether you prepared her remarks, Tamara Lich's remarks for her.
There was summarized in French what Tamara says.
Can I ask you
And
to
then-
stop it there, please? You say that Ms. Leach was the spark that lit this fire. Who told you that?
No one told me that.
Where did it come from?
My brain.
Okay. And how did your brain figure that out?
Well, I observed what was happening, and I noticed that this is again prior to me being engaged, that she seemed to be the organic leader. She was the one that was doing the Facebook lives and other videos. She was the one who was sending out the message, and she seemed to have the personality of a natural leader that inspired others to get behind her.
Thank you. Now, can you bring up, Mr. Clerk, HRF 40139? And this is a letter to GoFundMe that I think dated February 3rd, and that's the letter he told us was drafted on the plane, correct?
That's correct.
And just if you can scroll up, please, a little more. You note at the bottom there, you set out your understanding of the evolving goals of the committee's GoFundMe campaign.
Yes.
And if you can just scroll up, I won't read them, but that's what you understood to be the goals.
Just one moment. Yes.
And if you can just scroll up a little more. Paragraph beginning, everyone has been surprised. You say the last sentence there, the truckers have been open with the media that they are not leaving until the government vaccine mandates are lifted. Who on the plane provided that information?
I think it might have been either in some of the drafts that Mr. Eros had prepared, and understand that we did a draft on the plane, so that would have been the, is that the Wednesday night? Anyway, the February 2nd. Then we had the letter reviewed by the clients, and then the letter the next morning was reviewed by the finance committee back in Alberta, and a number of people requested, as normally occurs if you circulate a draft, that words and sentences be added. So I don't know exactly whether that arose in the very first draft, or whether that was something that some of the leaders in Ottawa had added, or whether that was something that the finance committee wanted added.
Can you just scroll up a little more, please? You note in the second bolded paragraphs that the intention is not to reimburse those who committed unlawful acts or criminal acts, and you say that the convoy has been clear, it only supports peaceful assembly. At this point in time, I take it you were aware that there were some officials that were suggesting that some of the conduct going on was unlawful.
Yeah, and I've heard that a lot. And what I've always struggled with is at what point in time did those officials believe it became an unlawful assembly, and on what basis? Because it just seemed to be a terminology that started to morph and become adopted with no particular triggering event or explanation as to what that individual or official thought constituted an come off of the Zoom.
And later that day, you attended a phone meeting with GoFundMe.
That's correct.
And among other people.
That would have been on the Thursday afternoon.
And among other people, Mr. Harris was on that call.
Yeah, all of the lawyers that were with me, and a number of the board members from Freedom Corp were there, as well as Ms. Leach.
And Mr. Clerk, can you bring up WTS 6032 and go to page 8? This is a witness statement provided by Chad Eros. And he made certain statements in there, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Sure.
On page 8, he says that the, if you can scroll up. A little more, please. Not seeing it right now, but he does say that the JCCF lawyers, and specifically you, were trying to take over the meeting and assert themselves as the spokespeople on the financial side of the convoy. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading
right there, where it says Mr. Wilson trying to take over the meeting. All I want to know is whether you want to respond to that.
Well, I mean, what does that mean? When I led the meeting, someone needs to lead a meeting from when you have two parties. Mr. Eros spoke, other lawyers spoke. Mr. Eros spoke extensively in explaining to the GoFundMe executives and their legal team, because I would estimate by memory, there was 10 to 12 people from GoFundMe on the other side of the conference call. This was a call, not a Zoom. And we relied heavily, at least our side, on Mr. Eros explaining the financial controls and who he was and his background in banking and as a CPA, and his role as treasurer. But yes, I did lead the discussion. That is true.
And I understand as well that you had some discussions with Mr. Eros about the organization Take Back Our Freedoms.
Yes.
Did Ms. Leach have some concerns about that organization?
Yes.
And what were those concerns?
My memory is, as I indicated in my witness statement, and it wasn't just Take Back Our Freedoms, this was happening extensively, and it happened immediately, or I observed it immediately after the first day when I actually started to, appreciate I'm coming in at night and go through the lobby and up to a hotel room and then back out. The next day I'm now starting to interact more, and I'm now in a big boardroom and there's these different people coming and going, and I'm trying to figure out who's who. There was no organization chart, there was no introduction session. It's not even like a meeting where you go around the table and introduce one another. That didn't happen. It was constant chaos. So I learned that there was a group, and then I learned there was this TBOF. I didn't even know what TBOF meant initially. And then I heard about this Canada Unity. And then there was Mr. Borgel's group, Something for Freedom. And there was Veterans for Freedom. I could go on. There were so many different groups I was starting to learn of. And what I observed was that different groups were trying to take control. And what I observed and believed to be true is that some were trying to take control because they saw the organic, flat hierarchy largely of the convoy and wanted to make it more successful and felt they had the organizational capability to do that. other groups seem to want to reshape the Freedom Convoy into their own event, branded theirs. And I got the distinct impression from some others that they were trying to get their hands on what at that point was $10 million in donations. And my impression and my recollection from the discussions that I would have with Ms. Leach as various people would demand private meetings or, play games and say we weren't allowed to use the boardroom because it was their boardroom, those sorts of things, that she was under pressure from a lot of these different groups for the reasons I've given.
Okay, and coming back to take back our freedoms, am I correct that Mr. Peckford was the chairman of that organization?
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's more of a symbolic chairman. In all of my discussions with the Honorable Brian Peckford, I would speak with him not every evening, but maybe every second or third evening. My telephone logs confirm that I've tendered in evidence, and I was looking for guidance from him. He was, he's an elder statesman. He's been through a lot. He's one of our founding fathers of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, very seasoned politician. And so at no time did we ever have any discussion around Take Back Our Freedoms. Did I feel he was speaking on their behalf? Him and I have become somewhat close through my work on his federal travel mandate charter challenge in federal court. And I was using him as a resource and someone to run ideas past and get guidance from.
And am I correct that you were aware that at least Mr. Eros had some concern that if there were concerns about Take Back Our Freedoms and you were acting on behalf of Mr. Peckford in that other litigation, that you were in a conflict of interest position?
That was never raised at any time. I don't feel I was in a conflict because at no time did Mr. Peckford ever ask of anything of me. I was the only one who asked of things from him. The concerns that you're referring to are concerns that were never aired at any time during Ottawa by Mr. Eros, and only some months later after the Ottawa protest had concluded.
Okay, thank you. And just to shift a little bit here, you were staying at the Ark Hotel, is that?
No.
Where were you staying?
At a Best Western. I believe it was about a 20-minute drive towards the east.
So you arrived there, excuse me, on February.
So 20-minute drive from downtown. So each day it took us 20 minutes to get into the downtown core.
And so you arrived there did you stay there the night of February 2nd?
That's correct.
And when did you leave?
Our stay there ended. It would have been approximately around the Sunday of, just trying to visualize a calendar here. The second Sunday would have been, anyway, I think we stayed there for about 10 days.
Then where did you go?
Then we went to the Swiss Hotel.
How long did you stay there?
We stayed there until the Wednesday, which would have been the 16th. It was on the Wednesday that it was apparent. This was when I had the phone call from Steve Cade, city manager, advising me that the third attempt to move trucks was going to be unsuccessful, and he was very disappointed, as he himself testified here,
And I was just asking you the date, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to contextualize things and I have to remember things by events because I wasn't calendar focused. And so it was that day that it became apparent that something dramatic was about to happen by the government and the police. And as a result, Miss Leach instructed Miss Chipiuk and I, because we were the only two lawyers left on the ground at that point, to relocate to a new hotel.
Where was that?
La Germaine.
And how long did you stay there?
I stayed there until the Sunday, which would be the 20th or the 21st, I believe.
And then did you go back to Edmonton?
I went home, yes.
Okay. Did you have interaction during the period you were there with James Bowder?
No. And if I did, it might have been where I was in a room or in a hallway or on a sidewalk and he shook my hand, but I met so many people. The interaction would have been unremarkable.
And you became aware of his Canada Unity's Memorandum of Understanding?
Yeah, very early on I was approached by many people, both within the client group and others, asking me about it.
And I believe, is it fair to say it was in your, from your perception, getting a lot of attention? You talked to a lot of people about it?
Yeah, they would ask me. I didn't make it a topic that I felt I needed to discuss with others, but I did get asked it a lot. And when the first thing that's obvious about it is a memorandum of understanding in its simplest legal concept requires all parties to it to sign. And it was evident that the signature lines on the last page were not going to be signed by the Governor General, nor someone from the Senate. And in any event, I would explain, when I was asked by the board to brief them on it, I explained, and I apologize for my voice, I'm recovering from a cold.
There's water there.
Yeah, thank you. That I explained that there's only two ways that governments change under our parliamentary system. The first is when the Prime Minister contacts the Governor General and dissolves Parliament and asks that the writ be dropped. The second, through parliamentary tradition, is where a bill is identified as a confidence vote and Parliament votes to defeat the bill. In that second instance, the Prime Minister would similarly contact the Governor General. This idea that a certain number of people could sign a document and that would somehow compel or incentivize and lead to a change in government, I explained consistently and repeatedly, is legal nonsense.
And you knew that, did you know at the time that almost somewhere around 300,000 people had signed on to a petition regarding that?
I didn't know the number. I knew that it pre-existed the convoy. I knew that Canada Unity pre-existed the convoy as a group by at least a year or two, that it was not a creation of the convoy. It was one of these hanger-ons.
So I take it you were surprised that so many people were taking it seriously. Is that fair to say?
I am very surprised that this is not the first time I've run into this. I've had to litigate opposite these sovereign citizen folks and quoting Admiralty law and think that if they present a flag in a certain way in a court, the judge loses jurisdiction. I've had to encounter this many, many times in my career, so I was just like, here's another one.
Okay, now, on February 4th, I understand you were served with a statement of claim and an injunction motion by Mr. Champ.
That's correct.
and you represented the convoy leaders in that matter.
Yeah, not everyone who was named at that time is my memory. That pleading has been amended a number of times and is a evolving document, is to be expected in a litigation of that nature.
And did you oppose the injunction?
What we did was we received it at approximately 4 o'clock. That was at the same time that we also received notification publicly that GoFundMe had determined that the fundraiser violated their terms of service and that they were stopping it and either going to send the money to some other group or refund it. We had a lot going on. We were served with a motion record, emergency motion returnable to Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. So my legal team and I prepared through the night. Mr. Champ continued to provide supplemental materials in the magnitude of hundreds of pages. We had everything ready to go by noonish the next day, but not even enough time for me to read the FACTA. So I took the.
Did you oppose the motion?
I'm answering your questions, sir. We took the position that it was just improper for the court to hear it on the Saturday. We agreed to come back on the Monday. I had informed my clients that there is no way the court was not going to grant the injunction, and that the best we could do was to ensure that the terms of the injunction order were not excessive, were not prone to abuse and arbitrariness, and had an acknowledgement of their right to protest. So the real argument before the court was, what is the terms of the order going to be, and overcoming the challenge of in rem versus in personam orders.
Thank you. Now, around that same time, I understand from your witness statement that you had some discussions with Mr. Marazzo about his concerns that there seemed to be a change in tone in the response of the Ontario Police Service to the protest.
Yeah, the Ottawa Police Service, that's correct.
And that change in tone was related to what Mr. Marazzo saw as a shift from a negotiation type response to a search and contain enforcement type response. Is that right?
Precise.
And was that consistent with your view?
Yeah, and we had, to the extent we had the opportunity, because as you can appreciate, it was a very, very fast-moving, chaotic environment with so many either interpersonal issues arising between the planners or logistical issues or whatever. But we did have occasion when we were, Ms. Chipnick and I were leaving our hotel, we worked, it must have been the Monday when we were in court, because we ran those from our hotel outside of downtown. And we heard Ms. Deans in an interview on CBC's As It Happens, and her language was deeply troubling. And that combined with Mr. Marazzo expressing concerns about the change in tone from Chief Slowly, it heightened the urgency of trying to find a way to open up dialogue. And if you look at my phone records, you'll see that my first attempt to bring in Mr. French occurred actually that weekend.
Okay. And what was your your strategy as a result of this?
Well, in my past, I've been involved in 2 international scope crises. The first was the 2003 mad cow disease outbreak in Alberta, where I was representing a government agency. And the second was in 2009 H1N1, where I represented the people who were patient 0 for the zootonic transmutation. And so I've been in emergency operation centers of government on 2 major incidences, and I've seen the chaos that occurs in there. And, I know the importance of dialogue and communication. And I sense the danger of the parties not talking, even if it's been back channel. So I had a strong desire to open up back channel communications so we could bring the temperature down, start to see if there's ways to resolve this, de-escalate this, wind this thing down. So that was a heavy focus of mine at all times.
Okay, and I take it that you contacted Mr. Beckford and asked him if he had any contacts that might help.
Yes.
And then you received a call from Dean French.
That's correct.
And in your statement, you indicate that Mr. French suggested that what was needed was to move trucks out of the residential areas. Is that right?
Yeah, he laid down some ground rules, sort of base conditions for his willingness to get involved and try and be an intermediary. And so I still remember, and the chickens reminded me of it, that we had a very, very intense phone call where he was testing me and I was testing him. But what he made absolutely clear was that the truckers had to be willing to move out of the residential areas, and I had to be honest with him about whether I thought that was achievable. And once he learned to trust me and I learned to trust him, we both thought it was achievable. So then he proceeded to go to work. To go to work on it, go behind the scenes. And I wasn't asking for the details. That's not how it works. If you've ever done this before, you just let them go do their thing behind the scenes, and they will come back to you at the appropriate time.
And on February 8th, I understand that Mr. Marazzo asked if you and Ms. Chipia would come to a meeting at City Hall.
Yeah, what happened was I first met Mr. Marazzo on the Thursday that we had the press conference. It was later in the day that I was introduced to him. It was the first time I had met him. I immediately was impressed with his calmness and his level-headedness. There was a lot of emotion up and down with various individuals in these rooms, but Tom was always just completely calm. And he had been observing for longer than us, and he had been working with the police liaisons, and felt that he was in a circle where nothing material was arising. And he advised in the meeting room, I remember he came in, he left a meeting with the PLTs, and they told them that he didn't want to speak with them anymore, and he needed somebody that was more of an inspector level, somebody who had some actual decision-making capability and greater authority. Things went quiet. The next morning, this would be now the Tuesday.
February 8th?
Correct. Tom told Ms. Chipik and I that he wanted us to come to a meeting at City Hall at noon, and I said, okay, what's this all about, and does the city know we're coming? Because one thing that is a certainty of lawyer will at any experience will share with you is that it's always a bad idea for your client to unexpectedly bring lawyers to meetings. It never goes well. So I've never before consented to that in my 27 years. But this being such an unusual circumstance, I agreed that we would go. And we arrived at City Hall and had quite an interesting interaction in order to get upstairs to meet with Steve King.
And I take it that you met with the PLT officers and they weren't very happy about your being there, is that?
Animatedly angry.
And so, as you indicate in your statement, you told them that to try and cool things down, that you would seek instructions not to impose the continuation of the injunction, which was coming up in court.
That's correct. We the only thing, you know, you go through your pockets and see what do I have, and I had nothing. And Eva, Ms. Chipiak, as astute as she is, pointed out that there was one thing that we did control, and that was what recommendation we could make to the board about what position they would take on the continuation of the injunction, because Justice McLean had issued it for a set number of days. I can't remember the number of days, but it was only set, and we had a returnable date that was coming up in the following, later that week, I believe. You can figure it out from the pleadings. So we said that we would seek instructions from our client not to oppose it becoming a long-term injunction. So the quiet that had resulted from the injunction would remain, and that was what we offered.
And it's in your instructions to oppose the continuation of that injunction.
I had not yet received instructions at that point.
And I take it that you ultimately had the meeting with Mr. Kanalakis?
Yes.
And were you here for his testimony?
Yes.
And is there anything about what he testified to regarding the meeting that you disagree with?
There's a couple of sort of nuanced details, but that I think he might have just been misremembering, at least, or alternatively I am, but nothing of substance.
Okay, and subsequent to that meeting, sorry, let me take a step back.
Sure.
I understand that he had two concerns. One was to keep the meeting secret because he didn't want it to get out if there wasn't a successful negotiation. And he wanted to move trucks from the residential area and the Rideau Sussex intersection.
Yeah, he'd given us a list of 3. So I led by saying once Ed and I went into the room, and I know there was some conflicting testimony. There was 3 PLTs in that room. There were 7 people in that room. I know someone testified, I think it was one of the, it might have been Drummond, that there was no police in the room. That's absolutely false. And he's likely just wasn't accurately briefed, I suspect. And I led by saying, okay, give us your top 3. If we can get movement at 3 locations in the downtown, if we can move trucks and protesters, where can we provide the most immediate and effective relief? And they gave us the 3 locations, and one of them was Kent, and I can't recall the other 2. But what I also picked up on, as did Tom Barrazo and Eva Chipiak, is that they spent almost the entirety of the time talking about Rideau and Sussex. And so even though we had this list, it was clear to me and to us as a team that Rideau and Sussex was in a category by itself. So we promised them at the end of the meeting that we would keep the meeting secret. And the reason that that was important, it's in these situations, it's always about building trust. And it's the littlest things you can control that build the trust. And so we agreed to keep the meeting secret. And in fact, no word got out about the meeting. And I said, and I'm not from Ottawa, so, you know, I was stuck in buildings, and then when I was on the move, it was often at night, so I was very spatially disoriented all the time. And so I said to Eva Chipiak, who had done her, I don't think it was her Master of Laws, I think it was her undergrad or her LLB here at in Ottawa, so she was very familiar with the area, and Tom obviously was. So I said, can you please take me to Rideau and Sussex?
Okay, so take it after the meeting, the three of you went to the intersection?
That's correct.
And Mr. Clerk, did you bring up HR 401550? Take it, this is a picture that you took of the intersection at that time?
Yeah, I took several pictures, including a picture with Mr. Morazzo and Ms. Chipiak in it. I started doing that just to help keep track of things. You know, you get metadata on your phone, so it shows exactly what time and place. So I started taking those pictures.
And you indicate in your statement that at some point you left the intersection and Ms. Chipiak and Mr. Morazzo remained to talk to the protesters.
Yeah, we decided, and this is the way things worked, particularly with the people that were there involved in the protest, is if something needed to be done, you did it right there and then. You never waited. So the decision, we had a discussion, and it was Eva and Tom were like, well, why don't we try and move this intersection right now? So I said, all right, I'll go back to the Sheridan, and the reason that we agreed that I would go is because we had so little to negotiate with in terms of tools and tactics with the protesters. Because I had been on the stage at the press conference the week previous, I was recognized as the truckers' convoy lawyer. So the idea was that if they made significant progress but needed just something more to get the truckers to agree to clear this intersection, that they would say, well, we're going to have Keith come. And then I would come and try and use whatever influence I may have. So that was the plan. And to be clear, because there's been conflicting evidence about this, our focus at this intersection was to clear it, which is very different from the deal with the mayor, what the objective was. This was to clear this intersection, and as soon as we got there, we could see why it was such a concern. I think there's 6 streets that come together. There's the very high-end condo tower, there's the U.S. Embassy down the road, the Senate, and on, and we're like, okay, we understand why they want this cleared. So our goal was at least to clear up the westbound lanes.
And if we can bring up, back up your witness summary, WTS 6058 at page 7. And you can scroll up a bit. You said out there, in the interest of time, I'm not going to take you through it all, what happened at Rideau and Sussex that led up to your finding out that there was a willing, or at least Ms. Chipiak and Mr. Morazzo, the bottom paragraph, finding out that the truckers had agreed to move their vehicles to Wellington, but there was a problem in removing the Jersey barriers, and that fell through.
Correct. And it was not. What had happened was, my briefing is that we had an advantage because the first 3 big trucks that would have to move were the ones that had the Polish immigrants. And Ms. Chipiak is Polish background and can speak Polish fluently, and she very quickly developed a rapport with these truckers. And we knew if we could get the first 3 to go, it would incentivize the other ones to join in. There was a sense of of each of these areas that people didn't want to be left alone, that there was a real group thing going, we picked up. So, but this was an intense group. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you've heard about that. There was this Forfada stuff that first time I heard it was in this inquiry, so it was never on our radar. But so Mr. Marazzo gathered, about 80 of them together, and in the middle of the intersection, surrounded by their vehicles, and got them to pick amongst themselves 2 representatives. And he moved forward, in effectively a parlay in the old military sense, with the police to the west up to closer to Wellington. And then the particular police liaison, Sergeant Fung Lee, had a little bit of an aggressive personality. He could really turn aggressive very quickly. And Mr. Marazzo was concerned about him interacting directly with the trucker leaders from that intersection. So Tom went up, spoke to Fung and said, okay, bring in the equipment. We're ready to move at least half the intersection, the westbound, up into that space on Wellington. Fung, Lee's phone rang, he stepped back, and then turned around and said to Tom, the deal's off, they're not going to move the barricades. And we now know from the record and the testimony of others that others higher up the command vetoed that movement. So Tom, but this is important, Tom did not go back and disclose what actually happened. He said they just can't get the barriers moved because he didn't want to destroy what little progress we had made. We agreed to have a cooling off because a lot of the truckers were upset. They had arrangements to make kinds of moves before our involvement, and they felt that the police had double-crossed them. And so we decided to give everything a cooling off and to try again on the Thursday.
And so that was on February 8th. And I take it that February 9th, there were some discussions with the OPS PLT officers, and that led to February 10th, where you returned to Rideau and Sussex to try again.
Yeah, on the 9th, PLTs about 4:40 p.m. Contacted me through Chipiuk. That was the protocol we had, is that if they needed to get me urgently, they would call her because she was always at my side. And they came over to a meeting in the main floor of the Sheraton. It was an intense meeting. But we briefed the board that evening, and Tamara Leach requested that all of the road captains, all legal, the board members, all assemble at Sussex, Rideau and Sussex the next morning prior to 10 a.m. in an all-out effort to use their persuasive skills. We had an initial success where there was a load safe truck that you'll see in lots of pictures. Load safe was on the logo on the side of the cargo trailer of the semi-truck, and it was parked right by the valet area of the Chateau Laurier, and it was pulled up on an angle, almost jackknife blocking almost 4 lanes, and the police did not like it at all. They'd been trying to move it, and I was standing with a large group of PLTs, Miss Leach and others. Mr. Barber came up. He said, hey, I said, Chris, or one of us said to Chris, is there any way you could go talk to that guy? And as you heard, we all watched in amazement. Chris jumped up on the step and was hanging onto the mirror. The window came down. He started visiting with the guy for a few minutes, and all of a sudden he just hollered out for truckers to come and set up a perimeter to see if they could come up. And the backup alarm went on, and they repositioned him so he was against the curb. And I remember we all thought, okay, this is
I can hear you.
Maybe we're going to do this.
You're on channel 1.
And as you say in your statement, there was a crowd that suddenly appeared who didn't didn't understand what was going on, and they, in effect, surrounded the area.
Look at just a little bit more detail because I think it's important for context.
If I can just stop you for 1 second, I do have a video. Is that
I'd like to contextualize it first if I could.
sure?
So what happened was we had a bunch of failed attempts to get enough truckers to agree. We always have the Polish guys at the front that were ready to go. So a lot of the team, or those of us who were there to try and clear that intersection, were done. It was a very, very cold day. I was back and forth trying to keep warm in the lobby of the Shadow Lorry. That's when I got served with one of the seizure orders and was dealing with the Teeth Bank on interpleader. There was so many things going on all the time. In any event, we largely given up. It was just about to get dark. And then one of the PLTs came out of the area and Tamara was with me.
Somebody said down
they're ready to go.
he's
And Tamara's like, well then let's go.
paranoid. Fuck you.
So we called in the big heavy lift equipment to lift the
I
barricade.
fucking heard that.
And they ended up bringing a tow truck as well, a flatbed tow truck.
Fucking bullshit. Throw me under his goddamn bus. Dead, you motherfucker.
Devices that are actually bolted to the ground, and the vehicle drives over and it comes up behind it.
I fucking mean it.
So we were waiting. It was now getting dark, and it was typical. As you get into 4 or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the number of Ottawa residents and others that would start to converge into downtown would significantly increase each night. This was typical of that. When the trucks and the heavy equipment arrive, they've got yellow flashing lights, they have backup alarms. That caused even more people to come because we were anticipating moving the trucks up past the World War to Wellington. We needed, the police were obviously handling this part of it, more police to create a safety corridor so that no one got run over. And as the one vehicle backed up and its alarm was very loud, people started to rush in. Tamara had been removing from the barricades the signs. No one else, the police were smart not to go and start taking the signs down. It was Tamara, she was recognized. So she would place the signs over on another railing by the Senate to get the barricades ready to be removed safely without controversy, hopefully. Just as the equipment was going, people rushed behind the tow truck because they seemed to think that the police were about to do something bad to the truckers. I was talking to them. Tamara was individually talking to groups of people. It's okay, this is a cooperative move. We're trying to clear this intersection. The truckers want to about Wellington. And then people would sit on the barricade. Tamara would go talk to them. They'd apologize, get off the barricade. She turned around and there were different people on another barricade. And then the police were further in. Tamara and I were trying to talk to as many people as we could to explain that it was okay, this is a cooperative move, we're just trying to clear the intersection. And then the people just swarmed in, and that's where the thing took place.
Okay. Can you pull up please HRF 40s 1587?
And I'm in the orange high visibility coat, which they jokingly called my trucker camo.
Stand on guard for
I'd like to move back to your statement please, it's WTS 6058, and we only have about 15 minutes, so I think we're going to try and speed it up a bit.
Excuse me, that video was what date?
That would have been on the Thursday, sir. That would have been February 10th. The evening. That would have been about 5 o'clock. Sorry.
Now, you set out, starting at page 9 of your statement, your dealings with Mr. French, and leading up to a meeting with him on February 11th, where he presented to you a draft letter from the mayor, and you went and got instructions, and you discussed it with the board, and the board agreed essentially to go ahead with the proposed deal to move the trucks out of the residential areas.
That's correct, and the proposal was never just to move out to Wellington. It was always recognized that probably only 25% of the vehicles could go to Wellington. The more dominant theme of the plan was for the vehicles to move to the remote locations at Embrun, Exit 88, and Arnprior, and to have expand the shuttle buses that were already running. And there was also, this is a very important point, I don't know that it's come out yet, is a lot of people who were there, the truckers, never planned to stay that long. But the Canadians they met along the way, and the stories and the heartache that they heard, and the trust and plea that they heard from those people. Many of the truckers I talked to felt this obligation to stay as long as they could, but they also needed a way to leave gracefully and respectfully. And one of the things we recognized was that if 75% of the vehicles were going to be given an opportunity to leave and go either to Embrun or Arnprior, that some would actually use it as an opportunity to go home and do so respectfully. So that was an important part of the plan.
And that's what you referred to in your statement as an exit strategy.
Correct.
And in that regard, if you can bring up please HRF 401278. And this is an email. Excuse me. It starts at the top, February 12th, from you.
It's in reverse chronological order, so that would be the latest response. I had prepared, following the board meeting on the Friday evening where the board decided to approve the deal. They were all there in person except for Mr. Dichter, who was incapacitated due to his broken leg and had to stay at Sheridan, but we had him joined by conference call. And because of the significance of this, even though on the Friday they had all agreed to proceed with the deal with the mayor, I wanted to get something documented. So I sent an email to all of the board. You can see where it says, right just by where the mouse is, a little bit up and to the left, a GIDG. That's part of Bridget Belton's email address. You'll also see, you can see Mr. Dichter's emails on this as well. It's the first one on the CC line, actually. And I received responses from everyone approving it. It makes reference to the arrangement with the mayor. The plan was, how are we going to get the truckers on side? So the decision was made to do this Freedom Manifest document where Tamara, with all the board members signing at the bottom, would say it's time. We've had an impact. It's time to do something differently. It's time for us to focus our presence on Wellington, where our beef is with the federal government, for them, and for them to have the other trucks move out to the other locations.
And if you can just scroll up, please, there, it's got right there. You say in that email from February 12, 347, indicate that the drafting committee had looked into a way to draft a document that would describe the Freedom Convoy's overall demands of all governments and a way forward strategy. And so they were working on the broader document for review by the board tomorrow, but you're circulating a draft now as a that was intended to be a communication for the captains and truckers regarding the deal with the mayor. And then you say towards the end of that line, after Wellington and Elgin, while at the same time taking away the excuse that Trudeau wants to unleash the police goons and seize trucks. Remember, we are trying to block Trudeau from having the justification to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa for as long as it takes, etc. Now, this is February 12th, and at that point in time, did you anticipate the use of the emergencies?
Yes.
And further, if rather than looking at what's the draft, can we pull up HRF 408?
Excuse me, I apologize, Mr. Non-Commissioner. I'd just like to make a note of the record, perhaps a small objection. Ms. Belton testified yesterday that on the mayor's deal, it was her understanding that it was all completely fake news. I think the terminology she used, and as I understand it, Mr. Wilson is now testifying that this deal was sent to Ms. Belton as one of the convoy organizers, and that they all agreed to it. I just note, in fairness to the witness, I don't think that was put to her by the commission nor the convoy organizers or Freedom Court. So, I mean, we're all working very hard and Herculean and missing lots of things at times just on the pace, but I think this is a rather important point that's unfortunate we didn't hear from Ms. Belton on that issue.
Yeah. I think at this stage, let's hear the evidence, and maybe that's a point that can be made later. But I'm sorry, you want to also involve yourself in this?
Yes, sir. I don't think the issue is whether or not Ms. Belton is being impeached. Frankly, I don't think it matters. So this commission doesn't need to make a finding of credibility of Ms. Belton. So I understand my friend's concern, and it's returning to the rule of drown and done. But I don't really even think it's a concern. So it's not material.
Okay. HRF 40 is 1285. And this is the Freedom Manifest that was, I think you said there were about 800 copies made up and distributed to the truckers.
That's right, about 850 copies were printed. We decided to go old school Gutenberg, printed press.
Gutenberg, come on.
And forwarded it to Dean French so that he could see that progress was being made on the efforts and the plan to get the information out to the truckers. Chris Barber, Tamara, and others went out onto the streets and met with truckers, and the road captains handed these out. And Tamara even went out to our prior and Embrum to inspect them, to make sure that they had sufficient capacity to take all the 75% of the vehicles, and to meet with the owners of those lands to make sure they were comfortable with that many vehicles showing up in the coming days.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask they be pulled up now, but just for the record, we then had the exchange of letters between the mayor and Ms. Leach, which we've seen. The mayor's letter is HRF 401264, and Ms. Leach's letter is HRF 401275. Can I now ask to bring up HRF 401323? And this is a document dated February 17, 2022, open letter to our premiers and to our elected and appointed officials. It's a long letter, but I take it that the idea of this was still part of the exit strategy to do something to make contact with government officials so that people could be satisfied that you'd done all you could do to that point. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. And I think what we were hoping would happen is that the success that we felt we could achieve with the arrangement and the agreement with the mayor, and because if it was successful, we were going to have had the downtown cleared out by the Wednesday, but for Wellington, up to the Sir John A, and a defined area, which they actually in the logistics meeting shored it up because of the issues about the hospital and so on access, and the truckers agreed to make it even a smaller area. And it was that it would focus the protest now on the federal government, and then the federal government would be encouraged by the fact that the truckers proved to be honest brokers, and that would lead to a meeting with some federal ministers. There was not a strong desire to have a meeting with the Prime Minister, it was more with the ministers, and that we could agree on a process of formally presenting briefs and information and scientific information to support and comparative information, because Canada was an anomaly at this time in terms of our management. 7 countries weren't doing these things to try and persuade the government to review its policies.
Thank you. And then we don't have to bring it up, but in your statement, page 10 and 11, you outline your understanding of what happened in terms of the movement of the trucks outside from the residential area, either to Lee or up to Wellington, correct?
Yeah, well, I was directly involved, and on the Monday, and my text messages and my phone logs confirm it. My text messages with Sergeant Lee, with the mayor's chief of staff, and with the city manager. The reports I was getting from the ground were that the police were not in a position. They were getting blocked at different phases by the police. They finally got some trucks moved. We were ready to move trucks again on the Tuesday. Chris had worked and others, Joe Jantz and Ryan and Dale and others had gone out and worked hard to get a whole bunch of trucks ready to move on the Tuesday. Police completely blocked it. We now see all the back communications and infighting that was going on. We didn't know that at the time, obviously. And then again on the Wednesday. And the other thing is we realized when we discussed it, and I listened to the road captains and to the Chris Barbers, is they felt that once the big trucks moved, there would be stragglers, but they wouldn't want to be alone. And that they would either leave or they may go and infill a little bit. But so we recognized that. And there was also discussion that and this is controversial, but there was also discussion that if we get down to a few areas where everybody else has either gone up to Wellington or gone out to the base camps or gone home, and we have a few holdouts, that Freedom Corp would no longer provide any supplies, fuel, or materials to those areas to incentivize them to follow the lead of everyone else who was leaving downtown.
Thank you. I I see I've gone on for my hour and a half, Commissioner. I have 2 more points to deal with, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you. HRF 401298. This is a letter that you sent to Chief Bell stating your view on the powers that were the police were given under the Emergency Act.
Mm-hmm.
And you took issue with whether there was the power to prevent peaceful protesters from coming into Ottawa to protest.
Correct. And just to clarify, the letter is signed by Ms. Chiphick, but I did review the letter, and we also had at least 4 or 5 other lawyers from the Justice Center reviewing the same statutory regulatory instruments, and we had all reached the same conclusion that the description that the government officials and the police were using to describe the measures was not even close to what the emergency proclamation actually said, and that as long as you were not seeking to interfere with international trade, disrupt or interfere with critical infrastructure, or engage in serious acts of violence against persons, you continue to have the right of political advocacy, protest, and dissent. And so the labeling by the police chief and others that any Canadian citizen was no longer allowed to walk in downtown Ottawa or hold a sign in front of their parliament was not legally accurate and was against the charter.
And I think we've seen the video that's, you don't have to bring it up, HRF 50274 that you did with Mr. Barber to essentially giving that opinion and telling whoever saw the video that they could and should come to Ottawa and continue lawful protest.
We were in the 7th floor boardroom at the Sheraton. I just finished briefing the board on the legal review that had been completed of the proclamations. And Mr. Barber turned to me and said, come over here, sit on the arm of the chair, let's do a TikTok. And it literally happened that quick.
And in making that TikTok video, was it your understanding that there was about to be an enforcement initiative by the police to remove people from the red zone?
I didn't know for sure. What I did know is that there was numerous times where information would come into the operations center from various police sources that a raid was imminent, and it happened many times, and then the raids either did occur in part, such as Coventry, or other evenings where they would go and take firewood and fuel or food from one of the blocks. But it did appear from the buildup we were seeing on the ground, it was obvious in the information we had about the number of, I don't know, some Lansdowne Park or someplace had been set up as a processing center. So it seemed that there was a shift occurring.
And did you have a concern about the fact that if that was going to happen, you were suggesting to people to come back into the red zone and potentially be in danger when the enforcement action started?
No, because I'm a Canadian and I never imagined that our government, our federal government, would use that level of force against non-violent, peaceful Canadians.
And, just a couple of final thoughts. We heard Ms. Belton's evidence that her hotel bill had been paid by Mr. Burgot. Have you ever met Mr. Burgot?
Yes, I met Joseph a number of times. He's an amazing human being and very concerned Canadian. But I have no knowledge of any bills he was paying.
Who paid your hotel bill?
Who would have paid my hotel bill? I'm pretty sure the first hotel bill went on my firm Visa card, and then I was reimbursed by the Justice Center. The Germain was on my Visa card and was reimbursed. And then the Swiss was paid for, I believe, I don't know this with certainty, by Chris Guerra through Adopt a Trucker.
And do you have any other information about Mr. Rougeau, about contributions he may have made to the Freedom Convoy in terms of how much or what for?
No, I do know that he helped pay for some meeting rooms. I don't think when Mr. Marazzo and Mr. Bulford were holding their press conferences at the Lord Elgin, I don't think he paid for that, but he might have. And it was mostly, the only first-hand knowledge I have was hotel rooms.
And then there's two other documents that I want to ask you about. The first one is HRF 60.
Okay.
83. This was a press release, February 17, 2022, from the Freedom Convoy indicating that they did not support any of the comments being made by Mr. King. I may have asked you this, but had you met Mr. King?
I knew of Mr. King over a year prior to going to Ottawa. He had a court matter in Red Deer where he was all over social media saying that he's found this magic recipe for defeating all government laws, and I researched it, read the court's decision, and it was clear he was misunderstanding how the law works. So I knew of him from then, and I knew that he was a very loud voice. When I found out that he was here, I told the clients that I wasn't prepared to be in the same room with him. There was one instance where he was brought into a room, and I immediately requested that he leave. The reason was that I had heard of his language at times, and maybe it was unfair to him, maybe I was duped by the media, I don't know, but there was innuendo of violence, and it was completely unacceptable to me, but more importantly, Ms. Leach, because the legacy media was repeating it so many times and it was needing to be explained so many times, the board made the decision to issue this press release. This is the only press release of this nature that was issued where they identified a person and made it clear that they did not agree with, as it says, he does not speak for us, we expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others.
Thank you. And then the final document, HRF 60513, page 3. I just wanted to ask you about this. This is one of your, I believe, text messages. Right there. So if you can roll it up a little more. Up there, right there. I believe this is dated at the top, February 9th. Did you appear on Fox News?
That's correct.
And how did that come about?
I received on a daily basis 10, 20 or more media requests. Everyone from the New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, France 24, Belgium, Korea, Japan, every Canadian news outlet. I did agree to do one interview, and I agreed to go on Fox with Premier Peckford.
And that's Premier Peckford on the record.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, and thank you, Commissioner, for the extra time.
Okay, so we're pretty close to the time for the morning break, so I'm going to take the 15-minute break, and we'll come back and start with our list of cross-examinations.
Commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay, folks, stay with me. We'll be right back and we'll go to the phones. And you can join in on the conversation. Hang on, more right around the corner.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, the phone lines are ready. This is how you can call.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Get right to it. Here's Errol. Good morning, Sir Errol.
Good morning, Rick. I'm not sure I've officially been knighted, but no need for that, please. Another day at the zoo or the circus or whatever, however we want to describe this charade. I don't know. Anyway, I'm so happy to hear Keith say, and I've been scribbling notes around a minute here, and I'm struggling to read my own writing, but I think he said something along the lines of, in response to one of the commission lawyer's questions, he said, I'm a Canadian, and I never imagined that our government would use that level of violence against peaceful and non-violent Canadians. I just thought that was so well stated. And then literally, I think the very next words out of the commission lawyer's mouth, in response to what Keith just said, he starts asking Keith about who pays for your hotels. Like, I don't get that. What's his point? What's the commission lawyer's point? What's he driving at? every single penny that was spent on anybody, he wants it accounted for.
Yeah.
And God, if we could hold Trudeau to that level of scrutiny and accountability, this country wouldn't be in the mess it's in. But
I wonder if they can track the money that's been sent to Ukraine.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's just countless examples of Trudeau just spending taxpayer money like it's a bottomless pit. And of course, we're all paying for it, as is the case with the vaccines. How dare the government say the vaccines are free? We're all paying for it. And then, of course, the order went off onto the Pat King thing again, all in an effort to discredit the entire movement. And finally, I really don't understand why the lawyer brought up the Keith's appearance on Fox News. Like, what's the point of showing that? Again, it seems to be a lame attempt to discredit Keith. Oh, you appeared on Fox News? Oh, well, we all know that Fox News is conspiracy theories and whatever. I'm just tearing my hair out. I'm not bald yet, but I'm...
Yeah, they obviously seem to think the money trail will lead them to some international conspiracy or corruption or criminal undertaking. We are hearing about some players who were interested in getting their hands on the money for whatever reason. We don't know. It could have been that they were just trying to get it, or they maybe felt that they could manage it better. But there was infighting there, so the government is clearly looking at this saying, how can we get these guys? Let's follow the money. Let's try and discredit Keith Wilson by showing that he's a media hound and looking for the spotlight and associating himself with far-right media outlets.
Oh, yes, those very far-right people. Not sure if I've mentioned it before, but one of my favorite expressions is what some call a conspiracy theory, I call a spoiler alert. I mean, there's just been so many examples of that throughout this whole pandemic. You know, the vaccines came out, and some of us had the audacity to suggest that perhaps vaccine mandates would be next. They'd come along. And at that point in time, we were called conspiracy theories. Next thing you know, we got vaccine mandates. People on our side suggested at one point, next thing you know, they'll be vaccinating kids. Again, we're called conspiracy theories.
Vaccine passports, you go down the list of every step, and at every step.
Exactly.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
Right, yeah. Well, like I say, in fact, we're just providing spoiler alerts of what's coming. Anyway, Rick, you're absolutely right. These guys are just on a fishing trip, it seems, looking for any little evidence to discredit the entire movement. And,
I think it goes deeper than that. And Lori, our freedom fighter / super journalist extraordinaire, was messaging me overnight as she does with a bunch of information that she's been working on. And I think we have some information to share with people in the days ahead that will show not only were they following the money, I think the government was actively working. I have to be careful what I say so I don't let too much out right now. They were actively working against the truckers in ways that will surprise you. I'll put it to you that way. We've got some bombshell stuff that you're only going to see here in the days ahead.
That won't surprise me, pardon the pun. I suspect you're suggesting something along the lines of
a level that will blow your mind.
All right. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
And just including Rick, I'll just say, again, these guys are, this commission lawyer is nitpicking, absolutely nitpicking. If the government was ever held anywhere close to this level of scrutiny and questioning and challenging, again, we wouldn't be in this mess. This country would be far in much better shape than it currently is. But anyway, I'm ranting.
Not at all. It's all justified because it's clear they really don't have anything at this point, and they're grasping. They really are. They're groping, floundering. They're looking for something. They have nothing to latch onto yet.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, Nick. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Really appreciate the call. Okay, here is Karen. Good morning.
Good morning, Rick. How's it going?
Excellent.
First off, just wanted to say my condolences to the lady from this morning. Very much respected and appreciated to have somebody like her late husband to show the truth and to be there and be active for us all. So I've been, I was of course just watching it. And you know what? It's actually very nice to see that all the witnesses from the Conway side, they're honest, they're truthful, they're straightforward, they're answering questions as fast as possible, and you know what? They're not passing the buck.
Yeah.
So you got all these lawyers, and like you were saying, they're trying to grab onto something that's just not there.
Yeah. Yeah.
With the testimonies from yesterday and today, just alone, we're blowing up their files. Like, we're literally, you're blowing up everything that the cops are saying with rhetoric and violence and everything else. They're popping up videos as evidence of people hugging each other and singing the national anthem.
In reality, and I use the word reality in the most real sense, it's the cops and it's the politicians and the bureaucrats and the brainwashed mass that is engaging in self-perpetuating conspiracy theories. They're the ones who thought this must be funded by international groups or foreign governments. These are domestic terrorists. These were, who was it that it was former Chief Slowly said, I can't prove it, but I think they were setting up in Ottawa and Windsor and Coots and all these places that are far away from each other to stretch our resources. These are conspiracy theories, and they were acting upon them, not just loosely, but with real power behind them, because they had the power. It got to the point where this conspiracy theories are so crazy, they initiated the Emergencies Act. They invoked that to respond to a mean country called Diagolon that doesn't exist, and they've thrown people in jail. They are the ones, you can clearly see it, that largely they are engaging in, they've got these ideas in their heads, and they think, well, this must be what it is. They're the ones suffering from conspiracy theory syndrome.
Well, yeah, and I just don't think that our government was ready to see how willing Canadians are to be their halfbacks of Canadians. As our Prime Minister likes to say all the time, we'll have the backs of all Canadians. Yeah, we'll have our own back. We were there, and like they said, it was a grassroots movement, you know what I mean? When it comes to all that, you know what, I was there from the moment that it started to whenever they were rolling through Canada, I watched everything. And you know what, just the support alone on the bridges should tell people something. If people are willing to stand out there in minus 30 below weather, you don't think they're going to pull a fin or a sawbuck out of their pocket and give it to a good cause like their freedom?
Right.
Like they were saying, they tried to say that a lot of the money that was fundraised was out of our country. That's not true at all. That was debunked as well.
That's right.
Like, we are Canadians. We will prove time and time again. We are for our people. We are for each other. We love each other. We want to be there for each other. Now, with all these mandates and everything else, like you said, it's exclusion. It's dividing. It's, you know, and you can stand there and say 90% of 90% of the country is vaccinated. Right? Okay, well, how many of them were forced to do so? How many people were told you're going to take this down your throat and like it, or your whole life is just gone? We don't care.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that the guy that I speak to all the time, he was telling me the reason why he got involved right away with the Toronto one was for the fact that he needed an ultrasound for his stomach for an ulcer. He had exemption papers, he had one normal, and he actually had one specifically for the place that he was going to. They would not accept him into the door. And so right away he called up the MP here in Hamilton, Ontario, and he got told, oh, that's just the way it is. Suck it up. And I mean, as callers have been calling in on the show, it's the same story all the way through. And I'm not just talking about Ontario, I'm talking about every province. When does it end?
Yeah. Well, you're right about Canadians caring about each other.
We love each other, and I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Like, I put out an inspirational quote whenever all this started, talking about how much we will look back on this, and the truth will come out at one point. And as we're seeing it in this inquiry, like, a lot of the truth is coming out with the testimonies from yesterday and today alone. So with that, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, it's actual. I get way too feel for this. We're Canadians. We love ourselves, and I'm very, 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 like, honored to be Canadian to see what those convoys were doing. They're heroes. Every single person that showed up, any person that was on the highway bridge, any person that gave out a bagged lunch.
Yep, we gotta go. The intermission is resuming. Coming back in. I have to go back.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
That's all right. Enjoy, guys. Okay. Beautiful.
Okay, here we go, folks. Back to the coverage. And here's a letter for the Government of Canada. Keith Wilson's testimony continues.
Robert McKinnon for the Government of Canada Council.
Wait.
Mr. Wilson, I just want to take you to a point that you made at the end of your testimony with Commission Council. I don't know that we have to turn up the document, but it was in reference to an email of February 12th that you had sent. And the line in there that I just want to clarify is where you say, we are trying to block Trudeau from having the jurisdiction to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and to allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa as long as it takes. Do you remember that line?
I think he misspoke. I think he meant to say justification. Does it say jurisdiction?
Oh, having the, okay, so justification. Good memory. So, is that not a reference to the declaration of emergency that was made the day before by the Ontario Premier?
No.
It does not speak into the future. It says to use the new emergency powers, which just came into effect the day before.
It was we had, so I had lawyers with me on the ground. I also had teams of lawyers that were back at their normal place of business. When an issue would arise, I would delegate it out. I would say, okay, this team in Toronto, I want you to review this. We even prepared a draft judicial review application for the both the city's emergency proclamation and the Ottawa, or sorry, the provincial government one. Media assessment is, what does this change? What impact does it have on the rights of the people on the ground? And we concluded that it was largely benign.
Okay.
what I'm saying is that those words refer to the new emergencies power in the present tense. The declaration from the federal government came on the 14th. It was 2 days before.
Well, I can help you by telling you what was in my mind. And our concern was, I believe that it was early in the previous week. By early, I mean the Tuesday, and if not Tuesday, the Wednesday for certain, that we started hearing rumors that the federal government was contemplating invoking the Federal Emergencies Act. So all of the references in any of the communications that you have at that time would be, unless there's one that's more specific about that. We weren't concerned about either the civic one nor the provincial one.
Can you point me to one document which documents what you're just telling us now?
Well, first of all, this was not a normal file.
Right, but you've managed to paper this file.
Finish my answer with this, sir. This was not a normal file. You did not have opportunity to document things. I'm telling you under oath that at no time was either the Ottawa State of Emergency Declaration nor the Ontario State of Declaration a matter of concern for me and the other lawyers with me. We were very concerned about the potential and the rumors we were hearing for the federal government to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act.
Who told you the federal government was considering using the Emergencies Act? Who told you that?
I can't remember the specific individual, but I do remember the source that they relayed, and they advised that they had heard from some MPs that there was active discussion over at the Parliament about the Prime Minister considering using the Emergencies Act. And it was so some MPs had shared with the people involved in the convoy, and they reported that to me.
Do you have any document you can refer this commission to today?
I might, but I can't recall any offhand.
And you can't recall any offhand? You can't recall a description of the document or anything like that right now?
No.
That's correct. All right, I'd like to continue with just confirming some statements from your witness summary. You'd agree that there was a broad array of groups that were part of this convoy.
Correct.
And you subdivided them into 3 groups. Those who came to support the movement, those who came to take it over, and those who came to seek a piece of the $10 million.
That was my assessment. Probably I reached that conclusion in my mind within, I would say, 3 to 5 days of being here. I had sufficient interactions and repeated interactions with different individuals from different groups that was the pattern that I felt was present.
And you also have said that the convoy attracted a lot of strange people.
Yeah.
And in those people, you mentioned the Coven of Witches.
That's what they called themselves, and they were doing weird seance things and burning things in the lobby.
And conspiracy groups like Digital going on? Yes?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. So it not only consisted of a broad array of groups, but it attracted other strange groups that, at least as you've described them, correct?
Like moths to a flame.
So you'd agree that some of these individuals, we've heard a little bit already, may have tried to hijack the message or even try and control, perhaps, parts of the convoy group. Is that correct?
Yes, and it was a constant effort by Ms. Leach, Mr. Barber, and others to fend them off, so to speak. And I do recall reading documents in the record where CSIS and the RCMP had also intercepted communications and reached the same conclusion that there was a concerted effort by the mainstream group to resist these hangers-ons.
And Mr. Barber testified yesterday that
he could not control truckers generally. They're very independently minded. Certainly not the groups that were coming. Would you agree with that?
That's correct. Yes, I would agree.
And there's in Mr. Arrows's interview summary that you've been taken to a little bit, a reference to at least a quote that you supposedly mentioned concerning Taking Back Our Freedoms group. Yes. Did you refer to them as bad actors?
I don't think I would have referred to. No, I don't know that I would have referred to them as bad actors.
Okay. He says you did. And bad actors and manipulators, he says.
I would have characterized, without a doubt, some of the individuals involved with that group as being manipulative, 100%.
So, even within your group, the convoy group, and the leadership that you've mentioned, there were, would you say, sort of divisions or factions, I would say?
Absolutely. It was an incredibly diverse dynamic. Remember that if you walked into the operations center at any given moment and said, how many people in this room knew one another before January 15th? And the only two people would put up their hands would be Chris Garrett and Chad Heroes. These people all came together for the first time.
All right. And you mentioned the negotiations with the city of Ottawa in the days leading up to February 14th. Yes. To move the trucks out of residential neighborhoods to take at least a bit of a valve to some of the temperature that had been raised with all the complaints and issues that arose from that. That's correct.
Yeah, and the tensions with the police and the political tensions. It was time to de-escalate and reduce the footprint and relieve the pressure.
But that was never intended to rid the city core of the gridlock of 30-ton trucks or resolve the grievances of all the various protesting groups.
There was no gridlock. I've described how I was able to travel freely.
Well, let's just say you're not saying that it was empty of 30-ton trucks sitting in front of Wellington.
No, the idea was to concentrate, and this was discussed in the negotiations with the mayor. The mayor's message that I received through Mr. French was that he recognized that the grievance, I think it's even in his letter if I'm not mistaken, that was with the federal government primarily was the triggering event, the federal mandates that you've heard about.
But your deal,
Sorry, sir, I haven't finished, and that was slowing down because commissioners reminded me that I was speaking too fast. So it was recognized that trucks would remain on Wellington, and to be clear, there was no understanding that it would be a grant of immunity. It was recognized that at any time after those trucks repositioned, the police could come and move them out. It was recognized that there would be an interference in the flow of traffic on Wellington, but I note, because I was up there the other day, it's blocked today, this very moment, by government barricades.
Okay. I'm just getting to the point that the deal was never intended to resolve all these grievances and protests and to get rid of the trucks from the city core, correct?
No, it was absolutely to remove the pressure on the downtown residents and businesses, focus the attention on the grievance with the federal government, build from the success of de-escalation and negotiation to incentivize and encourage the federal government to come to the table, open up a dialogue, and set a pretext for the truckers to go home.
Would you be surprised that the mayor would say that the deal was to just release some of the tension from the neighborhoods? It did nothing to deal with the core issue of getting rid of the trucks in front of Wellington.
I don't know. Do you want me to repeat my answer a third time?
No, I don't need that, but I've got your answer. So you don't agree that this deal was intended to resolve all these issues and gridlock on Wellington.
Complex problems require complex solutions. Complex solutions require phasing.
So you had faith.
I had faith, I had confidence in the goodwill look.
Do we have an agreement, a written agreement that said they would move?
I have been able to resolve at least more than 90% of all the litigation files I've been involved in by opening up dialogue between the parties. And I remained optimistic that through applying those skills and those tactics that he could have had a peaceful resolution and a respectful Canadian dialogue about important policy issues.
Who were you representing at the negotiations? Were you representing the leadership that you mentioned, like the directors of that company, the nonprofit company, the Freedom 2022, the president, Tamara Leach, and the vice president, Chris Barber, and the treasurer, Chad Eros? Beyond those people, who were your clients?
You've described them, that's accurate.
So you were not acting on behalf of all of the truckers?
That's correct.
So you had faith?
I had faith, and my faith in the same way, I would have quit practicing law, sir, a long time ago if I didn't have faith in the ability of people having civil and respectful discussions to resolve disputes.
But the objective of that agreement was to move 25% more trucks into the Wellington Street area, so it doesn't do anything to relieve that congestion.
It's fair, but we've already established, sir, that the road's blocked today. So I'm not sure if your concern is about the presence of trucks and Canadians, or whether your concern is about the road being blocked. It can't be the road being blocked because it's still blocked to this day by the government.
Okay. You have heard or you're aware of the evidence given at this inquiry of the racial slurs, the intimidation, the threats against Ottawa residents and public officials, and the blaring high decibel horns at all times of day and night during these demonstrations in Ottawa. You're aware of that evidence, correct?
I'm aware of the allegations, and I'm also aware of what I experienced, which was Canadians, particularly immigrants of all ethnic backgrounds, coming together in a very peaceful, respectful way with deep concern about what the federal government and governments were doing to their rights and freedoms.
I'm just talking about those particular allegations right now, okay?
Yes.
As a lawyer, you would agree that those are not protected as a form of free speech or action under the Charter.
I don't know that I agree with that. You have to be very contextual specific. Our free speech rights are very broad, and just to say that someone made some vague allegation of racism is not enough for me or anyone else to make a reasoned conclusion.
You agree hate speech has been codified in the criminal code, right?
Yes, and I find the Prime Minister's hate speech towards unvaccinated people and saying how do we deal with these people deeply troubling.
Right. So you don't agree then that threats against the life of somebody is not a protected form of speech under the Charter?
I do not believe that anyone, either morally or legally, should be threatening anyone else's life, and I have received many death threats myself since representing the Freedom Convoy.
Okay, so we agree that that's not protected, right? Death threats are not protected.
Correct.
Nor is speech that is looking to demean, to an extent, a particular group of people in a serious way.
Sir, I'm going to have to object at this time. My friend is entirely mischaracterizing the law of Section 2B of the Charter and the decisions in respect to that. In fact, the Supreme Court of Canada, of course, has held that hate speech, other than inciting violence, is actually protected by Section 2B of the Charter. And so I would ask that my friend essentially cease putting errors of law to the witness on public television.
I am just asking for his view as a lawyer, but I don't have to continue. I have other questions. Right?
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, I hate to interrupt the proceedings, but I received an email communication from our certified transcriptionist asking if parties, when they're making objections for the floor, to please state their name first. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think this is proper cross-examination, so go ahead.
Okay. So, you'd agree trucks do not have charter rights?
Yes, obviously.
Good. And you don't have the right to park somewhere for 3 weeks, wherever you want, whenever you want.
I was asked many times, every day, by truckers when they recognized me, and they would say, Mr. Wilson, am I allowed to have my truck here? And if they were parked in the parking lane, I would say it depends. What does the sign say about how long you can park? You might get a ticket. If they were parked in the driving lane, I had the same response to all of them, which was, you tell me this. If you were to stop your truck in the number 2 lane on the 401 and get out and leave it, what would happen? And they would say the OPP would come, they would ticket it, and they would tow it away. I would say to them, you're in the exact same situation here. No, you cannot lawfully park your truck there. There is an interesting argument because they were told to park there by the police as to whether they might have an officially induced error defense, but that was the answer that I would give them.
And you'd agree it's not a protected right under the charter?
Of course.
Okay. And neither is blaring high decibel horns a protected form of speech or action under the charter.
Well, there was, and I'm not trying to be cute about this, but you're asking me a very nuanced question because charter rights, especially when you get into freedom of expression, are nuanced. There were times where these dance parties on the weekend, and I said this and it's in the transcript, but when I was before Justice McLean, because we did have a discussion about whether there was an artistic element, and the trucks would start with the different frequency of their horns, would start doing dance beats. So there was that, but it's clear Miss Leach and Mr. Barber were clear that they did not want the horns. Before the injunction, the week before the injunction, the truckers agreed amongst themselves to have a quiet time from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. because they wanted to get sleep too. The injunction allowed that to be expanded.
Well, people weren't dancing to these horns that were going all hours of the day and night. You've heard the evidence from the residents.
I witnessed people dancing a lot to the horns with the music. I'm sorry, so that's what I saw. I'm under oath.
Yes, at 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning?
Yes.
And, okay.
I was on the street at 3 in the morning, so I can't say, but I was at least once or twice leaving meetings at 1 in the morning.
I've got your perspective. Do you recall a second press conference that you gave on with others on February 6th? So this one you were more organized. I could call up document COM, I think it's 50856. It's a transcript of that. There, you attended Ms. Litch, Mr. Bulford, Mr. Dichter, and Tom Quigan. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that?
I believe that was a press conference that Mr. Dichter had asked that was primarily focused on Bitcoin. It was in the Sheraton Hotel, and I and Ms. Litch were asked to come to attend the first part of it, to provide a legal update and an operational update on where things were at.
So these were people who are all part of your group, is that right? So Tom Quigan, Mr. Dichter, Mr. Bulford, Ms. Litch, they're all part of your convoy group leadership, would you say, or part of your working group?
They're part of the Freedom Convoy, but as far as I'd be prepared to go.
Okay. And you worked together?
I worked with lots of people every day on a variety of issues.
And Tom Quigan is an ex-military intelligence officer, correct?
That's my understanding.
And he worked in the operations center? Right.
He was mostly, I almost never saw him in the operations center at the Swiss. He was almost always at the ARC, and he was doing these, on his own initiative, these daily situation briefs. They were not reviewed by anybody. In fact, I still haven't even read most of them. We had no time to even read them, and he was circulating them to the truckers.
Now, so he did write daily intelligence reports and special intelligence reports on certain events, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, and I've read some of them since preparing for this.
And do you place credence in his assessments?
Sometimes I did, and sometimes I didn't.
Are you okay? Well, we could take you to who he is first. Page 12 of this document. Where it has his Tom McQuiggan's, if you go down to line 12, so page.
Are we on page 12? Okay, I've got page 12. That's it. Yeah. So it says, he described himself, I'm ex-military intelligence. I also worked for the RCMP for 6 years in national security, the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team. I'm one of the few court experts in the country on terrorism. I'm a declared court expert in both the criminal court, and which is to say Ontario Superior Court, as well as the federal court. See that?
Yeah, I've since reviewed his CV and confirmed these things to be true.
Okay. And he did put out reports every day, right?
I don't know if it was every day. I was a few days in that I learned that these things were occurring. I think they were distributed to the block captains, if I'm not mistaken, in the morning.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to get to the point quite quickly. You're already over time.
Okay. Well, I'll take you to one of the threat assessments right now. Okay. One of the daily assessments. It's document HRF 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros 18. So you'll agree that there were
people attracted to the convoy, not only strange, but who had violent tendencies, if you could look here. So this is on February 3rd. This is the date I think you arrived. Here, the assessment is
Freedom Convoy 2022 assessed that potentially violent protesters may arrive in Ottawa to vandalize property.
Following that, they will then attempt to blame convoy members for the violent actions. The protesters are likely to arrive in Ottawa either late Wednesday or Thursday. Violent actions are likely intended for Thursday and Friday. The actions from the protesters are likely to consist of harassment of citizens and damage to vehicles and properties. And then they describe how they're going to be dressed. You see that?
Yeah, I recall that. In fact, we were received a separate briefing, and this actually was raised by GoFundMe executives and their legal team on our call on the Thursday. And it was Antifa. They had previously come in on occasion and knifed trucks, cut the airlines, stabbed, knifed tires, and they had announced on social media, I was told, the Antifa group, that they were going to be coming in a larger numbered force and trying to do more damage to the trucks.
So if I might ask one more question, Mr. Commissioner, just on it. It's on a document that the transcript, if you could pull up the transcript again, it's page 14. It has to do with tow trucks, an issue that everybody seems to have an opinion on. So this is Tom McQuiggan, again in the interview. That's right. So he says concerning tow trucks, the short answer is tow truck companies right across the country in Alberta, Ontario, whatever, have either politely refused requests from the government to assist or not so politely refused requests for assistance. And if you turn over the page, go down to the bottom of that page first. What it shows is the federal government in Ottawa is reaching all the way down to Buffalo, New York, trying to find a tow truck, and they can't get one because the, turn over to the page, trucking industry is somewhat of a brotherhood, much like the military, much like the police, and we do kind of
all know each other, and no tow truck company that wants to be in business for more than a week after this is going to help out. And it goes down a couple more paragraphs. So what's actually happening now, we have a network of tow truck operators who are talking to each other to see who's being called and who's not. The short answer is they're having a hard time getting tow trucks. So was the convoy actively trying to prevent the use of tow trucks?
No, there was never any of the rooms I was in, and I was usually with the leadership at all times, any effort, attempt, or even discussion about reaching out to any tow companies to discourage them. And we know from the evidence from the police in the previous days of this inquiry that, in fact, the governments were able to get tow trucks.
So that contradicts what Mr. McGree just said in his press conference on February 6th.
It corroborates my evidence that sometimes I agreed with him and sometimes I didn't.
Thank you.
The Ottawa Residents Coalition, please.
Paul Champ for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Commissioner, I'm going to, I don't think I'll have any difficulty finishing within time, but just like advise that the City of Ottawa has offered their time to me in the event I get close. Mr. Wilson, just have a few questions for you on your testimony from this morning. First is with respect to your flight to Ottawa, how you got here. There was a news report that was on a charter flight operated by Northern Air Charter. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think that's the name of the company.
And apparently that company is now under investigation by Transport Canada for carrying unvaccinated people on that flight. Are you aware of that?
That was the allegation by CTV, and my understanding is an investigation was commenced, but no action was taken.
Okay. And who originally offered to pay for the flight? Was that Mr. Bourgault?
I'm not, as I testified earlier, entirely clear on who was offering. I don't remember it to be Bourgault. It might have been Take Back Our Freedoms. I believe there was a couple of people, and as I explained, we had this pattern where people would come forward and say, oh, we'll look after this, we'll look after that, and it didn't happen. There was some uncertainty as to whether or not we were even going to be allowed to get on the plane, but the Justice Center said this is too important, get on the plane, we'll sort this out later.
Now, before you got on the plane, I understand from the interview summary of Mr. Eros that there was a virtual meeting or a Zoom meeting on or about January 31st, whether it was yourself, Andre Amari, Brian Peckford, Tamara Leach, himself, and Joseph Bourgault. Do you recall that?
It was on the evening of the 1st. It was the reception they had in the hotel was terrible. They only heard probably a third of what we talked about. Mr. Bourgault was not on that. There was a doctor with a British accent, very nice man. I can't remember his name. And Mr. Beckford was most definitely not on that call.
Was not.
Was not.
Was there another virtual call with Mr. Bourgault and yourself and Mr. Eros?
I have never had a virtual call at any time in my life involving Mr. Eros and Mr. Bourgault ever.
Okay. When you arrived in Ottawa, you testified that it was apparent to you that Ms. Leach really was the leader of this movement. You said that it seemed that people listened to her, she seemed to command a lot of respect and so forth. That's right.
Yeah, and even if you walk the streets when we were moving from one location to another, it was remarkable the people that would come up and stop her and politely ask if they could have a hug. And the tears would just start to flow, and often I was standing behind her and I would hear with these incredibly tragic stories that these people would share, and the grown men, about how they'd lost children to suicide, they'd lost their businesses, they'd lost their marriage, and it was Tamara and seeing what Tamara was doing that had given them hope.
I guess was it also in part because people knew that she had control over the $10 million from GoFundMe? That's why she was a leader.
Tamara figured out something way before I did. And I remember it was my fault. I thought someone was coming up to hug her. We were leaving the Westin Hotel after coming out of the meeting with Dean French on the Friday night when he presented the mayor's proposal. I thought it was someone wanting a hug, and it turned out it was a TV crew from Berlin TV from Germany. And I felt bad because we tried to protect Tamara from that. But when they asked her about the 10 million, she responded by saying the money's symbolism. The money is symbolism. It was, and if you look at how much money actually got to the truckers and how much was actually returned to the donors, the vast majority ended up back at the donors, and as you know very well, otherwise it's in the escrow fund under court supervision, partly over which you must receive notice before anything can happen to it. So the money was symbolism in Tamara's view, and I think she's right. It was a way for Canadians to demonstrate and add their voice to what they thought the Freedom Convoy stood for, which was holding the government to account and advocating for respect for our charter, return to the rule of law.
I wasn't going to ask you a question on this, but I couldn't help when I heard your testimony about the horn injunction. You testified that you advised your clients that the horns were a problem and that you expected that the injunction would be granted. And you were asked a couple of times by Commission Counsel about whether your clients opposed the injunction. Just to be clear, your clients opposed that injunction, correct?
Thank you. I honestly can tell you, Mr. Champion, as you know, one of the things that happens to me when I come to Ottawa, I meet you. and I mean that in a respectful way. You've been very professional in your dealings, and I thank you. I actually, as I was asked that question, couldn't remember whether I actively opposed. So if that's your memory, I agree that I probably did do as lawyers do oppose, but I do, what I remember more clearly is advising my clients that there was no way that the court was not going to grant that injunction.
You had argued that the horns were not irreparable harm and Ms. Lee should wear earplugs. Do you remember to sleep? Do you remember those arguments?
I don't, but I have confidence in you. If that's your memory, then I'll accept that.
Okay, I won't go further down the road of the different arguments that were made. But then on the continuation of the injunction a week later, as you remember, that became a bargaining point with the city. You were offering to the city that perhaps your clients wouldn't oppose the continuation of Ms. Lee's horn injunction if they did certain things.
That's correct. And my memory, I'm hoping, is correct that you recall we did not oppose that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. You did not oppose the second one. I want to ask you some questions about dealings with the police. Now, you've testified that you were hearing at times that there were police raids imminent at different times during the protest. And we did hear some evidence from the police that there were raids planned at times that then were aborted. So it sounds like you might have had some solid intelligence on that. Was that fair?
Well, actually, we thought we did, but after having observed the proceedings since the last few weeks, we had no idea of the level of dysfunction, of infighting that was going on. We assumed that when information filtered in to the operations center that a raid was going to occur at 9 o'clock that night at this location, that it was real. And then when it didn't happen, the assumption was it was a test, not that there was something happening where different inspectors and forces were in conflict about a plan. We did not, that was all new revelations through this inquiry.
Yeah, those new revelations, I think that's one issue your clients and my clients can agree on for sure. You were getting information from sympathetic police, is that right?
That's correct.
Throughout?
Yes, there was. The remarkable thing was that all these different individuals who had experienced, I was never, prior to this, a big believer, I didn't think they were a bad idea, but mission statements. It was remarkable how efficient everybody worked because they all had the same mission statement that they had formulated deep to the core of their being, was that they felt the country was badly off track, that their families and their communities were being harmed, and this was their opportunity to try and make a difference. So we had former police officers, military, Navy, CSIS, airline pilots, doctors, nurses, teachers, carpenters, chiropractors. The whole breadth of society was there, and the cream just rose, and they organically came together during the time. In those who were getting things done, there was very little infighting. There was a lot of people coming in that we were trying to manage, but it was really remarkable, the organic way in which the enterprise ran.
So that if people could cook, they were cooking. If they were IT people, they were helping you with that. If they were communications people,
I still remember
one. Police and had intelligence, they could share you with that.
One really illustrative example was in the operations center mid-morning, super cold outside. Some people are big, huge square table, people working, people standing in groups, people looking at things on the board. And then someone came in and said some situations occurring at Albert and Kent or wherever it was. And everybody stopped for a minute. No one said what needed to be done. Two people got up, threw their coats on, grabbed their toques, and they were gone. And then everybody carried on. It was so efficient that there was no point even discussing what needed to be done and who was going to be doing it. Once the information came in, the people who knew they were best suited for dealing with it did. It was spectacular to watch. That's why I now believe mission statements are very important.
Now, on some of the things that people were doing cooperatively with the convoy, we heard from both Ms. Belton and Mr. Barber about the distribution of cash to truckers. You knew that was going on, right?
I observed it, yes.
You observed it. And they were trying to keep track of how much cash was being put into each envelope before it was being distributed.
Yeah, that was really Chaddy Rose's department, and he has given interviews that are online where he describes Chris Carson's interview where he describes the processes that he put in place. But I did observe cash being counted. My understanding was it was coming from the stage and from other places, and being put into envelopes, and then teams would go out and distribute it to the truckers.
But Mr. Eros, he was one of the directors of Freedom Corp, correct?
He was not only a director, he was a treasurer, and he was a paid accountant.
Right, so he was gathering or trying to keep track of that money on behalf of Freedom Corp, right?
I would hope so.
Right. And as an advisor to Freedom Corp at that time, you were aware that they were managing this distribution of funds, cash out to the truckers?
He was, yes.
Okay. And he had estimated that it seemed that around $20,000 per day was being raised through cash and e-transfers. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I think the first time I saw cash would have been probably around, just trying to visualize a calendar here, probably around the 11th maybe, yeah, and that weekend, the 12th, and that was after the provincial government in Ontario, the Attorney General, issued the seizure order that you're familiar with respect to the Give, Send, Go funds. And much like what you saw happen with when the police said no more fuel, if you bring fuel to downtown, you're going to be charged with counseling mischief or something. The next day, Ottawa residents and everyone showed up with gas cans. It was an I am Spartacus moment. And what I observed was people were so determined to support the truckers that because the GoFundMe got shut down and now the Give, Send, Go was being frozen, they weren't going to let that discourage them. I heard anecdotal stories from many truckers where they would get the tap on the door and someone would be there with their family and give them $20 or $100 or $1,000 or $5,000.
So in your statement, you say that some people were at the protest for money. Is getting all of this cash, you think that was an incentive for the truckers to stay?
Not the vast majority, because that wasn't why they were there. There's always opportunistic people that are more focused on money than others of us. That's all I meant.
And those trucks, the 300 to 400 semi-tractor trailers operating 24-hour, idling 24 hours a day, required a lot of diesel fuel, correct?
Not as much as they're pulling a load.
For sure. But who was paying for all of that fuel, the big trucks, fuel at Coventry?
I know we put into, in your action with the Marina injunction, there's details on that in the affidavits. But I also know that I was told by a businessman who wanted to donate fuel that he had contacted, or had his office contact 3 different fuel suppliers and the bulk suppliers, and he wanted to pay for a shipment of fuel from each of them. They declined because they said the best they could do was put him on a waiting list. They had so many people phoning from across the country to pay for fuel to be delivered downtown that they actually didn't want his money, and they said all they could do is put him on a waiting list.
So just a couple last points, Mr. Wilson, just about some of the people who you're involved with. Pat King, you testified that you knew him from about a year before the convoy protest, is that right?
Yeah, I wasn't at his house or anything.
No.
Yeah, he had gone on this highly misinformed rant on social media, and he was attacking a reporter, and so it's always dangerous on Twitter. I jumped in and explained the law and showed the pleadings to show where he was misunderstanding how the law worked, and he hadn't set this big precedent. But he's a loud voice like Chris Sky.
Right.
So I was aware of him.
But Mr. Sky is from Ontario, generally speaking. Mr. King is from Alberta, like yourself, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Sky made his way across the country.
Yeah, more so. But Mr. King, he's in Alberta, so you did have some interactions with him.
You know there's 4 million people in Alberta, right?
Yeah, but I think you don't have interactions with all of them. I'm asking about Mr. King, not all 4 million.
The first time I was in physical presence of Mr. King was when he showed up in a boardroom in Ottawa during the protest, and it was about 2 or 3 days in, and I immediately instructed him to leave the room. Not him. I told people around he's got to go. The only other direct interaction I had with him was on Twitter in the previous about 18 months prior to that, where he was misunderstanding a ruling by a court judge.
But Mr. King, my understanding, he was a supporter of Western separatism and so forth, Wexit, those kinds of movements. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. It wouldn't surprise me, but I wasn't aware of that.
Were you involved in those movements, Western separatism?
I've never formally been involved in those movements. I have been very concerned about the merits and the fairness of our confederation, but seeing, as you've heard, and I saw it myself, a Quebecer with a Quebec flag running towards an Albertan with a cowboy hat and an Alberta flag and embracing, seeing a Quebecer trucker who could not speak any English with a trucker from elsewhere in Canada, I don't know where he was from, who couldn't speak any French, and they were using Google Translate in a Tim Hortons to communicate, and they were laughing and getting along. It restored my faith in the future of our country.
So just the last person I wanted to ask you about while you're talking about French, Mr. Dean French. Mr. French called you a patriot, is that right?
I believe that's in the text message, yes.
Yeah, he supported the movement wholeheartedly, did he not?
It's clear, you'd have to ask him, but it was clear to me that he also had concerns about government overreach, and that the truckers were protesting that.
And I thought I understood from your text with Mr. French, he's the one that arranged that interview with you and Fox News, is that right?
He did, but I also received phone calls from Fox News. I received emails from Fox News. They were all about the same time. Maybe that's how these guys work. When they really want to get somebody, they reach out to everybody they can. I don't know that it was because of Dean that I got it. It might have been, but I had emails and phone calls from Fox News independent of those, just like I had been contacted by the New York Times and the Washington Post and everyone else.
But he was assisting.
I wouldn't say it was assisting me. It was something he did on his initiative. I think he thought I would be a good interview.
I was surprised to see on legacy media like Fox News.
Well, you know, I guess we all get surprised.
This last piece, did Mr. French ever indicate to you whether he had any communications with Premier Ford about his views about the protest?
He never did, but my clear sense was I'm not very familiar with the goings on in Ontario politics, but I had a general sense. I think I might have Googled him, and I think I got a sense there was some estrangement or some falling out between him and the Premier, but I
just wondered if he ever communicated anything like that to you.
Never brought up. The only time he would have made a reference to the Premier was, like the whole Twitter account thing. Because we had the problem with BJ Dichter logging into Tamara's Twitter account and sending out that one tweet, and he said, multiple people have access to this, right? And I said, yeah. And he explained to me that when he was chief of staff to the Premier, they had a rule. 3 people had access to the Premier's Twitter account, but 2 of them had to agree to a tweet, no one person. And I said, yeah, it would have been nice to have known that.
Just on that, though, Ms. Leach also put out a live stream on Facebook saying she wasn't supporting the deal that night.
That's not true.
That's not true. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And next is the City of Ottawa. Am I to take it you have no questions?
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. My name is Jessica Barron. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Just have a couple of points I want to walk through with you. So first of all, I want to make sure that the record is very clear about who you do represent and who you do not represent. So as the representative for Freedom Corp, you represent only those organizers that I believe you listed earlier in relation to Freedom Corp and not other participants in the convoy, correct?
That's correct.
And so specifically, you do not represent Pat King or James Botter?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that both Pat King and James Botter were espousing views that your clients disagreed with. Is that fair?
At times, yes. Okay. Not universally, but some of their messages they did not agree with.
And we saw specific evidence of them kind of rejecting the views of Pat King and James Botter. Is that fair?
Yeah, James Botter, there was a number of times where they were preparing a press release to distance from the MOU, or they were going to add it to a paragraph of a letter. But if you've ever drafted by committee, you know that everybody wants their piece and certain things get left out. But I think they made it pretty clear that they did not support the MOU, and nor did they support, and they were very concerned about any innuendo of violence from Mr. King.
Right. So speaking of violence, you indicated that at the time you sort of advertised on TikTok that people should come to the city. It was your view that was because it was a lawful and peaceful protest in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yeah, and it was more than that, because one of the things that I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a dad, and my wife and I have 4 kids, and it was remarkable to me meeting many of the families with younger children, 5, 6, up to 12, 14, and the amazement on their face. They're interacting with all these different truckers of every ethnic background and other Canadians, and the excitement and the pride was really historic, and I commended those parents for having their children learn from this and participate in it and experience it firsthand. It was very safe. I never imagined that the police would use the level of violence that they did.
So you were aware, however, that and there are multiple warnings to that effect that arrests were going to be taking place very shortly, correct?
The warnings really accelerated on the Thursday, and when Mr. Barber asked me to do his TikTok, that was on the Wednesday.
And so when you're speaking of peacefulness and lawfulness, I take it you're not referring to those individuals that were charged with criminal offenses prior to that date in relation to violence or threats or weapons?
I'm not following your question. What do you mean?
So I believe you've seen the institutional report from the Ottawa Police Service. It's been made part of the evidence.
Yeah, I've only had a chance to skim through parts of it.
And would you disagree with me that multiple charges were laid prior to that TikTok video in relation to criminal offenses that related to violence or threatening behavior or weapons?
I do know that the statistics were clear, that the crime rate had gone down. I do know that because of some of the former police, paramedics, emergency services people that were in the operations center explained to me what happens in Ottawa here after, I think it's called Blues Fest, and the amount of assaults and violence that, and even on Canada Days, the amount of assaults and violence. They told me, having attended and participated and been on duty on those events, they had never seen this number of people come into the downtown core with this level of safety and absence of violence. So that's what I knew.
Okay, but my specific question was, when you're referring to a peaceful protest, I take it you're not referring to the people who were engaged in criminal behavior that was obviously deemed not to be peaceful.
Well, I mean, it's a peaceful protest where there's some people within a large crowd of 5 or 8 or 10,000 people, as there were on the weekends, that engaged in criminality. That's called normal.
I'm going to move on to the deal with the city officials. We've heard quite a bit of testimony about that. And I think it's clear that your understanding of the deal always was that some trucks would move on to Wellington. I think your evidence was around 25%. And then the rest would leave the city core. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Right. And so I want to bring you to HRF 0000513 at page 52. And just for your reference, these are the text messages between you and Mr. French.
Okay.
And actually, can we go to page 59? I apologize, Mr. Clerk. And so we just heard very briefly from you in relation to the tweet that went out. I think if you scroll down a little bit. And that's the tweet that's being referenced, right? This is an article about the tweet where it comes from Tamara's account that it's a denial of the deal. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so regardless of who ultimately authored the tweet, it was coming from Ms. Leach's Twitter account, correct?
Mr. Dichter has confirmed that he was the one who did it.
Right, but in terms of how the public received it, it came from Ms. Leach's account, right?
Okay. Within minutes of being informed of it, and once we found out, Ms. Chippick and I got to the bottom of it, and that Mr. Dichter acknowledged that he had done his own tweet, and then he logged out and logged back in as her, and then retweeted his tweet with a quote that it was him. We said, you got to fix this, and you got to fix it fast, because I have an email from him where he agreed to, confirmed his consent, good to go. So he was the one. We were trying to think of wording that could go out to confirm the deal was still going ahead, and he decided that he would play the tweet as though the reporter had made a mistake, and I think he said something like, nice try, so-and-so. We were talking about the federal mandates. The deal to move trucks tomorrow is going ahead.
Can we just scroll down a little bit, please?
Sure.
And if you keep going down.
I think you just passed it.
I think if we keep going down, sorry. Right there, yeah. So this is Dean French saying it was posted 2 hours ago and no correction yet. So it does take some time, right, for the tweet to get corrected. I recognize there may have been some inner workings going on, but it takes at least a few hours for that to get corrected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't dispute that. I can't remember that. I know that we were able to correct it around, it was either 10:58 p.m. or 11:02 p.m. Dean had strongly recommended that we correct it, get to the bottom of it, figure out what happened, correct it in advance of the 11 o'clock news hour shows. And I moved as quickly as I could to get to the bottom of it because I was completely blindsided by it.
And there is, I won't take you through the whole exchange just to save time, but there is an acknowledgement from Mr. French where he's saying it would have been nice had it occurred prior to the 11 o'clock news. So would you agree that it didn't get corrected prior to the 11 o'clock news? Is that?
There was many times where Mr. French and Mr. Peckford said, oh, it would be nice if you could do this, and I was like, I don't think you are appreciating the dynamics of this environment. It was extremely chaotic.
Would it be fair to say that through this text exchange, and I can walk you through it if need be, but to save time, that Mr. French was expressing concerns about the impact this tweet would have on the legitimacy of the deal?
Absolutely, as was I. I
shared those concerns.
Yeah, I received feedback from a lot of the people I was around that they were struck how calm I was most of the time. There was one notable exception where I was arms flailing, yelling, likely swearing, at a very loud voice when I was like, who did this and what just happened here? I was because I and others had worked very, very hard to get us to this point. We had the logistics meeting at City Hall with IOT and city manager and Drummond. We had report heard back that the trucks were ready to roll. Some of the guys were packing up some of their gear. And I was like, oh my goodness, we've come this far and we're going to get sabotaged.
And you would agree that because of that miscommunication, it would have created a lack of clarity to those following that account about whether there was or there was not a deal. Is that fair?
There was that lack of clarity even prior to that, because this is the Sunday night. So when the pamphlets were being circulated and people would get them, they'd go, oh, this is fake. Some people thought that it was actually counterintelligence propaganda either by the government or by the police. That's why the plan that we developed had teams of recognized road captains and other truckers who were very much recognized from the journeys to Edmonton to go out in teams to the various blocks to personally talk to as many truckers as possible so they knew it was real.
But notwithstanding that plan that may have been engaged, we did hear from Ms. Belton yesterday that she was of the view at that time that it was fake news. And in fact, she put a video out on TikTok that said it was fake news. Is that correct?
I can't recall. I think that was played yesterday, sorry, yes.
Right.
Correct.
And so even at that time, there was still a lack of clarity, even amongst organizers, as to whether there was or was not a deal.
I would say it differently. I would say that subsequent to leaving Ottawa, when they've reflected, they're remembering events differently because there are emails.
Sure, there may be emails, but the TikTok video was put out to whomever Ms. Belton's following consisted of, correct?
Fair enough.
Right. And so I just want to bring up, you mentioned that the flyer that got circulated. Could we bring that up, please? That's HRF 1259. If we could scroll down to the bottom of the notice here, this is obviously the notice we saw earlier that got circulated, correct? Sorry, if we could go, that's right there, it's perfect. Is this the correct version?
I believe so.
And so
actually, if you scroll down a little bit, I can tell you if it is. Yes, okay. This is the final version.
And so we see here that it says, that's perfect. The truckers on the Freedom Convoy board plan to start repositioning our trucks forward on Monday to consolidate our protest to the streets in front of Parliament. There's also room for trucks to relocate to 88. That's the site of the city, correct?
It is one of the three sites that existed at the 88 is the exit 88, which I understand is near Edinburgh.
would you agree with me that nowhere in this letter does it say that 75% of the trucks are going to have to leave the city as part of this deal?
Obviously.
Right, so there may have been a lack of clarity about that issue as well.
There was a lack of clarity about many things, but most of the truckers would have, some of them wanted to go. Some of them wanted to go, well, just like look at Mr. Barber. First he had his truck downtown on Wellington, and on his own initiative, he moved it out to Empire or Emra, one of the two. On his own initiative, he didn't want his truck downtown. Others wanted to do the same thing. These trucks were covered in salt. It's not a good thing to do for a long time. They'd set up truck washes at these places. Mr. Barber wanted Big Red Clean. So this was not to be a precise document to enumerate every nuance of what we felt was going on at the time.
Fair enough, but you would agree, and we saw evidence of that in the video at Rideau and Sussex, you would agree that where there was a lack of clarity about what the police were up to, it created challenges for the police in managing the situation. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and that's the learning from the video. Because you saw me walking with the PLTs. We kept walking, and I had a meeting with them. And Tamara was there as well. If you pause the video, you'll actually see us walk past Tamara, and then she comes up and we talk, and we're like, okay, what are our lessons learned here? How do we do this differently? And number one was don't do it at night. Don't do it at night. That's why we shut down the moves partly on the Monday, because it was getting dark. That was a huge error. And Tom Marazzo had actually said earlier on, we don't make any moves at night. It's just too dangerous. But it also changed the dynamic of the crowd. And that's why we needed this coordination with the police. We were very optimistic with the truckers, and a lot of them went out. It wasn't just Chris. There were several of them that were on their feet, moving. If you look at some of the videos, you'll see them running along the sidewalk. You see the police cars, and then you see the trucks, and you see Chris running. And we were doing it.
And the PLT were alongside doing that as well, correct? In terms of trying to get truckers to move in response to the deal?
They weren't trying to get truckers moved. They were trying to get the other people in the police to agree that the truckers could move. On the Tuesday morning, a delegation of PLTs arrived unexpectedly for the first time ever at the Swiss Hotel. I was in the room working on a letter with Tamara for the Prime Minister and the Premiers, with the one that's been put in evidence. I got a knock on the door, the PLTs were there, I went in, and that's on the Tuesday. They said something was wrong, like the trucks are all wanting to move, but they said to me it was only a 24-hour deal. I said, look at the letter. With a large logistical exercise, the mayor's letter would take 24 to 72 hours. He looked embarrassed. He went over into the corner by the bathroom. He got on the phone, turned around. His face was a little red, and he said to everybody, sorry, major miscommunication. We're going to go out and try and get the trucks moving. So it was, the PLTs were not trying to convince trucks to move. They were dealing with the police hierarchy and trying to get them, whoever kept blocking, to stop the blocking.
But I think after that miscommunication was clarified, PLT did work with protesters, and ultimately some trucks did move.
Not on the Tuesday.
No, I'm talking about in general in response to the city deal. Some trucks moved.
Oh yeah, over 100 vehicles, over two city blocks were cleared on Albert. 100 vehicles left the downtown, including around 40 trucks, 23 of which I know was 23 because I reported the 23 count from Chris. He phoned me and I said, how many do you have on Wellington? He said, we moved 23 to Wellington. If you look at my text message, you'll see 23 onto Wellington. But it was 40 semis moved in total. The others left, and we know for sure one of them went straight home.
You're well over your time.
Could I just ask one more question, Mr. Commissioner? Thank you. You were here when Superintendent Drummond testified, and he testified that there were challenges with getting some of the truckers to move in response to that deal. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that evidence from Superintendent Drummond?
No, we anticipated that there would be some holdouts, but we also knew that they wanted to be part of the group, and we anticipated that once most of them moved,
holdouts didn't want to just be sitting there by themselves, and they would move.
And you testified that you were taking that on faith. Is that correct?
That was our expectation, and it bore out to be true on the Monday.
Thank you. Those are my questions, and thank you for the indulgence.
Okay, the counsel for former Chief Slowey.
Commissioner. Afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
For the record, Tom Curry for Chief Slowey. You were present uninterrupted here in Ottawa, February 2 to the 21st.
19 days, yes.
And describe for the Commissioner your observations of the scene on the ground. Did you observe the enforcement action that was taken?
Yes, the vantage point, we had Ms. Chipiak and we set up a little operation center of our own, because we also had to monitor the bail applications and coordinate with the criminal legal teams. And we could see, we had the view of the backside of the west end and that tunnel. So we saw all the police, all the highway buses coming in with the police filing off. And then we also, of course, had the television on. So we were watching the live streams from CTV and CBC as we were looking out our window and actually watching. We were quite high up, like the 17th floor, and then getting various reports. It was a very, very active environment.
Had you given advice about the implications of the Emergencies Act, the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and what it meant for the protesters who were in the areas that had been, who were affected by that?
I had given advice to the board as I've testified on the Wednesday. I had done the TikTok that the board and Mr. Barber requested on the Wednesday. I wasn't, because Ms. Leach instructed myself and Ms. Chipiak to go to an undisclosed location because she was concerned. She had no idea what was going to happen to us. We followed her instruction, and after that point, I lost any ability to do any large-scale communication that I can recall.
Understood. Did you see the flyers, the pamphlets, the information distributed by police to protesters?
Yes.
Through the police liaison team?
To be precise, sir, when I say yes, they had a big blue outline, and some of them had a red outline. They were placed on the windshields. And I saw that was the calm before the storm. So it was the Thursday. There was a ceremony at the War Memorial that I attended along with my wife. And I remember stopping and reading the warning that if you didn't leave, I'm going by memory, that you would be ticketed, your vehicle would be impounded. And I can't recall what else it said.
Okay. Now, you told us that you had involvement with the PLT, police liaison team members. Were they on Ottawa Police Service and OPP?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other police officials that you dealt with face-to-face, or was it exclusively PLT?
I had interactions with chance meetings with some OPP and other police. They were extremely friendly, very cordial, very non-threatening. But in terms of any, official formal interactions, it was the PLTs.
Okay, thank you. And of course, your role evolved as you tried to provide the convoy organizers with a legal strategy or input into their strategy from a legal perspective and advice to achieve their objectives. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your contact with protesters, I think you told the commissioner, just to clarify, these are independent operators. Yes?
It reminded me of the ranchers in Alberta, yes.
Indeed. And you told us that they came here, and I'm not going to say every single one, but would it be right for the commissioner to understand that those protesters who you encountered came here to Ottawa as part of the convoy, intending to protest for the weekend, but were inspired to stay as a consequence of the response that they observed from Canadians as they came here and once they arrived?
I think they were inspired and they felt charged with a new responsibility to ensure the protest was successful, a responsibility they didn't realize they would be invested in them when they set out. However, I do know, having reviewed the evidence, that in every instance that I have seen, Miss Leach was clear that at no time did she say we're leaving after the weekend. I believe she said we're going to stay until the mandates are lifted.
Right. The independent operator protesters, though, do you agree with me that because they're not on the road, they're going backwards financially, right? Correct. And so would it be right? I understood your evidence to mean that the protesters, the independent operators, leaving aside the organizers and their message, that the protesters were invested in a shorter protest than they were inspired to commit to once they got here. Is that fair?
Do you mean the opposite of what you just said?
Independent operators who came here weren't intending when they let me start over again. The inspiration that you've spoken about, that acted on them to stay here and protest longer than they would have originally.
I thank you. And I wasn't trying to be unfair to you. I had a number of truckers say to me that they originally planned, as you've already heard from Mr. Barber, to be in the convoy for a day, join it for a certain distance, and then turn around and reverse course home. And then they found themselves in Ottawa, for a long prolonged period. Yeah, that's part of that synergy of growth that occurred.
And you told us that there were some challenging members, even among the top group of the leadership group. You called Mr. King, I think in your statement, a rabble-rouser who was at least, if not encouraging violence, tolerant of violence.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was very angry and frustrated and really wanted to fight hard to get the government to change. And not all of us use the same approaches.
Mr. Dichter was undermining the leadership.
Or at least in part. Yeah, I've just never been able to understand Mr. Dichter. I mean, and the other thing is that he wasn't there that much because, firstly, he had left early before I arrived in late January, and he had a car accident, I believe, near Kingston. And then he returned on the Friday, the 4th of February. And then early that evening at approximately 6 or 7 p.m., as he was leaving the front door of the Ark Hotel, he fell and badly broke his ankle. So then he was away to hospital for a period of time. Then he was restricted to his room because he just had a wheelchair and crutches. Then he had to go back for some surgery. So he was out of the loop a lot.
And then Mr. Bowder, you described that the MOU was not helpful to the main strategy the organizers were pursuing. Fair?
A distraction and false hope.
Now that meant all of it in the aggregate, in addition to the independent minds of the independent operators, that controlling this entire group was very challenging.
It was impossible.
And one of the things, can I show you please, just to see if this quote is accurate, HRF, please, to register 1379, just while that's coming up, Mr. Wilson, I think you gave an interview to Mr. Watton, who has published or was publishing a book about the events of the convoy. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Can I just ask you please to look at this, and just maybe to the top, just to orient the witness, just a little higher. There's an email, I think. Here we go. Do you recall seeing this?
Yes.
Could you please go then to, I think it's page 5. There's a quote attributed to you. I just want to make sure that it's right there. It is. For context, that Mr. Marazzo had also spoken about some of the
the events, and the last line of that part, you see it at the top, no one could force the truckers to do anything they didn't want to do. You seem to have agreed in that to say, we don't control them. We don't even know who they are. No one signed up. It's not a curling bonds field. It's not a golf tournament. And you made the comment that you can't simply tell them what to do. Fair comment.
Yeah, and that's why we had to use other approaches of moral suasion, of leadership, of recognizing their fatigue, recognizing the desire of many to find a graceful and respectful way, a proud way to get back home.
And the Ottawa Police Service interaction with them expected and reasonably expected that a peaceful protest, a lawful protest, would be held in their community. Fair? I have to assume that to be true. And the unlawful, you raised the issue with my friend Mr. Leon about when did it become an unlawful protest? And you've answered this question to others, I won't dwell on it, but certainly you would accept that the blocking of municipal roads, the violation of noise bylaws, and other forms of what might loosely be described as harassment as part of that demonstration would be a challenge for police in confining the protest to a lawful protest. Is that fair?
Well, if you and I mean you and I, happen to be walking down Wellington on February 10th, and we were having a chat lawyer to lawyer, I don't think we would conclude that you and I were breaking the law by walking down in front of Parliament, on the sidewalk of Wellington Street. So this was the challenge, is that you had individuals who I had told consistently when they asked, of course you can't park your truck there, and I always used the analogy of the 401, which they got. Yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. This is no different. But for this potential, I really wouldn't get into it, most of them artificially induced error because they were told to park there and then they were barricaded in place. So it was this weird mix where you had people lawfully, in my view, walking, mingling, shopping, interacting, some showing signs, some not, some just wanting to take it in, with others who were breaching various parking bylaws and municipal ordinances and provincial statutes.
And just a couple of quick things then, Mr. Commissioner. On top of that, you also face the challenge of some, I think in your statement you may describe them as strange people who had descended into the protest, often in the evening, often on the weekends, some sovereign citizens, others who were, I think you may have labeled them troublemakers. And that was a challenge for the convoy organizers to deal with, of course, constantly. And challenging, obviously, for police and residents.
Yes. And there was a good cooperation there, when that was the rule. So everybody had a block captain, and if Antifa was going to show up, the rule was you phone the police, you call 911. And the frustration for us was the next day, 3 people from Antifa came in and vandalized trucks. The next day, the police chief or whichever one would hold a press conference and say, last night we had 3 charges for property damage in the downtown core. We're like,
you closely watch the signals coming from all levels of government, including the Police Services Board here in Ottawa and the Chief Slowly, correct?
Yeah, our most acute concern was the level of pressure we saw building on the Police Slowly from the Police Services Board. That's what motivated Mr. Marazzo to take a series of steps to cause the city meeting to facilitate some action to reduce pressure.
Including through your efforts with Mr. French to avoid what I think in one of your text messages to him was a bloodbath.
Yes, and the first one though there was 2 distinct strategies. One was immediate acute, which was the pressures we saw in Slowly before he was no longer chief, and the other one was a broader exit plan.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good afternoon, the OPP have no questions today.
Okay, thank you. The CCLA, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Emma Kraska from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Mr. Wilson, just briefly, were you still on the ground in Ottawa when the financial institution freezing orders started to come into effect?
Yes, just to be clear, there was 3 instances related to freezing that I was dealing with before. I had no random order just off the top of my head. The earliest one was the threat of an interpleader application by TD Bank through their external counsel. The next one was the ex parte order obtained by the Attorney General of Ontario under the Criminal Code declaring the donations proceeds of crime. And the next was a freeze order of sorts. And then we had the emergency measures, the financial measures, and then after that we had the Mariva injunction.
Okay, I just want to ask you about the financial measures under the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Can you just, did people come to you from the Freedom Convoy and ask you for advice with respect to the orders and relate to you how they were affecting them? And can you just provide if they did, could you just provide a summary of how the orders were affecting them if they came to you to speak to you about that?
Every one of them did in real time, and they were finding out at different times. I still remember one of them coming to me and saying, I just got a phone call from my wife. She's at the supermarket. She was with the kids. Grocery cart was full. She went to pay with the debit card. It didn't work. There's a lineup of people. What's going on? Because now the conveyor is full with the next person's groceries. And then she tried her Visa card and her second credit card, and none of it worked. And she had to leave the store in great embarrassment and phoned her spouse and said, what is going on? We had other people that were trying to put gas in their vehicles and couldn't. There was more than one instance where people needed to get prescriptions filled, could not. And then subsequent to that, as we worked to get the freezes lifted and reach out to the bank, we developed this template email to write to the bank, to ask the bank to respond to us as lawyers, Ms. Chipik and I. Then we have received reports since, and if to very recently, that a number of these people, even though their bank accounts were unfrozen, sorry, Mr. Commissioner, just realized how fast I was speaking. After their accounts were frozen, have been denied credit applications, and I have explained to my clients and others who contacted me that the Canadian Bankers Association representative who testified before the House Committee said that each of these persons will have their accounts, their names marked, flagged for life.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, convoy organizers, any questions?
We have no questions, sir.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, just 2 points. Mr. Wilson, in response to my friend Mr. McKinnon's questions about whether you were referring in that email to the Federal Emergencies Act, I believe you said that someone had heard from some MPs that it was under active discussion.
Yes, we heard it a number of times over the course of the week prior.
Do you recall who was telling you that?
No, it would have been someone coming into the operations center that had heard from an MP. I remember hearing, because I would say, well, what's the source? And it was some MP, and I can't remember, I don't believe it was indicated as to which party, whether it was the Liberal, the Democrat, or Conservative MP, but it was, I guess there was strong rumors over in the Parliament that it was under active consideration.
And in response to my friend Mr. Champ's questioning you about the injunction, I think you acknowledged that you did oppose the initial application.
Yes.
Can you help me with this? I understood from your evidence that your clients had been concerned for some time about the Hornthorn.
Yes.
And I believe you said that they took their own action even before the injunction?
The truckers had agreed amongst themselves, and this is in the transcript and represented, I believe, in an affidavit actually, before the Superior Court in the injunction application, that they put in this informal protocol of being silent between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Justice McLean on the Saturday application had suggested the parties consider agreeing to maybe allowing 1 hour for horns during the noon hour. But when we returned on the following Monday, that was something he wasn't interested in entertaining.
And so, can you tell us, if there was this concern, why was it that you were opposing the injunction? Wouldn't it have been consistent with your client's views to have an injunction and stop people blowing their horns?
The board was split. Other members and some of the truckers felt that it was something that they shouldn't be restricted, other than the agreement they had for night quiet from being able to blow their horn. They thought it was part of their right of protest. So there wasn't unanimity in the client group on that point, and the instructions that I and Ms. Chipiuk received were to oppose it. Now that Mr. Champ has refreshed my memory.
Thank you.
Okay, so that completes the cross-examinations. I just have one question, and it's with respect to something I believe was heard earlier on. Was there an area that was allowed for protests or encouraged by either the police or your group to carry out protests other than on Wellington Street? I heard something about near the War Museum. Are you aware of anything like that?
Yeah, no, there wasn't, and that was one of our frustrations, Mr. Commissioner, was that we were always faced with this zero-sum choice with the police liaisons. We were trying to, I really believe that if we could have a stepped type process, a ramping down, and building off success and building trust. But no, it was always the number of calls in a day, and if you look at my phone logs, you'll see the number of calls in a day I was receiving from the PLTs after I became more involved in that. And it was always the same question: Keith, what's the exit strategy? It was always, when is everybody leaving, sort of thing.
Okay, so you're not aware of an area near the War Museum that was the protests were allowed and were carried out?
There was an area, I believe, along, if my geography is correct, and it may not be, along the Sir John A, where they had set up, and you'll see this, there's photographs of it, and I don't know, but there was never any discussion or offer from the PLTs for anything other than ending the protest in its totality.
Did you ever specifically ask the PLTs for an area or a banner to continue the protest?
No, I did not. Other than taking the steps of this de-escalation and reducing the footprint to Wellington.
So you didn't ask and they didn't offer?
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your evidence. We're going to take the lunch break and come back in an hour with a new witness. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Okay, so we have an hour to chat and go over what we just witnessed from Keith Wilson, lawyer who was on the ground helping the truckers during the Freedom Convoy. Stay with me. I'll be right back, and then we will go to the phones. Setting everything up right now. Hello, world. Are you awake?
unity humankind by liberating millions of lives at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm back and the phone lines are open. If you want to support the channel, if you like what we're doing, you can donate at maverickdonations.com, where the other URL is freedomreporters.com. That will help keep the lights on, pay for the phone system, all the bandwidth, the software, the subscriptions that we have to maintain, to do all of the stuff that we're doing, and just pay the bills. So we sure appreciate the support. This is a free speech journalism platform, and we will be here throughout this inquiry, bringing you coverage beginning to end, uncensored, unedited, for you to take in and draw your own conclusions. So again, freedomreporters.com. If you haven't subscribed, liked, and shared, please, we'd appreciate you considering that. And subscribing over on Rumble can also be extremely helpful, because we're not likely to get banned over there. It looks like we are firing on all social media platforms today. Looks like Facebook is back online properly, and we have a lot of people watching because of that, so I'm grateful for that, because the objective here is to get the live stream out to as many people as possible, so they don't have to rely, so you don't have to rely just on a mainstream media spin on this at during the 6 o'clock or 11 p.m. newscast, where you have a reporter telling you what happened with a couple of 10-second sound bites inserted into the middle of a story that they've produced. This is unedited, raw coverage with these interjections during the breaks and the lunch period, where you get to add your voice to the process. And with that being said, we are ready to start taking calls. Here's the number to call to join the conversation.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
You can call right now at 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. It is a toll-free call. Won't cost you a penny. You can join the conversation and exercise your right to free speech. Let's take our first call. That's weird. Okay, I guess that caller may have disconnected. I'm not sure. Yeah, he hung up. Okay, we've got somebody else. We've got Alex up next. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Rick, how are you?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Rick, I just wanted to mention one thing and give a quick call. We spoke, I called in last week, and one of the questions that I brought up was why Wellington Street is still closed. And I'm so happy that he brought that up and put it in the record. I find it awesome to watch lawyers go up on a stand and have to testify, because lawyers know the game better than anyone, and they understand the lines of questioning better than a simple guy. So they don't play into their games. They don't get set up with traps. And, he was very stoic and very precise with his thinking and with his record. So I was really excited.
Yeah. Yes, and it's an important thing to point out that they complained about the roads being blocked. No, it's not about the road.
It's not about the road being blocked, because it's still blocked off today. So what is it about? And that was exactly what my question was last week. So I'm happy it got brought up. I'm happy it got put into the record. I hope it gets addressed further, and maybe they open it up as unresolved. Maybe they get a hint that they're being pretty stupid with that. So maybe they try and right their wrongs sooner rather than later.
Don't count on that. I'm an optimist, so that's the way I am. You're dealing with government, and they're slow to move, because you're dealing with it's like trying to roll a giant boulder uphill. Sometimes I think it's just so bureaucratic, and you have so much red tape and stupid people, smart people doing stupid things. So it's a tough thing.
But anyways, I just wanted to drop in and contribute to the conversation. That's all I have to say. So I'm going to drop off on my work right now. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much.
No problem.
Take care.
No problem. You're doing a great job. So.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
No problem.
All right, let's move on to our next caller. I don't see a name on the screen here, so I'm not sure who we have, but whoever it is, hello. Hi, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Rick.
Who is this?
Houston Road, Truman Bill.
Okay.
I'm calling regarding the sign he's got on his back of his computer there, that lawyer for, I think it's a citizen of Ottawa.
Yeah, tax rich.
That tax rich slogan was a Marxist movement for the Communist Party of Canada, and these papers were handed out to us at least once a week when I was coming off a night shift in a steel mill in Hamilton, where I worked.
Yeah.
And it's obvious this man is backing communist-inspired outfit, which is also affiliated with the NDP.
Yes.
I was just wondering your comments on that.
It's everywhere. It's rampant through Canada. It's left-wing Marxist ideology is prominent, maybe even dominant today in our society. I comment on it here all the time. I think, though, that what we're really dealing with today is a hybrid form of authoritarianism that incorporates corporatism or corporate fascism with Marxist cultural ideology. And I think that the terminology that is applied to that fairly accurately is globalism, where nationalism or pride in country is being rejected in favor of a collectivist ideology, one that embraces the idea of a globalist approach to government, where nation states cede their sovereignty to a global governance structure, and each nation state becomes a the equivalent essentially of a global province or state under the umbrella of a global governance structure, where each nation state serves the collective globally. And who runs that? An unelected group of very wealthy, privileged, elite people who think maybe that they're doing the right thing, but in reality they're really just self-serving, and they're subjecting the rest of us to a new form of serfdom, or maybe even global slavery, where we just become cogs in a giant global machine feeding them while they make us eat bugs. Essentially, I hate to break it down at that level, but it's actually true. How's that?
Yes, I have to agree 100%. That's totally where this New World Order and reset and all this stuff is actually heading. I thank you very much for giving me the time to talk to you and express my opinion, and glad to hear yours, which is exactly like mine. Thank you once again, and have a good day.
Thank you very much for the call. It is actually a little disheartening to see a lawyer up there with that slogan on his computer. I believe that people who subscribe to that kind of thinking are misguided. But we'll see what things end up. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, take care. Moving on now to, I think it's Dennis from Saskatchewan.
Yes, it is. My message was simply questioning the, I want to call it the reality or the honesty of the inquiry. Is Paul Rulu the commissioner? The point with that is he was appointed by Justin Trudeau to his commission, if that is who he is.
Yes.
And that's all I would like to know.
Yes, that is the case. He was appointed by the government, by the Trudeau government. In fact, the lawyer yesterday for Bridget, the lady who testified, why is her name escaping me? Bridget Belton. She brought that up as an objection before the testimony from Bridget began, actually.
Okay, thank you. I said heard about that. I don't want to take your time away from other callers. We need to make sure that we know who is running the commission.
Yeah, and the commissioner did address that. He did have a rebuttal to it, and explained the process that could be undertaken to oppose what is going on with him sitting in that chair. That, as he pointed out, he really has no control over it himself, and he also denies that he's biased in any way. And says that he's not really just a liberal. So you can take that for what it's worth, and if you want to see the exchange, it is there. You'll find it just before Bridget begins her testimony yesterday. The live stream is still up and will remain up for the public to see, so you can check it out there if you're interested in seeing what that was all about.
Okay, thank you. I won't take too much time. I just want to make sure that the readership or viewership is alerted to this, because there must be some alternative opinions. And I thank you for your time. I'll let another reader or viewer call in.
Thank you. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I think it's a valid question. It's absolutely a valid question, and we asked it even before the inquiry began. But so far, from what I've seen, the commissioner seems to be acting with impartiality so far, and giving all players, all stakeholders a wide berth. Hello, how are you, Marcy?
Hi, I need to disagree with you.
Okay, no, that's okay.
I found that the commissioner, with some of the organizers, the look of disdain on his face. And to me, that does not show impartiality. And I was kind of wondering about that long before this even started, how impartial someone appointed by Trudeau would be. And by the looks that he was giving yesterday and the day before, I tend to say he's not all that impartial. He's trying, but he is not all that impartial.
Well, I have to admit that while this is going on, I'm listening more than I'm watching. Because I'm busy doing other things here in the studio, maintaining stuff, you know, getting ready for stuff later on in the programs, but I've got it on all the time. I do watch sometimes, but I've got the audio on and I glance over at the screen. When I hear somebody say something that makes my jaw drop, then I turn and look. Right? So, I may be missing some of those expressions.
Yeah, I get that, because I'm doing the same thing, but every once in a while I sit down and just really watch. But that's not why I phoned in. I phoned in to ask, have you heard how Doug Ford's court thing went? Will he be testifying?
I checked in yesterday. As I understand it, paperwork was filed, so proceedings of some kind began. I don't think there was a decision as of yesterday. There were arguments made, I think, and the arguments being made by the lawyers representing Ford and the former Solicitor General were that it would do irreparable damage to the rule of law if his objection to testifying was not upheld, because it would undermine parliamentary privilege. So I disagree with that. I think he should be forced to testify if he doesn't volunteer, and more than that, he should just volunteer to testify. I believe he owes it to the public. I have not had an opportunity to see if there is a ruling on that yet today, but let me just check.
Well, I tried to find something and I couldn't. I really hope that he does have to testify, because if he can get away with it, what's stopping Trudeau, Freeland, and all of them from doing the same thing and not testifying? He just set a precedent.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right, because most of this is because of the government. Well, all of it is because of the government. Like, they should have to testify.
Yes.
And Ford was very vocal throughout the whole thing. Like, he should testify. In my mind.
Yep.
Anyways, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, so I don't think that story is not being updated yet. So if I'm not sure if they were back in court today or not, I will try to get some information before the next break, though, so we can update people.
Oh, great. Yeah. That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. And I have a hard time finding for Rumble. I don't know why.
Their search engine is not the best. I don't know. Not sure why.
But I don't even acknowledge that the other day I was able to watch you on Rumble, but since then I haven't been able to get you on there.
It's very, very strange. Their search engine is not good. Like, I like the idea of Rumble, and we do get a lot of traction over there, but I agree with you. Like, I search for other things on there myself, and I can't find things sometimes using their search engine. It's very odd. Well, maybe I've looked at it too. I'm not sure how to set it up to rank better.
Yeah.
But I'll make it.
I watch another person on Rumble all the time, and I have no problem bringing him up.
Yeah.
Just by typing in his name. And I type in Maverick Multimedia, and I get nothing.
Let me just check something. Have you tried typing in Maverick News?
No, I will though.
Yeah, because the channel over there, try type in Maverick News. 2 separate words, and it'll come up. That will come up, because nothing over there is what the channel is called.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
And we have Avery on the line next.
I'm first time, long time, I've been listening to you guys for a while. I'm the media coordinator at the media organization, IFCA-EEN. So we're a conservative media outlet, and so I have to coordinate a lot of questions with legal journalists. We try to do interviews, and there's one question they never want to answer, which is, what is their favorite Muppet? And I just want to know, what's your favorite Muppet, sir?
You're going to have to explain the question. Just give me a little more information and where this is going.
Just what's your favorite Muppet? Like, the Muppets? Jim Henson creation?
What's on the Muppet? Muppet? I thought you said a Muffin.
Muppet, yeah.
A Muppet, like it.
No. I'm interested to know that too. What's your... Yeah. Is that your favorite Muppet?
This is a really strange question. Can you explain to me why you're asking me this? I'd like to know before I give you an answer so that I understand what this is all about. This is strange.
It's just a lot of these corrupt liberal journalists, they refuse to answer our question, and that's typically our starter question. So I just want to know what your favorite Muppet is.
I really don't know what to make of your call. I'll answer the question. Like I like all the Muppets. I think they're all cute and cuddly. I don't really have a favorite.
Have a good day. Thank you for answering my question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That was a little weird. I think I was just trolled. Who do we have on the line next?
Hello?
Hi there, is this Charlotte?
Yes, it is. I just need to just be thinking out loud and bear with me sometimes I have a hard time putting my thoughts into words. But when Trudeau declared the Emergencies Act, technically he declared war on the citizens of this country, right? Am I thinking right?
I believe that it can be interpreted that way. I've said that myself because it is the modern equivalent of the War Measures Act, and every step that they took to respond to me, they're the exact same measures they take when they're initiating any kind of warfare against even another country. Freezing the financial assets.
So I'm thinking when he did that, I don't know how this war thing works, but in my opinion, he must have he did put a whole lot of people in jeopardy just by declaring war, because technically war means that you go kill your enemy. So what happens if somebody would have went out thinking, oh my God, war was just declared on me, and started shooting law enforcement or maybe some liberals? What would have happened? Because technically, isn't that what you do in a times of war, shoot and kill your enemy?
Sorry, I don't know. Repeat that again? I didn't quite follow where you were going with it.
Okay, so once war is declared against people, what comes next? I'm thinking people start arming themselves and going out and taking care of their enemies. So what if some crazy out there would have thought, oh my God, war was just declared against Canada, let's go kill the enemy before they get us? Is it legal to do that? I mean, would they have been held accountable for what they did if they would have killed somebody under wartime?
No, it wouldn't have been legal to do it. It would never be illegal to do that. But you raise a very valid concern that I share with you, which is what the government, I think, and what the Prime Minister miscalculated on, dangerously, is that the harder you squeeze, the more likely you are to get a negative reaction. I think he's fortunate that he's dealing with peaceful Canadians and that our disposition as a nation, as a people, as a society is that we are very peaceful, as you saw with the protests. But when you, to me, the invocation of the Emergencies Act was an assault. It was an assault on the people because it's the use of our rights. For me, it was horrifying. It was beyond, oh my gosh, scared me. And it's under my trust in government because they were so quick to reach for it and use it against the people. When it was clearly not necessary, oh yeah, it might have been useful to the cops, but if you give cops any tool, they will use it. Useful is not the question. Was it needed? And the answer is clearly no, which is a big concern. So you're quite right. That was a big mistake because for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. When you are an extremist, as the Prime Minister is, and you reach for the most extreme tool in your toolbox, you are risking getting an extreme reaction. Or maybe that's what they wanted.
Well, that's just my point. In my opinion, he put a whole lot of people in jeopardy by doing that. Because it only would have taken one group, one person even, to say, okay, I'm getting them before they get me or at war. And in my opinion, technically they would have been able to do that because we're at war. That's what it means. That's what you do. I would really like to have an answer to that, just to know how that works, to see if he did. And I'm not saying that he would have done that on purpose. It just would have been unfortunate if somebody would have taken it that far.
On February 27th, 1933, the German parliament, the Reichstag, burned to the ground. That was the incident in which Hitler was able to seize power permanently as a dictator. That because he was trying to show the people that there was a threat to the nation state, an existential threat, and he needed to seize power and declare himself the ultimate ruler in order to keep the nation state and the people safe. So I believe that a lot of what we've seen over the past couple of years is akin to that in a way, whether intentional or unintentional. But when you demonize a group and then push them into a corner and beat them like a dog with a stick, and they literally did that in Ottawa after invoking the Emergencies Act, you are, I have to wonder, was he not hoping for some sort of a severe reaction so that then he could then take further steps to cement his power on a more permanent level? That was the fear that I had when he invoked the Emergencies Act. I thought, well, how much further are they going to go now? We are lucky that the Senate made it clear they were not going to extend the Emergencies Act, and so he revoked it before they refused to approve the extension, although Parliament already had. That it had to make its way through the Senate. So we're lucky in that regard, and thank God for the truckers, because they were entirely peaceful.
Man. They absolutely were. I mean, if this doesn't go in the favor of the truckers, I don't know what's going to happen, because we're done for.
See, if the truckers had if there had been a violent response in any way, and they're trying.
I'm not just talking, the truckers are retaliating after war was declared. I'm talking about just anybody out there in the country.
That's right.
I mean, that could have very well happened, and I think he should count his lucky stars that nobody took this to heart and really started doing something about it.
Well, I'll tell you, there are always people out there in any country who have designs like that. And I think the Prime Minister should count his lucky stars that the majority of Canadians are not like that, and that there are some Canadians who have been, who are always on watch for it and suppress that kind of activity so that the cops don't have to. And that's why that's why they're grasping it. That's why they're looking for it, because they thought that it's not there, in my estimation.
Right.
Not in a real
Oh,
sense.
it absolutely is not. Yeah, not really.
And you saw that in the honest
Anyway,
testimony.
that's all
Yeah, you saw that in the honest testimony from the OPP intelligence officers, who said there was no credible threat to national security at that level. All their intelligence pointed to that.
I'm so anxious for I call him asswipe, but Trudeau. Anyway, because he's not my prime minister. I deny him. To me, he's a piece of shit. And I truly hope someday that man finds himself behind prisoners, because that's where he belongs. He's evil. He's an evil person. I don't even think he's human. I can't even stand to turn on the TV and watch him talking. It drives me nuts. And to get through I've watched every hour of testimony that's been brought forth so far, because this is history in the making. And I think the whole world is watching this. Canada is at the center right now. And I am so afraid, because no matter what the government does, it always seems to go for them. Nobody ever makes a decision for the people to help us out or to do anything. And I fear that this is not going to be any different, because every one of them, in my opinion, is corrupt.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Sorry for blasting off, but.
That's okay. I appreciate the comments, and I know that a lot of other people share your feelings. So it's okay with that. And I think you were still in the guardrails there.
When he declared war, I want to tell you, I've never felt so. I don't even have a word. I actually felt my insides sink. It hit me that hard, and I was stunned. I was scared, and for a little while, I couldn't even go outside, because it was like, oh my God, what's out there waiting? It really, and I'm sure I know I'm not the only one, but him and his goonies need to answer for this. He cannot get away with this. And I don't know, if he's not held responsible, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared. I really am.
Well,
but anyway, right then, you have other callers, and so I'm going to let you go, and you can get on to the next person. Thanks for listening to me, Bob.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Okay. You as well, Rick. Okay, bye.
I'm going to move on to Malcolm. Are you there, Malcolm? How are you today?
Extra large, circle, double.
Somebody going through the drive-thru.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, I hope that's Freedom Coffee you're getting.
That's Freedom, extra large, double, as I work my 14-hour shifts to survive in this stinking country, right? Because that's where it's at. I am developed myself, and I was at the convoy in Ottawa for 2 weeks, and then down at the Ambassador Bridge for the rest of it, right? So I seen a lot that was going on, and I filmed a lot of it, right? I got a lot of views worldwide.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson commenting and stuff like that, right? Fox News over Detroit doing interviews. So, but what I see what was going on, I didn't see any violence whatsoever. In Ottawa or at the Ambassador Bridge, it was peaceful protest under a Section 2 Charter rights. We all know that we have that in our Charter rights as long as it's peaceful. Right now, I guess the citizens of Ottawa that are complaining about the orange blowing this, that don't live in Ottawa, okay, if you don't like that, because guess what? Ottawa is our home. Protest. But we have an issue with government. Where do we go? We go to Ottawa. Yeah, right, so I look at it like the Emergencies Act is a crock of shit. Okay, now we got the Emergencies Act, we got Mr. Duxford with the notwithstanding clause coming here for the teachers union, right? I gotta get on. So, there's a tip. So at the end of the day, we got this notwithstanding clause, okay? And they coaches, there's some more freedom, Scott. Yep. Right? We have the freedom. They have the freedom to strike. They, in other words, they're ordering people to work. And if you don't, you'll get fined $4,000. What I heard today, right? Which is a crock of shit because it's modern day slavery. Nobody orders you to work. In my eyes, you know, it's going to create. If they push it, it's going to create a national strike, and all hell's going to break loose. Yeah, that's what the problems are going to arise. I mentioned 3 years ago, Facebook page, 3 years ago, that Canada is the Venezuela of the North. Again, that was 3 years ago. Now, we're in the 11th hour of the third year coming up here, right? And we're not far away from Venezuela. You know, when people, you know, I make 6 figures a year. It sounds great on paper, but after taxes and everything else, I'm still struggling. Yeah. You know, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. The price of my diesel for my pickup truck's doubled. And with 80 cents a liter in 2017 when I bought my brand new truck. So I thought diesel's the way to go, right? Now I just passed the pump, it's at $2.35 a liter. Okay, so we're seeing heavy duty markups on everything, right? They promise there'd be no price gouging. But you go to the supermarket and buy some stuff, okay, a lot of things are up 400%. Like a head of lettuce, right? $10 for a head of lettuce. Are you joking me? Right? So all hell's going to break loose eventually, right? Like I said, I'm peaceful, 100%. And that's what I look by the team.
You know, I've got some video up on the screen here that you're not seeing. I've got there, just more to your point from previous, they have events in downtown Ottawa all the time that, you know, are loud and attract huge crowds. I'm running video of an event called La Machine right now, where they have these giant, huge robots spewing fire and smoke and, you know, huge crowds downtown. This is what life is like down there, so... You know, this is, you know,
I'm all about protest. I hold the Windsor 420 Festival, okay, outside the court buildings every year until COVID came, right? And we were kicking off pretty good down there. So, you know, I know a lot about protesting and what you can do, what you can't do. You know, like I just said, the 420 Festival, people are selling weed, smoking weed. This was before it was even legalized. It was illegal. Okay, and there was never an issue with the police. There was never no violence. You know, the police did come in and read the riot act to us what we can't do with this now, right? But it was, you know, there's never an issue with the police. Yep. You know, then you get a couple of truckers, okay, they get a movement going, and I really love what Barbara had to say. I'll tell you, I really do. He's one of us, and he's done journeys like this. You people out there, okay, Barbara is one of us. He didn't throw Tamara under the bus. He didn't throw anybody under the bus. And he said it the way it was, right? And I really like this point. In the lawyer that spoke today, I really love this point. It was a nonviolent protest. Nobody was hurt. Yeah, nobody was hurt. I didn't see any shit. And I was in the mix of it all. I was on Wellington Street, the fireworks going off. Like I said, I viewed it, Facebook Live, and I got millions of views worldwide. Like Dr. Carlson was commenting on it, right? So, you know, it traveled far through social media, and it was a great experience, and I'll probably never have another moment in my life where that experience was like that, because when I came back to Windsor, Ontario, where I'm from, the first week, my phone was ringing off the hook. Are you going to go back to Ottawa? And I didn't want to go back to Ottawa, but I did, and I went with a bunch of people, schoolmakers alike, and machinists, and Donnie DeWitt, who hooked me up with you actually today. He said, call into this guy, we got to talk to him, right? My point, I guess, some people like to hear. I was going to ask you, what's your favorite superhero, by the way, instead of the Muppet?
I'm torn between Batman and Superman, but I think Batman because he's just got a more cool factor to him.
Well, my superhero of choice is Chris Barber.
Oh, okay.
And we had to say, what he had to say, right? He's super, I don't want to get too far off the topic, but you know what? You got a great show going on, and you'll be hearing a lot more from me. That's a fact check. Because I am the mouth of the South, the band's out of play, and the master of all disasters, and I bring it to you live, and I tell you the way it is, the way that I see it anyways from live. You might see it differently, whatever, so be it. But what I see was peaceful demonstration, no violence, there was no rapings. Everything that the media took, and whatever they get sensationalized with the story, they did, man. And I seen it, I was laughing, going, you know, and I got friends that are reporters for CTV and CBC, and like I said, I do the 420 Festival, so they're always interviewing me around April about the festivals, right? So I know these guys personally, and I couldn't believe the shit that was coming out of some of their mouths. Yeah. I was like, you gotta be joking me. You know, is this what Canada's come to? I hope not. Like I said, I'm doing my part. I never took 1 cent for COVID relief or any of that crap. Half my shop that I work in, there's 450 people in the shop. Half of them went off on COVID. I said, fuck that. I'm capitalizing. I'm working 80 hours a week if I have to, right? If I can. So, and I do. And I still do today, right? So I never took this thing. I think it was a scam. You know, when you got government jobbing people and forcing people for the job, we got a problem. You should have the right. If you want the job, take the job. You don't want the job, don't take the job. Don't discriminate and don't create another part of the program where if you're not a job, you're not part of that. You know, they're just, you know, they're just separating people, and it's not a good thing. You know, the last time the War Measures Act, or whatever they want to call it, the Emergency Act today, was back when Trudeau was around, and there was a thing called the FLQ. I was just a little baby when that shit was going on. I was born in 1970, and there was a reason for that, okay? When you got politicians being held hostage and murdered and bombings and shit like that going on in Montreal. Yep. You know, now there's a reason for the War Measures Act or the Emergency Act, however they want to state it. They make it sound nice. They have the Emergency Act or the War Measures Act. And it was all, you know, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, yeah, I'm going to let you get on to your callers. I guess you're getting back into the air anyways here soon, but I just want to say thank you. Keep up the good work at Maverick. You're doing a great job, and you'll hear more from the mouth of the South, my friend.
Outstanding. Thank you, Malcolm. Great call.
No, not Malcolm, mouth of the South.
Mouth of the South. Master of the South.
I know.
See ya.
Yeah, man, I'm both playing. How are you talking to?
Okay, see ya. Here's Isabel. How are you today?
Well, better. I enjoyed yesterday. Bridget was awesome.
Yeah, she was.
She put the blame where it went. She really put the blame. I think she brought forth just what the truckers went through personally. You know, I mean, the public perceives that. You know, traumatic. I mean, like I said before, I'm a senior, and these last 2 years is like being in prison. I was around, like the last guy said, but I was around for the FLQ, and my father was and self-referred to the British High Commissioner at that time, and everything went to lockdown. And my brother was in the Army, my older brother, and they still never called in an emergency act over that. And I remember the report of Laporte when they found him. They never went to this extreme. To me, this whole thing, Trudeau wanted to incite a riot. That's what he was hoping for.
Oh, yeah, it's so obvious they wanted this to be their Canadian January 6th event. They so wanted that, yeah.
I think that was the thing, was he didn't get his badge.
Yeah.
Like they did in the States for filing an insurrection. So he got kicked. And his way of being pissed off was, well, I can't go talk to them. Oh my God, I gotta run and hide. So I'm gonna send out my goons and let them take care of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just see a report on here with him. Is it the Iranian?
Yep.
Where that girl supposedly was beat to death, and yet the video showed that she wasn't beaten to death, but it started a riot over her.
Yeah.
What is it he's been just doing? Out on the street, screaming his head off with these people?
Yep. Yep. weekend, the day that he went out there. And, it's all good timing. The West is just manipulating that. They've latched onto that single event because they want to antagonize and maybe even go to war with Iran, because we're on the verge of it. Well, I think we already are involved in World War III, and this is just further escalation. They're trying to destabilize the government with these protests that they have helped to choreograph through psychological warfare, through information warfare, by inciting riots over Iran and around the world, including here at home. And that's why Trudeau is out on the street with those protesters, not because he gives a monkey's fart about the woman who died. If it wasn't, if it wasn't for the conflict in Ukraine with Russia and all of this World War III saber rattling going on, they wouldn't have cared about that woman.
No. There was a woman a few years back that got stoned to death because apparently she was seeing another man while she was married, and the whole village stoned her to death.
Yeah.
And they put that on the news.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody rallying around that.
Right.
But what happened there?
Yeah, but that's certainly this one incident, right? No, they're manipulating the public, and it's amazing to see how many people just latch onto it, fall in line, and support the latest thing, not realizing that they're actually being manipulated.
Well, this is the guy we've got the May where, now you can go in, I feel like I can't take it anymore. Okay, that's fine, let's put you to sleep.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've heard recently is that if you go in for an operation, and one of the nurses put this, I don't know how true it is, but she posted it on Facebook, that she disagreed with a doctor because if you're out, they have the right to vaccinate you.
I mean, if you're asleep, if they not
when they put you up for surgery.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? They haven't killed enough people to know. Okay, so you're going in for surgery. You took an adverse reaction. Oh, the poor thing died. Really? Really? So where do we turn when a friend of mine right now, her little girl has pneumonia. She's 4 years old. She just came down with it. She's in the hospital. She's unvaxxed. The mother was vaxxed, and the mother took a severe reaction. The doctor said no more. The little girl right now is in the hospital with pneumonia. And I said to her right away, I said, well, I hope they're not leaving her alone in there. I never said why, because I don't want to set my friend up. Because people are telling me stop going down the rabbit hole. And I've gone down the rabbit hole so far that I think I've seen the Mad Hatter. Well, we know where he is, John Parliament Hill. But I get to that point where the anxiety starts rushing back and I have to pull it. But I see all this stuff that's going on, and it's like, you're just doing everything possible to send us over the edge.
Yeah.
You're starting with the food, then you're doing the water, now you're doing the gas, and you want to shut the pipelines, and you've done that. And now, oh, there's another wave coming in. Oh, you better do this. Every day is something new. It's no wonder people can't take it anymore. And I feel bad for the kids because this is not a world where kids can grow up and enjoy life. I mean, he's doing everything possible. Everything possible to scare the shit out of everybody. And you never know what's coming next and what to think of next. And that's exactly how he wants us. Totally confused. And how the other side doesn't see it, I don't know.
Listen, we're going to move on. We've only got a few more minutes left, a whole bunch of calls, and I just want to take a minute to give at least one, maybe two other people a chance to weigh in here. So we will talk again.
You're doing a good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. And we'll move on now to Randy. Hello, Randy. Or Rudy. It's Rudy.
Oh, it's Rudy. Rudy. How are you doing today? Well, I'm just in Denny's here in Edmonton, and it's snowy and icy, and
far so good. It's not snowing here. It's actually quite nice. It's probably in Fahrenheit about 55 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 57 maybe Fahrenheit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. On that last caller there, I tell you, that's what the design, I think, the whole design of the whole thing was to shake up all Canadians, to get them to all be very complicit and comply with government, pressure and whatever. But it boils down to, in my opinion, external control. And, that's why, I think all Canadians got to realize we all got to come together as Canadians and put our foot down on this and say that's enough of this. And that's what we did in Ottawa. And that was the result of what we did. I mean, and the outcome was we obviously see that Mr. Trudeau isn't much of a prime minister. I got thumbs up here, and I'm on live here, and I've got thumbs up from other people.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in a restaurant, and I'm online on the show. And that's okay. What's your name? Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're from Manitoba. All right. Okay, you guys have a good day. Okay, you're welcome. Anyway, we opened up the hearts and minds of many Canadians that wanted to take a stand, and obviously we did that. And anyway, getting back to Trudeau, his reaction and the whole thing was not, in my opinion, the actions of a prime minister that runs the country the way it's supposed to be run. Mr. Trudeau is in it for his own game, and the government has been pulling this pony show for a number of years. Only we're seeing the real actions now of a corrupt government. And that's why I think so many people are having a hard time with it, because they didn't understand. We didn't understand how ruthless a government can be. But you only have to learn from history with what has happened in the past. But it can happen here. This thing that Hitler did back in his day can happen all over again. And that's why we've got to be very, very vigilant about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And we may have taken some knocks in Ottawa there, but the game ain't over yet. Okay?
Yep.
So hang in there, everybody, and we're going to hear more good news out of that commission, I'm sure. But the game isn't over. Okay? We're just going to sit back and see where this kind of goes for a bit, and take it from there. I think it'd be the best solution to see what is going to be the actual fallout of this, and then we're going to have to take appropriate action as to what we're going to hear. What do you think, Rick?
Yeah, all we can do is just let this roll out over the next, 3.5 weeks until we get to the end, see what we get in terms of a report, and then assess at that point. I think.
But I think your last caller was right. That Trudeau wanted to incite people to riot or whatever. He did everything he could.
Yep.
But we have to stay peaceful, okay, in our endeavor, and I think that is a very important factor.
I agree.
Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely, no, I agree. 100%.
Yeah.
Hey, learn something, everyone.
Hey, buddy, guess what? I got 2 working cars in the driveway again. Yeah. Huh? Well, remember what happened to the Monte Carlo SS? The battery exploded. Well, I got a used one today. for $60. Yep, Howard Reeves. He just got a smashed, or actually an engine blown up Hyundai. They salvaged the battery and they're just about to put it back into stock. And I said, hey man, I need that. And they sold it to me for $60. There I go, exactly. Yes, I went to the right place and right at the right time. It fit and it just fucking works. Slightly smaller than the other one, I don't give a fuck. It fits. Plenty of cranking amps. It fucking starts it, and guess what? After I got the fucking thing in, started experiencing problems. Guess what the problem was? No, the battery is fine. Like I'm telling you, I fixed it. Remember the other problem? The old stuck in park problem? The old cops turning the fucking car out problem? Well, I fixed it. There's a button for that, and I fucking pushed it. I found where it was. Fixed. So well, they can turn my car off all they fucking want now. I know how to fucking fix it. The end, like my car. They're not going to turn me on. Anywho, like I said, I got it fixed. I was going to get it towed up the fucking hill, and I got frustrated. Me and Skylar fucking just looked it up and figured it out and fucking fixed it. Caused by a broken wire or a fucking OnStar turn your car off. One or the other, fucking do it. Anyway, I know where the reset button is. Yeah. It's not easy to find, but I found it. Like I said, I just put a fucking $20 worth of gas in that fucker. Yep. And I'm gonna fucking drive it now. I was gonna tow it up the goddamn hill, man. I get to drive it now, man. It's funny now. You should have seen the tow truck driver showed up just after me and Skylar fixed it and fucking put her in gear, man, and started the fucker up. The fucking tow truck drives in the driveway. It's like, haha, man, sorry for driving you out here. We fucking fixed it. I turned him away. Yep. It's a close one. She almost hit the tow truck again, man. I remember the last time I called the tow truck, man. Me and the fucking tow truck driver sat there for fucking burning $15 worth of gas, and he fucking gave me $20 worth of gas because we both figured it out then. Or he did. He didn't tell me. That fucker. Yep. Me and Skylar figured it out this time, and so next time we don't even need to bother the tow truck guy. No. But it was pretty good. I turned him away just in time, man, and I was like, Skylar just came up because he was wondering what the fuck was taking me so long to get out of his fucking yard after I got the thing going, eh? And I was like, I'm just waiting. After I had a conversation with OnStar, man, it's like they finally got the tow truck on its way. It's like, I'm not paying for this tow truck either. He's driving me up the fucking hill, and that's it. You know? I said to Skylar, I said, I don't give a fuck if this car sits a fucking phone booth in my driveway. She's fucking getting parked, man. I don't fucking care until she's fixed. Right? Yep, well, I got it in a park. I didn't give a fuck if I had to take a goddamn axe to the fucker. You know? I was getting that pissed off at it. Yeah. Anyway, that's fucking hilarious, man. You want to go back to bed or something, right? Okay. I just don't know who to fucking tell, man. What mechanic friend do I need to tell this to? You know, I know exactly who I gotta call. Kenny at Action Transmission, because he called the cops on me when I turned it off that day, remember? The cops drove me home because they thought I was too stoned to go get my boost car to boost my own fucking car and get it the fuck out of there. Well, I did that day, too. And guess what? Dope saved the day, remember? Because I paid the old guy Dope to drive my other car fucking home after that fiasco. Oh, fuck. Oh, man, the days keep getting better. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you can tell I'm having fun now, can't you? Yep, I'm laughing, man. Life's funny. I'm just glad I got my fucking car working today, man. I set out to go get a fucking battery, fix it, and by golly, I had to walk down the hill to go pick up my other car. I got both cars in the fucking driveway, man. I did it by myself, man. Me and Skylar fixed a fucking car. I put the battery in it, and we fucking figured out where that goddamn stupid reset button is for their freaking transmission. Yep. Fixed. Just like that, man. Where the fuck are the keys? That's a good question. Right here, man. Look, I got my fucking car keys, man. Fucking right on. I'm fucking happy. Yep. There's a fucking lighter. I got 2 lighters in my pocket, man. Look, I gave you a lighter the other day. Now I got 2. I'm glad it didn't work. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, I guess we all got too many lighters now, do we? Because I know I do. I got 3. You got 1. I know that much. Yep. What are you doing?
I'm just trying to figure out my
Oh, fuck, I gotta call somebody. There's still sending people to fucking Skylers. I gotta let you go, man. I gotta call roadside assistance and tell them to fucking stop sending fucking tow trucks. Sorry, I gotta let you go. I'm still getting messages about that. I gotta stop it. I'll talk to you later, man. Okay, bye. Oh, shit. Hey, buddy, I made it home safe and sound. I'm getting phone calls from Illinois now. Don't worry about it. I got her home. No, seriously, man. Thank you for coming out, because we're just going to have to tow the car up the hill, and I was going to park until I fucking fixed her, but me and Skylar fixed it, man. I got it in the driveway, turn it off, turn it back on again, so go into fucking drive, no problem. And I know where the reset button is now anyway, so hopefully that won't be a problem again.
All right, have good.
All right, have a good day, man. Thank you. Bye. Hey, Kenny. How you doing? I got a used battery for $60 from, who the heck was it? Howard Reed's. Or not? Yeah, Reed's. Yep. Anyway, I fixed my car at Skylar's house down the road, and the damn thing was stuck in park. So the tow truck was on the way to drag the freaking car up the hill, but me and Skylar figured it out. We took the console apart and found where the reset button is for the get it out of park button thing is. Anyway, I know where that is now, so hopefully that won't be a problem in the future. Just thought I'd let you know all this. I'll get my car fixed. All right. Just I thought I'd let you know, man, because like that was a dangerous car. You're right. So just wanted to let you know I got it fixed properly. Cool. Bye.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people was getting very confusing. So for example, they would talk to me, and if you were there, they would go over and talk to you. They would go over and talk to you, say the same thing, and then everybody's sort of chasing their tail, going in circles. So at some point, we just kind of, people took on responsibilities for certain functions, and they just would maintain that. And so the two individuals I'm speaking of, when it came to safety, the police would go to them for safety lanes. They would immediately go out and do the best they could to clear it. But then again, sometimes they get blocked.
That's helpful. You'd agree with Ms. Morozzo, city buses, there's no way they can get through anywhere downtown, correct?
I believe they could have gone through there. I don't see any reason why not. There was days I went out there and the street was wide open.
I must have gone up and down that cap all day long, back and forth, I guess.
Yes. Well, I don't want to say all day long, but I mean, there were several times where, you know, it was wide open. I moved my vehicle on right in front of the Arc Hotel on that street, no problems.
But presumably, if people want to go anywhere other than up and down that cap, they wouldn't be able to access the city.
As you got closer to Wellington, it became increasingly more difficult.
Similarly, and particularly, individuals require paratransport buses. They want to
do you mean the shorter buses that are meant for wheelchairs?
That's right.
I don't think that that's entirely accurate. I think, again, I would say that for that type of transportation, as you got a little closer to Wellington, it would probably be more of a challenge, but it would be up to the individual bus driver himself or herself to see if they could negotiate through that those intersections.
You didn't observe any of that?
So I did not.
And moving to a different topic, police leaks. You were getting information about what the police were planning ahead of time through sympathetic police officers, is that right?
That's my understanding, but they weren't coming to me directly. They were coming from other sources, and then I would have conversations with people that information was passed to them.
So you're kind of like the clearinghouse for the intelligence, I guess, for the convoy?
No, I tried to decentralize that as well, in the sense that you could, you know, I wasn't a police officer. I had worked a lot with police officers in my military career, but I wasn't a police officer, so we had police officers that were retired that, you know, everybody knows Danny Bulford was one. If I had questions, you know, maybe him or Vince Gersey's, maybe. But at that point, at some point, I stopped actually caring about certain things, and I just left it into other people's more expertise or more capable hands.
Moving on to another topic, you testified about the slow roll, Pat King's slow roll around the airport, and that you cooperated to some extent to assist with that, correct?
Just so much as I wanted to make sure that there would never be a complete blockage or a stoppage of operations for the airport.
But you also told us there was some value to it as well, yes. That it was sending a message to the city that the vehicles could move around, could move to other areas of the city if necessary.
Yes. And that discussion centered around what happened at Coventry when the police went in on a Sunday night and raided and stole the fuel and stole the food. And my conversations with the Ottawa police the next day was, you know, if you want to provoke a reaction from this organic movement, from individual truckers, that's the best way to go about it. And if you want to keep it as civil as it has been, don't put us in a situation where there has to be a tit for tat kind of a situation. And I said, by the way, we will never exceed the level of stupidity that you guys are doing to us. We might match it. We'll never exceed it. And by the way, your Coventry was your freebie. We're not going to do anything because of what you did at Coventry, because we don't see the value in it. We don't want to escalate this into something terrible. And so we just try to always keep the temperature down, keep the tone down with them. But, you know, they were incredibly provoking constantly.
So the slow roll was a warning to the city that if the police did some kind of enforcement action, the truckers might retaliate in some way.
I'm not comfortable with the word retaliate, but, you know, you could split hairs on that word, but it wasn't meant as a retaliation. It was meant really to send the signal that, you know, we've got the ability to move around, and do we want to escalate to that level? No. What we're trying to say to you is that if we really, really want to escalate to the level you guys are ramping up, then we can play that game with you, but we don't want to play that game. So they'll do the slow roll just to let you know that it is possible.
And just to be clear what we're talking about here, the game meaning the police enforcing the law. If the police attempt to enforce the law, the truckers, given their size and their numbers, will escalate towards the city of Ottawa and the residents, correct? That's what you mean?
I didn't see it lawful to go in and steal people's fuel or their food. I didn't actually see it as a lawful act on behalf of the police.
Now, with respect to Mr. King, Mr. King, you understood people didn't want to deal with him because some of his comments online about bullets and so forth were distasteful. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the sense I got, but I knew somebody had also told me those comments for 2 years prior to the convoy, and it was just a complete hit piece by somebody, whoever put that video out there, that it was just meant to discredit him and make us look bad. And it was a video
who was discrediting himself by saying the Prime Minister is going to catch a bullet.
From the testimony I saw here in the room the other day, the context of that one had something to do with something completely unrelated to this convoy.
What about his online comments about race and the Anglo-Saxon race? Are those kinds of comments discrediting the movement?
I know nothing of those comments.
Or Mr. Barber, his online racist comments, was that discrediting the movement?
I believe he owned up to that himself yesterday.
And finally, he said that this was a joke, and it was about creating a diagonal state of people who don't wear masks. Isn't it in fact the case that the concept or the image is a diagonal state where there would only be white people who would live in it, and they could get all non-white people out, correct?
All right, so...
Hey, please, if just wait a moment, please. Let's try and keep it quiet, please, while we hear the evidence. This is the equivalent of a court in the sense that we have sworn evidence and we'd like to keep a proper atmosphere. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
If you were to meet some of Jeremy McKenzie's friends and the ones that were on the video that I was describing earlier where they were laughing about the Liberal Party using Diagon as a justification, you'll see clearly that one of Jeremy's best friends is a black man. I can't even comprehend how sorry
as well.
Sorry?
Does he have a Jewish accountant as well?
I don't even know what that
means. You looked at Mr. McKenzie's online rants. You've seen them. Do you think that
I've seen some of his rants, and some of them, some of the things he says I don't agree with, and some of the things I think he's absolutely spot on. But that's up to me to make a decision on whether or not I find that the content is appropriate or not. And I have seen Jeremy say things I don't like, and I've seen Jeremy say things that I thought were brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I call on the Ontario Provincial Police. For the delay, I have no questions. Okay. Next is counsel for former Chief Swollen.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Commissioner, but I may have missed Ottawa Police on the list.
Yes, I did. Well, we'll get back to you after. It's okay. Former Chief Swollen.
Commissioner, I believe my friends from the Ottawa Police Service have more time than I. It only makes sense for them to go ahead if they're prepared to answer a question.
That's fine. I will concede to council's agreement. Okay. Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, my name is Jessica Barrow, and as you've now heard, I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Yes.
I just have a couple of questions, and I wonder if we can start with the document OPS 14504. Have you seen this document before?
I'm not entirely sure.
If you read through it, and obviously we can give you a minute, it's a document that we've heard was circulated to protesters, and it's dated February 17th. It was circulated by the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay. my recollection, I know there was a letter that was posted all over the city. I honestly never bothered to read it. I know there was something that was posted places, and I know there was 2 different colored ones, but that's the extent of my knowledge of the documents.
So you testified earlier that perhaps there was a lack of clarity around whether you could be in the red zone on foot at this point, but it was your understanding that you could not be there with a vehicle. Is that correct? Did I have that correct?
Well, I mean, as in you weren't going to be able to bring in a large truck. I wasn't really thinking about it in terms of individual vehicles. I know my vehicle was there, and I got 5 parking tickets in 24 hours, and my car hadn't even moved. So I knew there was an issue with vehicles, but my mind at the time was focused on people that wanted to come to the city, came in on foot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this document then. We can scroll to the top a little bit. It says, we want to inform you that you will face severe penalties under provincial and federal legislation if you do not cease further unlawful activity and remove your vehicle and your property immediately from all unlawful protest sites. And then if we scroll down a little, it says you may be arrested, your vehicle could be seized, a few other issues. Those delivering, you can see at the bottom, those delivering fuel and other supplies can be charged. Persons traveling to the unlawful protest sites to participate or support the unlawful demonstration can be charged. So does that perhaps clarify the question of whether you could be there at this point in time on February 17th?
Well, that's based on, a document that was posted around the city that was not actually served to me personally. So I didn't look at it. I can't really explain why I didn't look at it, but you're posting that, but I was getting different interpretation from the lawyers that were accompanying us.
Right, so you're getting an interpretation from your lawyer,
yes,
but the Ottawa police from you are circulating information that you're choosing not to read that is telling you that if you continue to stay here, you may get arrested. Is that fair?
I vaguely even recall ever seeing it. Like I might have seen something posted in an elevator once. That's all I even remember noticing, that there was something there, but honestly, until the violence came to the protesters from the police, I didn't see this as something that I didn't see it as something that needed to be abided by, because it was a peaceful protest, and I knew that Justice McLean had already ruled that we had a right to be there. Whether or not the Emergency Act was invoked, we're getting conflicting information from the police. We have information that I trust a lot more from our legal team, because we were dealing with pro bono lawyers. There was 5 of them that did criminal law, and we had the 2 lawyers that were on the ground with us the entire time. So we were there to do a protest, and we took the judges' word. I personally took the judge's word, as well as Keith and Eva's word, that what we were doing was lawful. And so that's how I conducted myself, according to that.
So I respect the fact that you may have been operating on legal advice, but I guess the question to you is, it wasn't a question of there being a lack of clarity from the Ottawa Police Service, and in fact, it was just that you disagreed with the direction of the Ottawa Police Service.
At the time, I wasn't really considering that as direction, because at no time did the police actually come up to me and say that in no uncertain term. It was something that was stuck to the wall on a piece of paper. So when it stuck to the wall and handed to me, it didn't really seem overly credible. And I want to say credible, but if it was so important to them, I would have thought that any one of those police liaison officers would have walked up and handed it to me and explained it to me with either a puppet show or a box of crayons, so that I could understand it. But that was never the case. It was just posted on a wall.
Were you aware that there was also social media posts in relation to these warnings?
No.
Were you monitoring Ottawa Police Service social media?
I was not.
Okay. You indicated you referred to police violence.
Yes.
Starting on I presume on the 18th of February, correct? Yes. And you indicated that you were watching that from your hotel room?
No, I was there. I was only 15 feet away from the horses when they trampled the 2 people.
So then you would have heard prior to the arrest taking place multiple verbal warnings from police officers indicating that if people didn't depart, they risked being arrested. Is that?
No, I did not hear them verbally. The front line of police officers were extremely quiet. The front row of protesters were trying to engage the police in dialogue and to convince them to stop doing what they were doing. And there was no reaction from the police on the front line. There was no shouts. There was no, I didn't hear even so much as a bullhorn telling the crowd to disperse. During the time that I was there on the line, from what I personally observed.
And so if there's evidence to suggest that there were sort of loudspeakers or whatever we're calling them indicating that people needed to leave or they could be arrested, you just didn't hear that?
I did not hear that, personally. If that's what was done, I did not personally hear that.
And notwithstanding that the police were obviously present and ready to arrest those that weren't leaving, they weren't leaving, correct?
They were not leaving.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Now, former Chief Police Counsel.
Commissioner. Mr. Brazo, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. Well, just on the point that my friend Ms. Barrow was asking you about, can you just help us? I thought I saw in the statement, we don't have to go back to it, just tell me if I got this right, that you encouraged the protesters towards the end as this enforcement action rolled out. You encouraged protesters to leave the protest site rather than be arrested.
I don't believe that to be the case. I never encouraged anyone to leave until the 19th.
On the 19th, maybe I had that date. Yes. So beginning on the 19th,
yes.
Did you then change your approach and encourage protesters to leave rather than be arrested?
Or just after what I saw personally in the city, the level of violence that the police had brought to the protesters, what I saw, I was so disgusted that day. Danny Bulford had also been arrested later in the afternoon, and then the following morning on the 19th, I had a meeting with the remaining people that I knew to be leaders or truck captains in my hotel room with other people, and my advice to everybody was to depart the city of Ottawa and to peacefully withdraw, but that it would have to be up to the individual owner-operators of their own vehicles. They have to decide for themselves. But our recommendation was that they left the city of Ottawa as peacefully as they could. And at 10:03 in the morning, I remember the phone call with the OPP. I notified them and I said, we will peacefully withdraw. You need to move your concrete barriers and allow us to get fuel into the trucks. And we will start making arrangements to leave as soon as possible, but that each truck driver had to make their own individual decision. And, there is a video of it, I'm sure somebody may bring it up. It was a very frustrating phone call that I had with the OPP. But I said we were recommended. It's not my proudest moment. If you do show the video, my language is terrible. But I was angry and I was frustrated, but I advised him to allow the truckers to leave, move the concrete barriers because we couldn't get out, and allow us to get fuel because, fuel was a bit of an issue trying to get out.
Right. And for the commissioner's purposes then, do you know how many of the protesters took the advice that you gave and left voluntarily?
There was a group of protesters that were set up with tents. There was an outdoor kitchen basically with a big pig roast and stuff. And that individual who was, I think, owned that tent or was in control of that tent had started to pack up and recommend to his people that it was time to leave. And I just know that various groups took the advice and some didn't. But by the morning of the 19th, from our perspective, the violence just actually got worse. And when they moved down to the War Memorial, that's when things got really quite disturbing. And even on the 18th, things were incredibly disturbing. you'll hear testimony here, I'm sure, from Chris Deering, the horrific things that he had, and he's a combat veteran of Afghanistan. So after hearing that, and seeing the footage of all of that stuff after that, there was no way there was any point in staying any longer. I mean, I understand violence. There was no way those truckers were ever going to be able to repel the police in any way.
The truckers those who remained, and
those who didn't were not allowed to get out, because I think at that point on the 18th and 19th, the police decided they're going in, and we had seen the text messages of our CMP officers laughing and joking about bringing, like, don't do it all in one day, let us get our turn on the next day. The police were getting geared up. That was leaked to the alternative or social media, where they were joking and laughing about using jackboots on people.
So just a couple of things then. You told the commissioner that you were watching the interaction between the Police Services Board chair and Chief Slowly.
Yes.
And did you form the conclusion that Chief Slowly's support from the Police Services Board had been badly affected, diminished?
It's my understanding that it is against the law for a Police Services Board to direct police operations. And from my perspective, what I was watching was her covert or very, I don't know what the word is, but Diane Dean's deep desire to start directing police operations to Chief Slowly. And when I listened to his response, I had to listen to it twice to understand what really was going on in that meeting. It was very clear to me that he was getting pressure from every different direction, and especially because Diane Dean effectively was his boss, and she was putting an enormous amount of pressure on him. And combining that with all the other rhetoric from the mayor and the other politicians locally, it was my opinion that if we didn't do something to help him, to take the pressure off of him specifically, there would be a very negative reaction from the entire police service of Ottawa.
You were attempting also, as I understand it, to take pressure off from the residents.
Yeah, and that was the strategy, was to take the pressure off the residents and thereby get less complaints to the police. And then if the politicians were getting less pressure, they would put less pressure on the chief.
You were there from the 30th on. Do I have it right that you understood, particularly having regard to your background in our armed forces, that the Ottawa Police Service, as a police service of local jurisdiction, did not have sufficient resources to manage and disperse the protesters 30th, February 1st, whatever day you choose? Was that a fair conclusion that you drew?
At that point, it was far too early to tell, because I knew that there was parliamentary police were here. I knew that there was Gatineau police were close by. I knew OPP was in the area, and I knew there was probably RCMP in the area. But it was my belief, because I knew that the liaison teams were interacting with us, at least, that we had an exceptionally good chance to work with the police. This is why we made a concerted effort to constantly work with the police, because we knew that, we had a measure of power in terms of the convoy itself, but they actually have the force, the physical force to change the situation. And so we thought if we could just keep the temperature down constantly and effectively with the police, there wouldn't be a need to bring in other police departments.
One last thing then, please. Could I ask to show the witness HRF 1379? This is a short little statement that I think you gave Mr. Lawton, who published a book about these events. Just want to make sure that I have you confirm it. This goes, I think, to your ability to manage some of the protesters. Other witnesses have told us about the nature of the independent thinking, independent operator. You experienced that too.
Yes.
Page 5, please. Just a little higher. Perhaps it starts on 4. And a little higher, please. And I'm sorry, a little lower. There it is. During the meeting, do you see that? During the meeting, Marazzo and Wilson said they would try to move trucks from residential areas downtown and clear the Rideau and Sussex intersection. Police agreed to move their concrete barriers temporarily so that trucks could get onto Wellington Street. Caveat, however, which Wilson and Marazzo knew all too well, was that no one could force the truckers to do anything they didn't want to do. That remained true throughout. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
All of the areas on which we had intended to question have been canvassed. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. CCLA, please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Marazzo, my name is Eva Krajewska and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. I want to ask you a few questions with respect to the emergencies orders. After the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked, were any of your personal or corporate bank accounts frozen?
Yes, all of my bank accounts, my joint bank accounts with my former spouse, were all affected. My credit card that was on file with my son's pharmacy were suspended. My former spouse, her credit rating was dropped 109 points. Yes, so everything was frozen. I had access to no money other than cash.
And so these were all your personal accounts, and not just ones that you hold individually, but also ones that you hold jointly with your child and your former spouse?
Yes, they were joint accounts were frozen, as well as my my ex-wife, my first wife, financial institution reached out and cautioned her that potentially her accounts were going to also be frozen, and I haven't been with her in over a decade.
And Mr. Marazzo, for how long were your bank accounts frozen?
During the entire time of the Emergency Act.
So until the Emergencies Act was revoked?
Yes. And my, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that luckily we had cash in the house because my son's heart medication, we couldn't purchase it. My account had been frozen. And if we didn't have cash, he wouldn't have been able to get his heart medication. He had a month and a half previous had myocarditis. It was on some pretty intense heart medication.
And were you given any information, either from the bank or from the police, as to how your bank accounts could be reopened?
I was never notified that my bank accounts had been frozen, and I was never notified that they would be, and I was never notified that they were reinstated at no time.
So did you just find out that they were frozen because you could no longer use your cards?
Could no longer access any of our financial assets at all.
And how did you find out that your bank accounts and assets were unfrozen? Was it just because you were able to use them again?
We just continued to, once we discovered it, we would check every couple hours to see if we had access to our own money.
Were you able to access your online banking?
Just to get in, you could log in, but there was a message on it that said access to your financial whatever was denied.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marazzo. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next is Democracy Fund, KCCF.
Commissioner, Mr. Marazzo, very brief today. You indicated at the beginning of your testimony, my name is Antoine Dailly, Counsel to Citizens for Freedom. You indicated near the beginning of your testimony today that you saw things you never thought you would see in Canada, and that those things may have formed part of your motivation for your participation in the convoy.
Yes.
Is that a reference to abuses of power, and what are some of those things that you saw that you never thought you would see?
Well, the biggest thing for me, which was incredible, was that informed consent was being absolutely ignored. This is like prior. Are you talking about prior to the convoy, or just
the things you saw that you never thought you would see, which motivated you to participate?
You know, if you were to look at what the city of Toronto was doing, because I was living at the time close, I was just in the Barrie area, so I was looking at what the Toronto police were doing, what the premier was doing with all the lockdowns. The lockdowns made absolutely no sense. The vilification of Canadians by the Prime Minister of Canada was shocking. So deeply disturbing to hear him talk about Canadians the way he did. That's just one of the examples. Premier Doug Ford and the rhetoric that he had. And the other big thing for me, which was really, really shocking to me, was that they did not exercise or use Emergency Management Ontario to manage this entire pandemic for this province. It was mind-boggling to me, and I knew about them because I actually worked with the EMO representative who was a retired brigadier general when I was posted to the headquarters in Toronto. And so my expectation was to handle this pandemic, you would have used the very institution within each province that is meant to handle the pandemic. So I knew things were fundamentally upside down with the approach that the government was using. And you would see subsequent effects of those decisions, which were, you know, shut down a department store, stop selling kids' clothing and stuff like that. But you can go and get a case of beer, that's no problem, right? So there was a lot of stuff that were just so absurd. And cumulatively, after a while, that starts to build up this amount of anxiety and fear. And I know a lot of people that I was talking to, especially when I was campaigning, were recounting their time during all the lockdowns. And they felt the same fear that I did of the police, which was really unusual. I didn't want to go out in public because, honestly, I thought that I was going to be, it would take nothing for the police to come for any infraction and start arresting people for the most bizarre things. I mean, we saw a year and a half ago 2 Calgary police officers pointed a taser and threatened to arrest a young kid who was playing hockey out in Calgary. You know, and the next day, police on guard went public because there were law enforcement in this country that were just appalled by what was going on in this country, and they decided to, you know, start becoming public and defending what they thought was massive breaches of the charter, which they spent their whole careers defending the charter. And so when the police started to push back through organizations like Police on Guard or later on Mounties for Freedom, when the police started to push back, that was a sign that things had really, really gone off the rails for me. So cumulatively, there were just too many things to ignore in this society right now. But I think the worst thing for me was when the convoy was rolling through and I wasn't part of it, the statements coming from the Prime Minister of this country were terrifying, disgusting, just unbecoming of a Prime Minister of a country, you know, of people that actually voted him in to represent, and he was acting like he was a king. And it was appalling. And it's certainly not what I joined the Canadian military to defend. Nothing of the sort. So I just didn't know how we could possibly call ourselves a free country anymore if our Prime Minister was allowed to get away with the rhetoric he was getting away with. And nobody stood up until the truckers.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Okay, next is the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg for Freedom Corp and the protesters. We have no questions for Mr. Maraja. Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, Commissioner, just one area. Mr. Marazzo, you were asked a few questions with respect to Mr. Jeremy McKenzie.
Yes, sir.
Did you know of Mr. McKenzie prior to coming to Ottawa?
Just from what I saw on his social media short videos, that's all.
Had you ever met him prior to coming to Ottawa?
No.
Were you aware that he was also a former Canadian Forces member?
Yes, I was, which is one of the reasons why I followed him.
Did you know that Mr. McKenzie was in Ottawa at certain times during the protests?
I did.
Did you ever interact with Mr. McKenzie in Ottawa?
Not physically. I phoned him on 2 occasions, and I had a couple of text messages with him back and forth.
Do you still have those text messages?
I don't believe I do. I'm on a different phone, and they were just basically as a hi, it's Tom. I want to have a phone call with you. I've had 2 phone calls with him during the time that I was in Ottawa.
You described, I think, one of the phone calls. What was discussed on the other one?
The first one was, I actually, now that I think about it, somebody that I knew had Jeremy's contact info, and they reached out and said I just wanted to meet him. Because to be honest, at the time I was just a fan of what he was doing on his podcast. I knew there was a veteran in town, and I kind of wanted to get his thoughts. We had a conversation, reminisced about both being posted to CFP Petawawa. But then later on, the next phone call was when I saw the video of him laughing about the what was going on in Parliament regarding Diagolon. I just called him and I said, "Tell me everything there is to know about Diagolon, because we may get asked about it, and I'm just curious."
Who gave you Mr. McKenzie's phone number?
I honestly don't know. That was somebody that I probably met when I first got to Ottawa, and I did not know any single person. I never met even James Potter until I stepped into the conference room, or into the lobby of the ARC, and he brought me into the conference room, so I don't even know who gave me his phone number.
How did you know the person might have Mr. McKenzie's phone number?
It's a good question. The only thing I can remember was a female that gave me the phone number, and I can't remember how they came to have his number.
Did you ever have any communications or contact with anyone who was protesting or was in Coutts, Alberta, while you were in Ottawa?
In Coutts, no, I had no communication with anyone in Coutts.
Did you have any communication with anyone at any of the other protest locations in Canada?
There was one message that somehow came through either text or email from somebody that was in Windsor, and I don't know who this person was. I know they were in Windsor, and my only reaction was, whatever you do, make sure you keep at least one lane open across that bridge so that there can be traffic going back and forth.
Do you still have a copy of that message?
I don't believe I do, and because I don't even know who the person was. I don't, and to be honest, I really did not want to have contact with any other protest around the country. I had my hands full with what I was doing, and all of these convoys and protests were all organic. They started all naturally on their own from citizens that were absolutely fed up with what was happening to this society and this country. So I was perfectly happy to have no contact with any other protest other than the one I was involved in.
During your 2 conversations with Mr. McKenzie, did he ever indicate to you that he was in contact with anyone at any of the other protest locations in Canada?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I just have a few short questions. Just following up on one of those, the penultimate question. You answered all of the protests across the country started organically.
Yes.
How do you know that?
I didn't start to learn about the protests until I was already in Ottawa. The only one that I knew about was in I was in Ottawa, and then people would just say, "Hey, there's another protest in Windsor," or the people in the room, they would just be discussing where they had heard about another protest somewhere else. I had just assumed that it was very much like this protest in Ottawa, where citizens just said, "We're seeing Ottawa as an example that you can actually do something." And I think the Ottawa protest was an inspiration for a lot of people. And what I later learned was that there was 20 convoys around the world, and they were all saying that they were inspired by the convoy in Ottawa. So it seemed to be a logical conclusion to me that there was further convoys being inspired by Ottawa around Canada as well.
So it's an assumption.
It's an assumption.
I just wondered, since you made it as a statement, if you had some information.
No, sir.
Now, what I wanted to ask a bit more is the 322 trucks.
Yes.
It wasn't clear to me what those 322 trucks were, and by that I mean, were those part of the convoy group you were involved with, or is that total trucks?
I understand the confusion. I was asking for a head count of all of the trucks in the downtown. So Wellington being the sort of center of gravity, and all of the perpendicular and parallel streets based off of Wellington. And I had asked for people that I was working with daily if you could go out and get and find out how many vehicles we have on every street.
Yeah, it's the we. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, these were convoys. From my understanding, what happened. So, for example, a convoy came in from New Brunswick, and as they got into the city, they had a plan to stick together. And as soon as they got here and they interacted with the Ottawa police started directing that particular convoy as an example at New Brunswick, and that entire convoy got spread out all over the place. Same thing came from the west. Same thing came from Quebec. So when they came in here, they expected they drove in together, they'd stay together, but they were spread out like buckshot all over all of the streets. So you couldn't say that, hey, the convoy from New Brunswick that started with 50 trucks, as an example, were still confined to 50 trucks over on a certain area. They just literally got spread out all over the place, and nobody can control that. So we were trying to organize ourselves in a way that we could get effective communication going between the ARC and every single individual truck driver. We just wanted to reduce our span of control to the convoy leader from New Brunswick, just to talk to that person, you go share it. We couldn't do that because we were spread out everywhere, and so communications were near impossible for us.
Okay, I wasn't curious. What I'm trying to understand is 322, is that a total truck count for the city of Ottawa, all the streets, or is it those are the trucks that you had a relationship with, either because they were the Western convoy or one of your organizers' convoys?
At the time, I believe that was just to the downtown. That did not include the Parkway, that didn't include 88, didn't include our part. That was just in the city on that given day. It was 322 trucks that was given to me on a sticky note as the total number of trucks in the downtown core on that day.
So it wouldn't be the trucks that your group controlled, it would include the Rideau Street
yes.
trucks, all of the trucks?
Yes, all of the trucks.
And second, I wanted to talk just briefly about logistics, and I understand a bit better. Were you told when new convoys were coming in?
We would get reports that there would be a substantial convoy coming in from a new area, and then only to find out that that convoy either didn't show up or was much smaller than what was reported. And then sometimes convoys would show up and we didn't even know they were on their way. So our ability to track convoys was very, very difficult. So there's really no clear answer as to that question, unfortunately.
But was that your responsibility to deal with new convoys coming in, leaving aside how much you knew about what was coming in?
It would have been, because then we would have been able to, as a group in the ARC, discuss and figure out what the best way to get them into a good spot would be. So where I was at the ARC, yes, we would have handled that movement into the city and put them somewhere appropriate.
And that continued, or how long did that continue, where trucks were coming in and you would direct them to where to go?
I would say that was probably about the first
week and a half that I would be involved in that kind of those discussions. But my role started to evolve, and so after I brought in a couple of people, one individual who was another military officer, once I brought him in, I kind of handed that off, and then I worked more strategically with Keith and Eva to do different things. So really about a week and a half max.
And finally, with respect to those convoys coming in, which convoys would you end up being involved with, and which would you not be involved with, or was that a sort of a hazard?
For me, only the ones that were coming directly into the city. I wasn't involved in the ones going to Arnprior or 88 or to the Parkway. I was only involved in the ones in the downtown core.
But I guess I'm trying to understand, were you somehow have an official, how would convoys know that you will direct the convoy rather than the police, for example?
We would go through truck captains, and we also had people that were in the ARC that would go out and try to meet with them and sort of create that contact between them, and then guide them in where we wanted them, or where we could find space for them.
So it wasn't necessarily you
I would not. No, I basically was. I rarely got out of the ARC. Not many occasions could I detach myself from the ARC.
And when you did, or your delegates do that, would it be with the police, or as opposed to despite or contrary to police instructions?
If there was an opportunity to involve the police, we would have always sought to do that, yes.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take the morning break, or the afternoon break, make the same mistake as yesterday. So we'll take the afternoon break, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back with the final witness for today.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Yes, I have. Yeah, nice set up.
Okay, I'm back. Fix my hair so I look respectable. We will take a short promo break while I set up the phone lines. And you guys can call in and join the conversation. We'll discuss what we just heard. I also have an important announcement to make as soon as we get back right after this.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Phone lines are set up. We are ready to rock and roll. Before we do that, I do want to let everyone know that after the inquiry wraps up for the day, we will have an interview with Jeremy McKenzie's girlfriend, Morgan May, who will talk to us about his upcoming testimony, which I think is going to happen Friday. She'll talk to us about what we've just heard today during the inquiry,
with this testimony from Tom Marazzo, and I think we might hear more about it when we come back. And I think Pat King is up next. I think he is the next witness. But man, they came back twice here to ask about Jeremy McKenzie and Diagolon. I have to wonder, what is it that the federal government thinks they have beyond what we just heard from Tom Marazzo, beyond what we already know about Diagolon and the fact that it's a joke? What else do they think they have? Well, Morgan might be able to shed some light on it or some perspective. As I understand it, he's not being treated very well in jail. Out in Saskatchewan, he is scheduled to appear as a witness now. He's been added to the witness list. And there are a lot of questions surrounding that. So, stay with me. This is how you can call in right now and add your voice to the process and exercise your right to free speech. Here's the number.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3333. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, we're ready to take our first call during this break. It's Derek. Hello, Derek.
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Okay, my friend. What's up?
I'll be honest with you, calling from Alberta. I can honestly say I'm a bit disgusted, a bit heated. I'll try and keep my emotions down just to, but I'll be honest with you. I questioned a lot that was going on for this convoy from the beginning to the end. In the beginning, it stunk, and to the end, it turned out to be great. And then it stunk with how certain people had been treated, who it was, and how they were incarcerated, the names involved, and those that just didn't seem to come up. And now, the way that, as far as I'm concerned, it looks like they're trying to find a scapegoat, a finger to point on. And I can see how they're using, or, they're starting to use Pat King because of what he said, which is 110% has been taken out of context. And funny enough, those that took it out of context were government funded until somebody made some anti-Semitic comment where their funding had been taken away. But as they turn around and try and crucify people like Pat King, for instance, it's just, I just cannot believe this. I can't believe this. This government has made a perfect act of pitting people against each other. They perfected it. Those that have legitimate points, those that are willing to show the proper documents, the facts, they're always the target. But when it comes to people like Pat King, Pat King was the one that started really voicing. He really, honestly, he was the one that really said, what the hell with it, I got nothing else to lose. He was the very first person to stand up. And people, I see in your chats, are like, he went to court and he made a fool out of everybody else. No, he didn't. He went as a Canadian citizen to try to show that he has legitimate complaints in a democracy that should have had his best interests. And what he did show is that no matter who you are, what you are, I mean, he's not the first person, he wasn't the last, or he was the first person, but he wasn't the last. And nobody has been successful standing on our charter rights and freedoms. Not one single bloody person. Not one. And what do they have to come back on? Well, he said these things about, a bullet. Well, let's go to, let's get the facts. What has happened, seriously, is no different than in Germany before World War II. Nothing. Absolutely bloody well nothing. Other than you replace the jabs, the trains with jabs. I mean, so I was listening the other day that, hell, if you wanted the neighbor's piano, all you have to do is literally say something about your neighbor, and boom, you have it. That story that was told, my grandfather told me about that. That's a huge thing. When somebody was talking about, in Quebec, and people getting thrown to the ground, it's true. It's absolutely true. And Pat King was the very first one to stand up, and the one thing that he recognized was First Nations people. And he made the correlation between the genocide that happened with the TB, the taking of their land, and everything else. He tried his damnedest to organize a healing lodge. Throwing all sheets to the breeze, the balls to have that. This was after he was part of the Convoy 1, Convoy 2. That man, and I'm going to be honest with you, not one of any of your listeners would have the knowledge base with the timely fashion that wouldn't have been too late, a day late, a dollar short. If Pat King wouldn't have had the balls to keep getting, not even deplatformed. That gentleman had police outside his place constantly. That man went out to protest it started with oil, and they were calling us racist and all this other crap. He had Antifa attacking us before anybody knew who Antifa was. It was Pat King that was able to make the correlation because of his due diligence to realize that the media follows toe and toe with Antifa. It was Pat King that went out and realized, wait a minute, something ain't right here with this convoy. This one now, the trucker convoy. And you know what it was? Nobody really knew that this convoy was going to happen. I mean, there was little pockets of people here and there. But the who's who and the what's what that have been doing what they've been doing for the last 3 years had no idea. Until finally, rubber met the road and things started turning. And then everybody realized, wait a minute, what's going on? Who's doing what? And that's when people started to realize, okay, Tamara Leach. Well, who is she? Connected to the Wild Rose part. All right. Who's BJ Ditchburn? Well, there's conflicting stories. That's when Pat realized, wait a minute, something stinks here. And if they're going to do a convoy, we're going to have to get all of us. This is going to have to be an all hands on deck. I mean, what's his name from the first one? He's now with the 51st state. I can't, what's his name now? Jeremy? No. He's an Alberta guy. Glenn Merritt. Is it Glenn Merritt? Glenn Carrot. Even he wasn't informed on this.
Derek, we begin to move on because this is just a short break. And I want to give a couple of other people a chance here. So, I appreciate it. We can pick it up and later on.
As I see it right now, these people are looking for a scapegoat, and they're not getting the words that they want about Pat King. So now they're turning their eyes on Jeremy McKenzie. But at the end of the day,
and we've gone 7 minutes, and it's a 15-minute break, so I do have to give somebody else a shot. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Chantal, go ahead. You've got a little bit of time here. Chantal, go ahead. You may want to turn the radio down.
Yeah, I just realized that. I'm sorry. You know what? I would just like to give an absolutely special thank you to every single trucker that came down from Ottawa, from all parts of Canada. Because you know what? I was at a very critical in my life. I was dealing with, I was in recovery from a very heavy cocaine addiction. And all of a sudden, whenever I worked in the trucking industry, and I worked through from being a driver right up to ops manager. And I was at the point where I had to get vaccinated just so I could keep up with my therapy, which was absolutely important. And whenever I started hearing those horns, all of a sudden, my whole spirit filled with hope again. My whole spirit filled with pride again. And that was the turning point for me. And I might not have known the names at that time, but I started watching all of the live feeds of what was going on in Ottawa, seeing how happy people were, and suddenly I found my happiness again. So to Tamara and you know what, you can name all the names for me, because like I said, I'm only just learning the names now of all of these people that changed my life, that gave me my smile back, that gave me my spirit back. So, you know what, it was so important what they did. Because, so you know what, I just want to say thank you. There's a million other things I could say, but I know you have a lot of time, and I know you probably want to get to somebody else.
Yeah.
So if any of them are, thank you for saving my life.
Thank you for the call. I think we'll take one more. Hopefully we have enough time for Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hi, Rick. How are you doing? Hey, did you know that Jim Carahalios is testifying?
Didn't know that.
He's representing a witness. I just got an email.
No. I go through the witness list each day. I haven't reviewed it.
Well, apparently it said here tomorrow Jim will be representing a witness who participated in the convoy. Someone to testify.
Okay.
And also, the Life Care is now there's inquiry into it.
Yes.
It was passed today, and the NDP went along with it.
Yeah, that's because it looks like they were lining the pockets, maybe, of Trudeau Liberal supporters. So we're going back to the commission. They're back in. We'll talk more later.
Okay, just wanted to let you know about those.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
You're welcome. Bye.
Hang on, I'm getting it.
About witnesses being called. Without having been said, late yesterday, we received less than 24 hours before the hearing, 127 individual items and 246 2,460 individual pages of material. Mr. King is anxious to respond to his subpoena and offer his evidence. He and I have done our level best to get through the materials. There may become a point in time where he may need some guidance from me. We might need a bit of time to review something, because we've done the best that we can, but we were able to get through all of it. I would ask for the court's or the commission's indulgence if we get to that point, but I hope we don't. Mr. King is available to speak. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, yes, understand about the subpoena and the protections. That's obviously provided, and we do appreciate that it is sometimes challenging to deal with the documentation. I think you would have a lot of sympathy from the parties and the Commission Council, so I understand that, and we've been very accommodating as required. And certainly, if there's something, please provide some sort of an indication, and we can sort it out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. King, yes, the door.
Mr. King, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to swear on the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Full name is Patrick James King, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-J-A-M-E-S-K-I-N-G.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely, so help me God.
Thank you.
Mr. King, just to follow on what your counsel has just said, if at any time during my questioning you need time to review a document, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you.
And I'm going to be asking you questions to give you an opportunity to explain to the Commissioner your involvement in the Freedom Convoy, and also to give you a chance to respond to some of the evidence that's in that report of the Commission. I'd like to start with your background. I understand you were born in Sault Ste. Marie.
That's correct, yes.
And how long did you live there?
Till I was 18.
And then where did you go?
I moved out to Alberta where there was work. And I've been living in Red Deer, Alberta since.
And what sort of work do you do?
Oh boy. I started out 22 years oil and gas. Worked my way up from a roughneck all the way up to a driller, to a frontline supervisor, to a full completions specialist. And then I went back to university and I got my degree in occupational safety and environment. 3-year degree University of Alberta. From there, I took a position as a health and safety manager, administrative admin, and I would look after upstream oil and gas manufacturing. And I was an H2S instructor. I drove truck. I had class 1 driver's license, oversized loads. I also have a course, certificate as a logistics coordinator and dispatcher.
Thank you. Now, your counsel has indicated that you have been charged with criminal offenses, and I understand that a condition of your bail is that you are not allowed to use social media. Is that correct?
I'm not allowed to do anything. I've had absolutely every right of a Canadian citizen stripped of my freedom of speech, my freedom of protest, my freedom of everything.
Am I correct? You can't use social media?
No. You are absolutely correct.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask you about your use of social media prior to your being charged in the latter part of February 2022. So if we can talk about the period, let's say 2019 to March 2022,
What kinds of social media did you use?
Facebook, Instagram. That's it. I would never go on Twitter. That's a troll site. That's a joke. But Facebook and Instagram.
TikTok?
Just to watch it.
YouTube?
Oh, I had YouTube, but around the time that Donald Trump was being elected, I actually hold a title. Only him and myself are the only ones who've ever been banned from using any Google product. So I would never promote YouTube.
And I understand you had a large following on social media. Is that correct?
Can you define large?
Well, how big was your following?
It was big.
Can you define big?
It was international. It was big.
Okay. 100,000, 200, 300, 400,000.
That all depends on Facebook's algorithms, what they really say. But on my website and on my Facebook page, about 500,000 people.
Thank you. And I understand on Facebook you would host live events. Is that correct?
I would do podcasts and I would do media. And I'd catch interactions in real time for basically just to show it in reality and not some distorted mainstream media view. I'd show you what it was like in the real time.
And I understand in 2019 you were involved in a convoy called United We Roll.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that was a protest over some oil and gas issues.
That was a protest over Bill C-69 and C-48, which is the anti-pipeline and the anti-harbor moratorium, of which, when we came to Ottawa, we were successful. They reopened all the contracts after, and actually, since I've been incarcerated, as of June 2022, both those bills have been scrapped because they've been deemed unconstitutional. And Alberta finally got our pipelines, and we're finally back to work again.
And that convoy traveled from, was it Red Deer to Ottawa?
Red Deer, Alberta, yeah. We left on February 14th, and we like to deem it as the love of our country. On Valentine's Day, we left to stand up for our rights and exercise our democratic right to a freedom of peaceful assembly, to exercise our democratic right to a freedom to protest, and to have our voices heard by the government.
And who led that convoy?
I was in the pilot truck myself and another person by the name of Angie Reed. Love you, Angie. Glenn Carrott was involved, along with he drove OP 22 barrel the fire truck. Ran a fire truck. He was an oil and gas fire suppression unit.
How many vehicles were in?
When it got to Wellington, we had about 178, I believe.
Was Mr. Louder involved in that convoy?
Involved in what way?
Was he part of it?
Sure.
What was his involvement?
Fellow Canadian exercising his democratic right to protest.
Was he part of organizing it?
No.
So I'd like to, and so when you got to Ottawa, how long were you there?
We arrived, I believe it was the 19th of February. We protested the 20th and 21st, and then we left that following Monday.
Went back to Red Deer.
Yep. But I'd like to say that we left because the politicians acknowledged why we were there. They came out and said, "We hear you. We're here to support you, and we will back you, and we will do everything we can to try and get your issues heard."
Okay, now I'd like to come to your involvement in the Freedom Convoy, if I could. Trying to keep track of the time, but it doesn't seem to be working. How did you first get in? How did you first get involved in the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I'd already been social media. I'd already been doing my stuff that I always do, and I happened to see some people that were talking about the trucking industry and how they're about to be affected. And I know that our truckers here in Canada are the backbone of the economy in Canada. They move the freight. Their importance is very basically they're forgotten. They're kind of, they're a trucker, whatever, a trucker. But I knew the importance that if you stopped the trucking industry within 72 hours, you'll be brother on brother for a loaf of bread. And when they started to hit the truck drivers, and these guys have already been working diligently throughout this nonsense, we've seen it as a direct attack against the Canadian economy. And not only a direct attack against the Canadian economy, but a direct attack to truckers and the guys that want to be left alone. They want to work in their trucks. They want to go do their job independently. Leave us alone. We won't create a stir. We won't cause a problem. We'll pay our taxes. And it's not like they needed a voice.
Did somebody contact you and ask you to get involved?
Nope.
What did you do to get involved?
Well, I reached out to a few people and I asked if they'd like to, let's talk about it.
Who did you reach out to?
I reached out to Chris Barber, Richard Belton. I reached out to, basically them, those two. And I said, I'd love to have you on my show. And I really think what you guys are wanting to do, I can be an asset because I've done this before, back in 2019, and I can help you out in any way possible.
Am I correct that you then had a Facebook Live event on January 13, 2022?
If that's the date that you have, yes.
And that Mr. Barber, Ms. Belton, and I understand James Bogger were all on part of that.
That's correct, yeah. And I gotta say there's people involved, but I've had my social media stripped. I've had all my videos gone. I can't recollect who was all there, but that sounds very close to who was there. I think there were some other people that were involved too. I think Dave Steenberg was one. There was a couple, I think Joe Jensen was one. There's a few people, yeah.
And during that event, you talked about the plan for a Freedom Convoy with those people who were with you?
Well, we had thrown the idea around. We had said, you guys really want to do this? And they're like, yeah, we should do this. I said, okay. Well, I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll give you the platform. I'll give you the voice. But I'd like to help you because I see what you're doing is absolutely prophetic. Finally, the hardworking, blue-collar people of Canada were going to stand up.
And was this the first time you met Mr. Barber and Ms. Bilton?
Yeah.
And my information was you had about 3,000 viewers to that event. Does that sound right?
If that's if you have a number, sure. I was never concerned about the numbers. I could have 2 people in the room and it didn't matter.
And have you told us why you decided to get involved with the Freedom Convoy based on the statement you just made.
The reason I did it was basically I have gone through my own issues with these mandates, and I have my own stance and my own beliefs on these mandates and what they're doing. And now I want everybody to remember a mandate is not a law. And they were pushing this, and I finally found people that didn't want it pushed on them anymore.
And what did you understand was the goal of the Freedom Convoy?
To go and protest and exercise your democratic right to a freedom of peaceful protest, to a freedom of assembly, to exercise your voice and be heard by politicians of your concerns and your, basically your agitation with the way things are being controlled.
Later in January, the 21st, did you have another video stream that involved Tamara Litch, Chris Barber, James Bowder, and others? All that?
You bet.
And I understand there was a general discussion of what was going to happen with the Freedom Convoy.
Yes, there was a discussion. It was basically like so organic, like how are we going to do this? Who's going to do what? Who's going to be doing this? Who's going to be doing that? I basically was a platform for these people to be able to like show who they are.
And by this time, do you know if anyone in that group had contacted any members of the police force to tell them that this was going?
Yeah. James Bowder bragged about how he had Ottawa around his little finger. That he had all the police and he had all the connections. And I was like, is that the same connections of when we did the United We Roll? And he's like, yes. I'm like, oh, okay. So I reached out because I have a rapport with PPS. I've traveled around Canada protesting and speaking on public platforms. And I've given I've basically set a good communication between these officers. So I reached out to these officers and said, we're looking at bringing another convoy to Ottawa. Remember me? And they're like, oh yeah, we remember you, Pat. Like, it's good, right? Like, you're always great when you're here.
And you had some of those, at least one of those officers on your stream that night.
But we had a few officers, yeah. Yeah, they were on our streams, yes.
And discussing safety issues and that.
Absolutely, safety is number one. Like your rules of the road and all that. And they knew who I was. They knew how we had organized the 2019 convoy. And they knew how absolutely law-abiding and professional we were.
And you traveled to Ottawa with the western leg of the convoy?
Yes, sir.
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
I wasn't driving. I had somebody who was driving a motorhome, and I sat passenger in a motorhome.
And where did you join up with the convoy?
I joined up with the main convoy in Calgary.
Now, Clerk, could you please bring up HRF 401221? This is a chronology of events that was put together by the group of convoy organizers and is now an exhibit in these proceedings, and it's a timeline of events from their perspective. I want to ask you about a few entries that refer to you. We can go to bottom of page 2, please. See there, January 24, Chris Barber and Tamara Leach meet, and then concerns re Pat King expressed. And Tamara and Chris discussed concern about Pat King after viewing a tweet with a video making reference to bullets. Chris agreed perhaps Pat should be sent home, but there was concern about the trucks Pat brought with him. Talked to Pat about the tweet, and he stated the video was an old one about an issue on a reserve and had been heavily edited to make it appear as though it was regarding the convoy. Following captain's meeting, everyone expressed concern about Pat King's involvement. The decision was made to talk to Pat about in the coming days and request he not attend in Ottawa. Do you remember that conversation?
No, I do not.
Do you deny it happened?
Yes. I'm not the one they're discussing their concerns.
That wasn't what I asked you. I'm saying, did the conversation happen, sir?
No. The conversation came up of, hey, there's a tweet out there. I said, don't worry about it.
Okay, can we go to page 3 of this document?
I'd like to give a little bit of an explanation there. The explanation is, I have been absolutely harassed. I've been absolutely defamed. Character assassination by a certain group, and they edit videos, and they cut and splice, and they take 10 seconds here, and they blow it out of proportion. And I've been dealing with this for years.
I will give you an opportunity. I'm going to show you some of the videos.
Oh, absolutely, I can't wait.
Comment.
I've been waiting for years to tell you guys how these videos are.
So on page 3, you'll see under January 26, concerns read Pat King raised. Pat King was on the radio annoying others that tried to pull in front of everyone with his motorhome, but was eventually sent back to the back of the convoy. Everyone was concerned about Pat's involvement, and plans were made to talk to him in the evening when they arrived in Thunder Bay. Fortunately, Pat did not stick around, but continued to Sault Ste. Marie, so no one had a chance to speak to him.
Nope.
Were you aware that that had happened?
I was one of the lead vehicles from Calgary all the way to Kenora. When we got to Kenora, I was in the front. And when I got to Thunder Bay, I sat for 2 hours directing everybody into their parking spots. And I told everybody that I was leaving for Paris Bay. We're at a fuel stop and meals and basically a rest stop for everybody, and that's where I was going.
And if you can bring up, Mr. Clerk, HRF 50646. Again, this is a document that's been provided by the Freedom Convoy, and it appears to be a summary of a conversation between you and Tamara Leach. Did you recall having a conversation with Ms. Leach on January 28th?
Yeah.
And did she request that you not attend in Ottawa?
No. What was happening as we were at a rest stop, I said, oh my God, this has gotten big. I said, I'm getting death threats. And I might need security when I'm in Ottawa. And I said, this got way bigger. And I may have said this little part here about the organizing thing, but then I checked myself right away, and I realized Tamara said, whoa, it's not all about you. And I'm like, you're right. You're absolutely right. But that comment at the bottom, check your fucking ego. That never happened.
Thank you. Now you proceeded on to Ottawa?
Absolutely.
Now, Were you familiar with an organization called Adopt a Trucker program? Or a program, Adopt a Trucker?
Yep.
And can you put up please COM 50571? And you'll see at the top, can you just go that? It says Adopt a Trucker campaign created by Chris Garrett. Do you know Mr. Garrett?
I do, yes.
And you scroll a little further up. No, sorry, now. In the first line there, you'll see it says, towards the end, we are endorsed by Pat King and Canada Unity. Did you endorse this campaign?
I endorsed everybody.
Did you endorse this campaign by Adopt a Trucker?
Endorsed by, what do you mean by endorsed? Can you explain?
Did you support it and publicize it?
Absolutely.
And who asked you to get involved in this?
They were just a group that we had asked for people to, in the Ottawa area, that community who wanted to help. Adopt a Trucker was, you would take a trucker and basically bill it, like billeting. So if you remember hockey, when you go to tournaments, you would stay with a billet. So people were offering up their homes for truckers to come have showers. There was food and whatever they needed and necessities. Chris and their group were going to look after the I don't know how you say it, the care and well-being of truckers who didn't have a place to stay, like didn't have money for hotels, or we're trying to reduce costs for lodgings.
And I take it, in this sense, you are in demand because of your large social media following to put your name to things like the Freedom Convoy, like the Adopt a Trucker.
It happens a lot. A lot of people like to, use my platform, and I'm okay with it, and I do it on purpose. I absolutely invite it. But a lot of people use my name and my platform to gain attention for their cause, and I'm absolutely 100% agreeable to that. I think everybody has a right to have their say and get their point across, and I never hold a bias. So I make sure that everybody use it, take my platform, do what you can.
And if I can ask you, did you have your own group as part of this convoy that came with you?
I was the road captain for I believe it was the northern part of Alberta. So I took on the responsibility for those people that were part of our initial jump from Red Deer to Calgary and then onwards to Ottawa.
And can you estimate how many trucks were in that group?
Oh boy. When we left Red Deer, there was about 50 of us. But once I found out further on, we tried to get people to sign the documents and everything in Calgary. It turned out to be about 148, if I'm not mistaken, that I was responsible for. I guess responsible, but taking care of their paperwork.
And you arrived in Ottawa on January 29th?
Yes, sir.
And
no, we arrived in Ottawa.
I see.
And from there, I'll never forget it. It was the greatest, most elating moment of my life, where I can pass them off to Andrew and say, they're your problem now.
Where did you go? When did you get to Ottawa? What day?
I got to Ottawa that night once everybody got to Harper. I left and I said, I'm done. I'm going into town. I'm going to get my hotel room. And I went to my hotel. And
what hotel did you stay at?
One of the ones downtown. Holiday Inn on, I believe, Albert. I'm not sure.
And what did you do with your vehicle?
I never had a vehicle.
So how did you get to the Holiday Inn?
We dropped the motorhome off at a secure location, and we had people give us a ride into the hotel.
And at one point, were you involved with a group at Confederation Park?
Nope.
Now, I want to move forward to February 12th. And on that date, did you learn that an agreement had been reached with the mayor of Ottawa to move trucks out of residential areas and onto Wellington Street?
I heard that was the plan.
And who did you hear that from?
Just from other road captains and people that were people who thought they had a role in this and were a voice and had made calls, I guess if you say like made calls, like they were told something and passed it on to the block captains, and then the block captains would pass it on to their drivers.
And so, did you agree with that idea?
Sure. Whatever you want. I was here to help in any way they needed me.
Mr. Clerk, could you put up a video at COM 50881? I understand this is a video you published on YouTube.
I don't have YouTube. 13. I wouldn't have put it on YouTube. I don't have YouTube.
Well, let's see if it's you.
Other people can post this on YouTube.
Hey guys, we got a quick one out here for you all right now. Just been informed that while the counter protesters were involved, there were groups of them going around giving letters out saying that the convoy needs to move, they made an agreement. It's a lie. It's a lie. Break, 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 break. Get this out everywhere. Get this to every person out there. Just come down from the top. They've gone out and spread letters to the truckers. Truckers in your trucks, do not move. Do not leave. There is no letter going out. There is no letter going around. This was part of the counter-protesters shit. What they did is all a lie. Do not leave Ottawa. Do not back your trucks out. Do not leave the residential areas. You are good to go. Stand your ground. That's it. That's all. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. Hold the line, you guys. Counter-protesters went out. They passed out letters. They acted like they knew what was going on. They acted like they knew what was happening. And they acted like participants in this. They weren't. It was part of the counter-protest. Do not believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, the more people that I find in these chats, that I see these rumors that are saying that everybody was told to leave, everybody was told to walk, and that they're leaving, that when I catch your little chats and conversations as I go through them, I will be blocking you. You will be banned from the page. I'm done with the rumors. I'm done with the bullshit. This message out right away. Do not read that letter. That letter is a false flag letter. They're trying to use the counter-protesters to push you out. Hold the line. Hold the line. 100%.
Now, do you remember?
I remember that there was a lot of stuff going on at that moment. We were, you said this was February 12th?
I believe so.
I believe that this was also at the same time that the community had organized their own counter-protest. Actually, Miss Catherine McKinney, the council member of Ottawa, encourage people to come out and counter protest. And they were leaving leaflets and things on trucks. So we couldn't determine whether or not these were true documents or not. So I put out this post because it wasn't confirmed. And there was no letterhead, there was no signature, there was no notoriety of who it came from. So I would assume that if the city council or Ottawa was going to make this leaflet and pass it out, somebody would have put their name on it to give it some clout, to give it some importance. Later on, we found out that these were asked to move, and then we said, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you put up HRF 401285? I understand this was the leaflet that was passed around. You see it's dated February 12th from Tamara Leach. It speaks to the Freedom Manifest. It has the Freedom Convoy symbol on it. And can you scroll these? And you'll see there the last two paragraphs, it talks about repositioning the trucks. The plan to start repositioning on Monday to consolidate the protest. Now, is that the document you saw?
I never saw this one.
But do you remember what the document looked like that you did see?
It was a leaflet from the mayor or something like that. I might be confused on this. I've never seen this.
Now, while you were in Ottawa, were you involved with a group of trucks that went out to the airport?
Yep.
And you did slow rolls around the airport?
We went for a ride, yeah.
Well, how long were you at the airport?
An hour, 2 hours.
And were you doing slow rolls around the airport?
We were abiding by the law, by the rules of the road. We did the speed limit. We did not impede emergency traffic. We just went for cruising.
What was the purpose in your going?
We were bored.
Sorry?
We were bored.
And that you found interesting?
We went for a ride to see what Ottawa was like to see.
You spent 2 hours at the airport seeing what Ottawa was?
Well, just see what the airport was and just go for a drive. We were bored. It was cold.
Do you recall speaking to Tom Morazzo before you went?
I've talked to Tom many times.
And did he have somebody accompany you to make sure what you were doing went okay?
No. Not that I know.
And did you, by doing what you were doing there, how many trucks were there?
All of them.
All of what?
All of the trucks that were there. I don't know.
How many came with you?
They're all passenger vehicles. They're all cars. There was never a commercial vehicle with us.
Okay. And how many cars came with you?
I don't know. 30, 40, maybe.
And while you were doing what you were doing at the airport, would you agree with me that you slowed down other vehicles from accessing the airport?
No, I do not. There's, when you go into the airport, there's 2 lanes. When you go into arrivals and departures, there's 2 lanes. We used 1 lane. We were in the 1 lane, and there was always a lane open. So anybody who wanted to go in, they could use the other lane.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you put up HRF 6083?
this is, sorry, can you scroll the other way? You see it's on the Freedom Convoy letterhead, February 17th, reaffirming its commitment to peaceful demonstration. If we go to look at the second paragraph, we do not support any form of hateful retort, divisive comments, or calls for violence. We explicitly condemn anything of that nature. So let us be clear, we are a peaceful and lawful demonstration. We have heard about inappropriate comments being made by Pat King. Pat King does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others. Pat King has the right, like every other Canadian citizen, to protest peacefully. You remember seeing this?
Never saw it, but I heard about it. I know about it.
And do you know what they're referring to when they say?
Well, the reason is I'm going to say it straight up, and I'm going to have to give a little bit of a brief background to this. I've been chasing the government and exposing a lot of stuff of the overreach, the financial and economic hardships that have been happening. I have in my possession the document of the non-disclosure agreement between a young juvenile and a certain specific member of parliament. And when doing so, exposing also the $42 billion infrastructure project that was stolen out of Alberta's hands and handed over to the Chinese government, and the implementation of Chinese soldiers on Canadian soil. I've been absolutely harassed and degraded and defamed and discredited and character assassinated. And these guys were getting attacked because of me. So when they put this out, I get it. They had to push me out and look at everybody, and we don't want anything to do with Pat King. I absolutely encouraged it. 100%. Put it out there that I don't have anything to do with this. Put it out there. GoFundMe wouldn't release their funds. GoFundMe directly contacted them and said, we're not going to release your funds if Patrick King's involved. So this is how much Target, like how much they're out to make sure that everything that I touch is ruined.
So do you know what they're referring to when they say talk of violence, inappropriate comments? Did you talk about violence?
Not at all.
Did you make any inappropriate comments?
No. Well, maybe. I'm kind of a hothead. I kind of talk too much sometimes. I get that honestly by my mom. She's got to get to the gap.
You recall that in Ottawa there was a lot of honking.
Oh, yeah.
And were you involved in that honking?
No, I didn't have a vehicle there. I didn't have a truck when I honk and honk.
And what did you think about it? Did you agree with it, encourage it, wish it didn't happen?
Do what you want to do.
I'm sorry?
People are free to do what they wanted to do.
Okay. Could you put up, clerk, please, COM 50851.
Remember, these people it was sweet pretend eggs. It's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Remember, these people it was sweet pretend eggs. Okay? It's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty hilarious.
That you?
Of course.
And that's what you thought, that it was hilarious that people couldn't sleep?
I look at it now and no, it wasn't funny. But if you know my persona and my character and the way I show myself, I laugh all the time. Life's a joke, laugh it off. It's kind of one of my biggest mottos. And I tend to laugh when I'm nervous. But at that point, it was kind of, it was funny. You see, we've been locked down for 2 years, and people are complaining that they heard horns for 10 days. Do you remember what we went through for the last 2 years? What's a little bit of horns for 10 days?
And did you make any statements on social media to the effect that you wanted to form a new government and that you and the truckers would take power?
No.
And did you make any statements that in a video that we will be the new government, we will just take power and share it together?
Say that again?
We will be the new government, we will just take power and share it together.
You have a video that I can reference?
I have a video now. I'm asking you if you said that on video.
I hate politics. I hate government. So why would I want to be the new government?
I'd like to show you now a compilation of some of your videos.
Oh, I'm ready for this one.
Produced by
TV Canada and edited by a $45 million contract that Trudeau and his Liberal government paid for to do this. It's been played over and over and over.
Well, I don't think you've seen this compilation. It was produced by the Ontario, or the Ottawa Police Service. It's OPS 407967. Can you please start it and stop it after the first video?
Trudeau, someone's gonna make you catch a bullet one day. For the rest of this government, someone's gonna fuck your duties in. You sons of bitches, the only one.
I know this video, like, there's no tomorrow.
What do you have to say?
Edited and spliced and fit to make the media their narrative, to show it in the negative context. So when you hear that, I just got kicked out of the airport. I got denied my flight because I wasn't vaccinated. After being told that I had been allowed to fly, I had a 72-hour window. And there's a video before this, like, this is so ridiculous. Take 10-second clips and characterize somebody by it, but I'm waiting to defend myself on this one. And what I stated in this, and I never said, you're going to get shot, I never said that. I said, you're going to catch a bullet. Because as we know, mental health is a big thing in Canada. It's kind of limelighted. You have mental health issues. One day somebody's going to have a breakdown. And if you push people too far, especially denying them their flight, you never know who you're going to get. And that person might have a mental breakdown. And what they're doing with the restrictions and these mandates, which are not laws, they're going to get that wrong person. And I said that because you're lucky it was me that day, because I would have never acted on that. But if it would have been somebody else, and there's a lot of people that are upset, lost a lot, and don't give a crap, they're going to have a mental breakdown.
Now, that was only a clip from the video. Can you put up COM 50898? And this is a transcript that was prepared of the full video.
I want to say, I'd just like to give you a little bit of brief description to this. You ever get in an argument with your parents, and you get mad and you say things you don't wish you said, like you regret saying that? That's one of my moments. Yeah, it was inappropriate. Yeah, I shouldn't have said it, but it was said.
Okay. Can you put up the document, please? See, there's the part that we saw. The only way that I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets.
No, you're okay. So This one, someone's going to make you catch a bull one day. That's one video. What you've done is you've put another video in there that said this part, and this part needs some major clarity because it's been edited and fit to make the narrative out like I'm some kind of loony and radical. But what it was is,
can I just stop you for a second? I want to just go through this whole statement, and then I'll let you speak to it. If we go down to the next paragraph, you might want to change your name to Ishmael or drop a bunch of chains down the stairs and call yourself Chong Ching Ching Chang. Now you want to say the Indian culture and everything, the natives' culture is a disgrace. It is 100%. Every person who was born here in Canada and North America, you are indigenous. People don't realize that. If you were born of the land, you are indigenous of the land. It's called depopulation of the Caucasian race or the Anglo-Saxon. And that's what the goal is to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race because they are ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are one with the strongest bloodlines. And then going down to the bottom, I think I'm going to have a big gathering at my house, and I'm going to film it. You're right, cops will get shot. Now, did you make a video to that effect?
Nope, can we go down so I can reference each sentence in this because I've been dying to get this out.
Did you make any of those statements?
Can we go down so I can defend each?
But first answer my
You have 4, if not 5, videos that you transcribed. One from over 4 years ago. That's part of this. And they're taking on context.
Okay, I just
so I need to defend myself on that.
I'll let you talk, but just let me answer my question. Are those statements that you made?
Those are statements that were said in a long line of online podcasts. That go along with the evidence or go along with the topic that I was discussing. Alright. Can we scroll down, please? Thank you. No, sorry, I apologize. A little bit more, please. Right to the very beginning. Alright, so we say Trudeau, someone's going to make you catch a bullet one day. That's the airport incident. That's where I was mad. I was denied my flight after being told I can fly. And I got stuck in Toronto Pearson International Airport, of which I'm absolutely regret saying that. I was mad. The next one, the only way that I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. That is taken directly out of context, 100%.
What was the context?
The context was, if you are Canadian and you want to exercise your political right to stand up and be freedom of protest and peaceful assembly, would you take it? Or are you going to allow it to become bullets? Because if we keep going on the way we're going to be going on, that's the possible end game. It's a prediction.
And you say at the end, a massive revolution on a huge scale.
If not, yeah. Things are wrong in this country. Massively wrong.
And what about...
And this is me just interpreting what I'm seeing from an outside person, saying this is what's going to happen if you do not make these governments be held accountable for what they're doing.
And the next...
Then we go down. You might want to change your name to Ishmael. Drop a bunch of chains down the stairs. It's actually change, not chains. And I said that because there was a CSIS document put out, I believe it was in 2019, about the foreign economy, the foreign influence in our Canadian economy of a foreign government purchasing all our resources. And the CSIS guys were telling you, hey, something's wrong. Like, you guys know that we're being bought out, you know we're being infiltrated, our economy's being destroyed. And the comment was because it was Chinese influence.
And the next paragraph?
The next paragraph was, and I had to say this in my court, they use this in my bail hearing. The Indian culture and everything, the native culture is a disgrace. Never once was said. It was said, what I said prior to that is what the Canadian government has done for the First Nations people is an absolute disgrace. And the way they're treated, and the way they're ridiculed and not given the appropriate means to even have water, it's a disgrace.
And the next paragraph?
And the next paragraph, the depopulation, well, this is a good one. So there was a time, the president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was his name, walked into a meeting at the United Nations with a bunch of binders, and he dropped them down on the podium, and he started bringing out everything who was involved in 9/11, and people started scattering out, and his words were, we're not going to kill you with bullets, we're not going to blow you up with bombs, we're going to breed you out, we're going to get rid of the Anglo-Saxon race because you think you're the proudest bloodline, and we are going to breed you out. We are going to flood your borders with immigrants. We are going to infiltrate your education, infiltrate your politics. But you gotta understand, like, the things that are going on around the world, I'm seeing these, I bring them up, I show the video, and that's what it is.
Okay, can we go back to OPS 407967? And can you pick it up where you left off after the first video?
Trudeau, let this fucking duty is in. You sons of bitches.
The only way that, and I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. And yeah, I said it. That's the only way something's going to happen. A massive revolution on a huge scale. You might want to change your name to Ishmael, or drop a bunch of change down the stairs and call yourself Chong Ching Ching Chang. Now you want to say, oh, the Indian culture and everything. The native culture is a disgrace. It is 100%. Every person who was born here in Canada, in North America, you are indigenous. People don't realize that. If you were born of the land, you are indigenous of the land.
It's called depopulation of the Caucasian race, or the Anglo-Saxon. And that's what the goal is to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race. Because they are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. And we'll leave it at that because then we get into a whole different topic. But now this year alone, I think I'm going to have a big gathering in my house just for that. And I'm going to film it. Yeah, right? Cops will get shot. Very well edited. Congrats.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. First, for cross-examination, the convoy organizers, please.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg, Council for Freedom Corp and protesters. We have no questions for Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition, please.
Mr. King, my name is Paul Chan. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses of Ottawa.
Well, you guys are the guys that got my bank account. That's still frozen after 9 months.
That's all just a missed call. Now,
you took my kids' college tuition. I hope you're proud.
We're talking about the funds in your Alberta Treasury branch.
Well, you're very familiar with my bank account.
How many e-transfers? How many e-transfers did you get into that account, Mr. King?
All of them.
So people across Canada are donating from your children's child's education fund. That's what it was for.
No.
Okay, you were raising money for the Freedom Convoy trip. Is that right?
For myself.
Okay.
If people wanted to donate, they could.
Okay, and they donated up to $100,000 to you, is that right?
No.
How much?
I have no idea.
You don't know. So you don't know if it was $100,000 or not?
I have no idea. You got my bank accounts frozen.
Okay, well, you can check the court records. You raised $100,000 for yourself.
Wow. They gave me it back so I can live.
No.
I will ask you to be removed if this doesn't stop. You've been very good so far. Please.
I'm sorry, sir.
And I don't think you're helping. Just answer the questions and we'll get through this properly. This isn't supposed to be a show. It's supposed to be a questions and answers, and I realize you feel quite
I apologize.
strongly about things.
I apologize. I didn't take that wrong. I apologize.
Mr. King, yeah, myself as well. Mr. King, I'd just like to ask you about the 2019 United Reroll convoy. You've told us that was a successful protest. Is that
100%, yeah.
It was. You organized a number of people, you and others, Mr. Carrot and others. You got a number of trucks together, including semi-truck trailers. You came across Canada. You got a lot of media all the way across Canada. Came through Ottawa and generated a lot of attention to your issues, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. A successful protest.
100%.
Yeah.
With Mr. Trudeau's involvement in the Freedom of Information, where he sent 2,000 anti-protesters to come slash our tires.
So for the Freedom Convoy protest in February, why did you stay for so long?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I exercised my democratic right to freedom of peaceful protest and freedom of assembly. Because I'm Canadian, and I have that democratic right.
Now, Mr. King, where did you said you stayed at the Holiday Inn, is that right?
Yeah, for like 4 or 5 days, yeah.
And then where did you stay?
In Gatineau.
Okay, that's what we had heard. Ms. Belton testified that you're staying in a hotel out of downtown. I guess the horn for getting to you downtown, is that why you changed hotels?
Well,
why did you change hotels?
Because your community decided to pull the pin on lodgings and hotels for people, and we were told they were no longer going to allow us to rent a room. Because the community had basically told the hotels, if you support these guys and give them a room, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's from the manager of the Holiday Inn who told me that. So I'm sorry, Mr. King, we can't give you another room. I said, that's fine, I get it, no problem. It sucks to be you guys because you're making a killing. And the money that you guys are generating from all of us being here, it's probably best for you guys to recoup those funds after 2 years of being shut down.
Why didn't you go to the Ark Hotel or the Sheraton Hotel or the Swiss Hotel? There was lots of rooms there.
I didn't need a hotel.
And who paid for your hotels while you were on, Mr. King? Are you?
Me?
With the donations that you got to make the trip?
Sure. That's very speculating that, or?
No, I'm asking. You're the person I'm asking.
It didn't sound like a question, that's all.
It was a question. Are you answering yes? That's how you.
Yeah, me, yeah. Okay.
Sorry. You paid for it, so I apologize. You got donations to come here, and it's with those donations that you paid for the hotel rooms.
Yes.
Okay. And there's other people who were supporters of you, who you also assisted in getting funds to pay for their hotel rooms. So, like, in fairness, you were raising money to help others as well, correct?
I got money donated. I gave it away.
Absolutely. And you were also working with Mr. Barber and the others about getting funds for other people that you helped bring to Ottawa, is that right?
What do you mean, like funds?
Like to pay for hotels for other people who were supporters.
Anybody who needed help or anybody who needed money, I was open. If you needed money, come talk to me, I would help you.
And you would sometimes connect with Mr. Barber and Ms. Leach to see if they could assist funds as well, is that right?
Well, I barely saw you till Eric, Chris.
You communicated regularly with Mr. Barber throughout?
Maybe text messages, yeah.
Yeah, through text.
I never saw them.
Okay.
They were busy, man. These guys were like, wow. What they had going on over there?
Did Mr. Barber and Ms. Leach ever talk to you about trying to get the truckers to lay off their horns?
They asked me to see what I can do. I said, yeah, I'll do what I can. that's when I put the post out that I believe they had been threatened with some injunction or something. I still wasn't very familiar at the time, but they said, do what you can to get the guys to stop, and I did. I put out a post, I said, stop honking horns. And actually, as part of my evidence package, that there's 2 videos. One of the videos actually has me on the street on that evening on Wellington, stating, listen, you wouldn't know, you have no idea where I'm at. And it was the most quietest, most eerie place because there was no more horns anymore.
Now, with respect to the slow roll around the airport and to the airport, I take it that was just, you were bored, we heard that, but it was also a little bit of a message to the city of Ottawa, is that right? That the vehicles could move to other areas of the city if provoked. Was it, why did you choose that day? Was it because the police had just done the raid at the Coventry? You made it down to Coventry a number of times, is that right?
Every day.
Every day. You're a popular figure there, I gather.
No, say popular, that's where I went to eat breakfast.
And how, you were there often, do you know where the fuel was coming from into Coventry?
From grateful patriots and Canadian citizens that were donating.
Sure, but like, can you give us any specific names of those grateful patriots?
Joe Smith, number 1, I have no idea.
You have no idea, or you don't want to answer?
I don't remember names. I meet people all day long, constantly. I don't remember names. If you have a specific person in particular that you want to give me his name, I'll let you know if I know him or if I converse with him. Are you talking to guys that got arrested after they were told they weren't going to be arrested? That were running fuel?
You knew some of those guys?
Yeah.
You knew some of those guys personally? Yeah. They were very upset.
Look what you did. You told them we're not going to arrest. Not you, sorry. They were told they weren't going to get arrested.
Right.
And then they left and they got pulled over down the road, got arrested. Or got charged, got a fine for whatever. And I remember that night because the OPS came in and like tried to flex or whatever, and because these guys didn't know what was going on, they asked me to come down, and I said, I'm not coming down, not a chance. But I went down the next morning to make sure that calm, cool heads would prevail. And that morning, that's when the RCMP, Special Response Task Force, they were staying at the Marriott, and they came down, one of the officers came down to me, said, Pat, you're not hot mic'd or anything. And I said, no, I don't got nothing on. Why? Who are you? He introduced himself, and he said, I just want you to know about last night. That wasn't our call. And I want you to know that the RCMP, we met with legal and lawyers, and that we are not going to do this to you guys, because they can't give us a justification of why we should be evicting you or arresting people. So I'm sorry for what happened last night. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he's like, well, we fought with lawyers to give us some justification of why we should be arresting these people. They couldn't give us a clear answer. So we're leaving. I said, you're leaving? He said, yeah, we're going to Windsor. And they went to Windsor to break down whatever was happening at the border.
So you were in communication with people who were involved at the Windsor blockade?
No.
So you talked to people who...
The police officer was leaving.
Oh, the
team was going... They were leaving Ottawa.
Right.
Because the lawyers couldn't give them a justification of arresting people.
Right.
And they said, we're not going to break the law.
Right.
So they... whoever is in charge of them sent them to Windsor.
So the people who were got tickets that night and arrested were upset. You were upset by that, and that's one of the reasons why you organized the slow roll around the airport of Ottawa. Is that
not at all. No.
What did you do because you were upset about that?
I went and made sure everybody was calm and cool, and everybody was understanding, like these guys got a job to do. understand that, yeah, that was rude, that was ignorant, and just be more cautious when you're dealing with the police.
Now, Mr. King, you obviously could not and did not know everyone who was in Ottawa during that protest, right?
No, there was millions of people.
Well, thousands anyway, for sure.
Hundreds of thousands. Let's not undersell it. There was a lot of people here.
We'll agree to disagree. There weren't hundreds of thousands. But, it was a bit of a dangerous situation with all those people downtown. Would you agree?
Dangerous in what way?
Well, dangerous, and you don't know what people might have in their trucks. You don't know what they might do. They're very upset. They're very angry. Was that a dangerous situation for downtown?
Not at all.
Okay.
I met the most loving, most caring, most loving people, Canadian citizens. Everywhere you went, you were getting hugs, you were getting handshakes, and
well, then why
nobody was violent.
Why did you need security then yourself? It was so dangerous that you yourself needed security. Isn't that right?
Because the liberal left trolls were threatening my life.
Okay, so that was dangerous, right?
For me.
Just for you. You're the only person in downtown Ottawa who's at risk. Is that right?
Actually, I was the most highly protected person in Ottawa. Because I think they had delegated 8 police officers to follow me around everywhere.
So, Mr. King, we've heard evidence that many federal elected officials, the mayor of Ottawa, had received death threats. We've heard evidence that someone was actually arrested with firearms, was coming to Ottawa, who had been making threats about.
Do you have a record of that? Do you have
I'm asking the questions, Mr. Kingsworth. So, but you would agree with me that it was probably a dangerous situation for elected officials in Ottawa?
It was a dangerous place for us. People were dropping marbles from high rises. They were throwing eggs. Citizens of Ottawa were threatening to run us over.
You yourself said that someone who was maybe stressed out because of lockdowns and so forth might be compelled to shoot Mr. Trudeau. So you understood and recognized that was a risk, right?
That was months before the con.
Also, but everyone was all, they were all settled down by the time the convoy came and there was no threats to anyone.
I've never seen anything more loving and peaceful in my life. It was Woodstock.
So the only person who's at risk in Ottawa was Pat King. All the other threats to anyone else in Ottawa were all fake. Is that right?
I don't know. I can't speak on those. You know, my lawyer has been given death threats and bomb scares because she represents me. Do you know that my friends their children have been threatened because from Ottawa? Do you know that, and I hate to say this, but this town is full of a bunch of people who really don't like people who speak up?
I disagree, Mr. King. Ottawa has dozens of large protests, many much larger than the one that you organized every single year.
I've been here for it.
I'm not sure that was a question.
Well, Mr. Commissioner,
can I just
know, Mr. Commissioner, I'll just note for the record that the people of Ottawa got one morning in this proceeding. We've had a week of all of these convoy organizers given a full platform to say whatever they want. The people in Ottawa respect the right to protest, and these folks are getting their time to say everything they want to you.
Can I say one story?
I'm sorry, just I'm gonna stop this. You'll get. Yeah, I please. Could you ask I'm gonna take a break while you remove.
The commission's in recess and the commission at 8.
Wow. Okay. So that's how you get removed from a courtroom or an inquiry room. Just so they weren't warned. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? We're in for at least 5 or 10 minutes here. I'll go to the phones for a minute, sure. Hang on a second. If somebody wants to call, you can do that. Let me get it cranked up here. I'll say this, Pat King has, what does he have? How would you describe him? He's defiant. I guess that's the word. I don't know that he's helping himself with the attitude. Might play well on social media today, I guess, but I don't know that it's wise. And the lawyer's we already know the lawyer's a jerk. What can I say? It's entertaining, I guess. It's very much like a soap opera. Okay, we're ready to take calls. There we go. We'll bring that up on the screen. Bring that over there. And I'll say this about the video. Edited, live in daylight's edited. I don't see why a video like that should be admissible. I don't know. I've seen some of those videos in longer form and in short form, in various forms. But if you have a video that is being edited, I don't think it should be admissible as evidence. Because the context, the complete meaning can be changed. I know how to edit video. I'm very good at it. And I can make people say just about anything. I can edit audio as well. I used to edit audio on reel-to-reel tape recorders with a razor blade, the old-fashioned way, and splicing tape. And I could make people say virtually anything. So there's no way for me to know what the truth is when I watch testimony like that. No way for me to know. No way for you to know. Heavily edited, Pat King disputes it. How would we know? We just don't. We don't know. And that's the bottom line. And that's why evidence like that should not be admissible. You're going to convict somebody of a serious murder charge on an edited video like that? Why would you admit it here? If you want to get to the truth, that's not truth. Go find the raw video, bring that in as evidence. That's something edited by the cops. He said it came from the OPS. Here's the phone number, 1-833-975-3733. Let's go to Brian. Hey, how you doing? Hey.
Yeah, you know what? Following Pat across the country, I loved every minute of it. He's not doing himself any favors here today. I know he's a passionate man, and he's got a given right, I guess, to express his freedom of speech. Yeah. But there's a big difference between him and Bridget yesterday, who was quite abrupt and short in her answers, but damn was she good. So delivery is key. And when they're trying to make him out to be this angry, violent man, and then he has these outbursts, I wish he could have taken a volume or something maybe before he came there, because this is what courts do while a hearing. They poke at the buttons and they try to get you to express the side that you're saying you're not. But I'm not saying he'd ever hurt or kill anyone. But boy, he's got some crazy things ahead that I'm definitely concerned for now after this episode today, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree, man. Not wise.
No, and this is, I think, the first time that I've seen this commissioner. He's been a very calm man, and he's had to interrupt to do things, but I've never seen him threaten to remove anybody, and that's where an apology's a bit too little, too late. Anyway, I wish him all the best. We all know the outcome of this is
really a mess, and it shouldn't be. But it's just a personal thing. I don't think he's doing any good for himself. But I'll let you try to look another call if you can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And the commissioner, I think there have been now, were there 2 warnings or 3 warnings? 3. And now this. So it took that much to bring that to an end. And we have Tom on the line. How are you doing, Tom?
Good, thank you.
I'm okay.
Okay, I just have one thing. None of us know who got thrown out of that commissioner somewhere. That could actually be an entirely staged event.
Possible. Don't know. All I know is somebody wasn't listening and wasn't behaving, so that's all we know.
Exactly, yeah.
We better drop the call and go back to the hearing. We'll pick this up later. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
I can complete today's proceedings. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
The Ottawa Police Service has no question. Thanks very much, Commissioner.
Okay, the Ontario Provincial Police.
No, we have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
We don't have any questions.
The Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. King, my name is Kathleen Tanner, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. I just have one short area of questions based on a video that had been played earlier for you. And it was a video that I believe had been recorded on February 12th after some information had come through about some pamphlets or some letters that had passed around to the drivers. And you had made a video recording telling other drivers that it was a lie, that it was fake news to hold the ground, stand the line. And later on in that video, and if you'd like, we could bring it up or we could just walk through it. I understand that you referenced the information as at stake there is a letter which mentions Ms. Leach's name. And later on in that video, you mentioned that Ms. Leach would never do something like this, and you knew her well, and you had good communications, and so this wasn't going to be something coming from her. So my question is, did you have any meetings with the City of Ottawa while you were in Ottawa?
No, I did not.
And were you aware of any meetings that Ms. Leach or other representatives of the convoy may have had with anybody from Ottawa?
No, I tended to stay away from it.
And prior to releasing this video, did you make any attempts to reach out to Ms. Leach to confirm whether or not this letter may or may not be accurate?
I may or may have, and I believe that we were all kind of confused. We didn't know if it was legitimate. So there was the initial, oh, this is not a true statement, to they edited the document, and then we changed their statement, so okay.
So I guess my question is, and then earlier when you were speaking to my friend from Commission Counsel, you had said you were uncertain about the truthfulness of that document, and that's why you had released the video.
Right, because I would assume that if these people are going to put these letters out, and that they're coming from a delegated person that has like a high position, there would be a name or a signature or an emblem representing who it's from. And from my knowledge, we didn't know where it came from.
So I guess that's my question, is it a pattern for you to release videos like this without first confirming the authenticity of the information recorded?
After that, I would act without knowledge. But there is an absolute disconnect between myself and their rooms that they had. I acted alone.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mr. King. My name is Emma Kresk on behalf of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and I don't have any questions for Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Democracy Fund or Citizens for Freedom.
Mr. Commissioner, Antoine Dailly for Citizens for Freedom. No questions for this witness. Thank you.
And now I apologize, I've forgotten your name, counsel for Mr. King. Any questions, anything that concerns you about the documentation or want to put to your file?
Thank you, Melody Natasha, counsel for Mr. King. I don't have any questions.
Sorry, I forgot your name, so I apologize for that. Okay, any re-examination? No. Okay, well, that completes your evidence, Mr. King, and you're free to go.
Can I ask for one thing? There's some evidence that I had given to the commission that needed to be brought out, and I would appreciate it that it got to the public and they got to see it.
I think that should have been done when, I think, at the end of the examination. Now, I'm not sure at this point if there's something in particular you want to say, that, of course, go ahead, because it's, despite what some may say, we're just trying to get at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely, and I want to show the Canadian citizens in the light that they need to be shown, and how caring and compassionate towards the city of Ottawa we actually were, and how we look. These videos will, like I said, what I've been shown as racist and all this stuff, I'm taken out of context. Nobody ever showed the positives. And that was the police officers who were right with us saying thank you. There was residents that were saying thank you. The community in a whole, the community of Ottawa that came together and respected us and understood that we hear you. I have nothing against the city of Ottawa. It's not who we're here to talk to. I understand that people were, I guess, felt that we were here targeting them. That wasn't the case. To Ottawanians, to people who live here, to the city council members, to the police and all that, we weren't bad people, sir. We were Canadian citizens who we were showing Canadian pride. We were nice. We were good people. We're good people.
Well, if it's any consolation, there's been evidence of the various convoy participants on all these issues. There are more witnesses coming. We're just trying to put out a full picture. I'll weigh it all at the end, and the evidence will be there, and I'm going to make some findings and prepare a report.
Thank you very much.
But there are others coming. So with that, I will adjourn for the day. We have a big day tomorrow. There will be, I think it will go a little later even than most. I hope we'll have no difficulties tomorrow, because that just slows up the process. But we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Okay, that brings day 15 to an end, but we are far from done here. We have coming up, the girlfriend of Jeremy McKenzie will join us. Morgan May will tell us what's going on with Jeremy. Still in jail, but getting ready to testify at the inquiry. His name has been added to the list. I said early on, as soon as they mentioned his name the first time, I said it isn't right to level accusations or make reference even to Jeremy McKenzie without giving him an opportunity to testify as well. So I'm glad that that is going to happen. We do want to get to the truth. That's the objective here. We're as close to it as we can. By bringing him in to testify, that will go a long way to assisting us, assisting the commission in doing that.
And that's in the interests of every Canadian. So looking forward to having Jeremy testify. The thing is, we're hearing he may be required to testify in camera, which means in secret, so that the public doesn't actually see what he has to say. I think Morgan will have more information on that. Also, she will update us on the conditions at the jail. We're told that he is being kept, I think, still in solitary confinement. She'll explain why and what that means for him, both in terms of the physical conditions that he is being kept in, what he has to endure being in solitary confinement. From what I'm hearing, it is not easy for him, and as a result of that, she'll also discuss the psychological impact that may be having on Jeremy as well. It isn't clear to me why such strict, severe conditions are being imposed upon him for the crimes that I understand he has been accused of at this point. I don't get the level of pre-conviction punishment that the people who have been arrested, who have been associated with the Freedom Convoy, that have been subjected to. And as I understand it, the charges that Jeremy has been arrested on right now, the ones that he's in jail for right now, are not even directly related or even indirectly related, as far as I know, to the Freedom Convoy. It's on another matter. So Morgan can fill us in on that as well. I know that he has some legal battles ahead of him. They'll be expensive. I know that they are trying to raise funds to cover those legal expenses. And I want to find out what Morgan has to say about Diagolon. We've had Jeremy on the program before. The explanation that we had from him meshes with what I've seen online. I haven't seen all of his videos. I haven't seen everything he has ever said. I have watched his podcast, his live streams from time to time. I found them to be entertaining. And the ones I watched, I never saw anything that came even close to what someone might describe as racist or providing any evidence that there's any affinity to white supremacy. But these days, in a political environment where violence is words, where honking is supposed to equal Heil Hitler, where assaultive behavior and violence are phrases that are associated with idling trucks, I don't think it takes much for certain people, on the other side of freedom to jump to the conclusion that someone is this, that, or the other thing, and smear names. I'm also really alarmed, honestly, that they would allow evidence, video evidence, like the stuff we just witnessed, edited, and obviously edited, and not even edited in a way where they're trying to hide it. It's just obviously clips, short 2.5 to 5 second sound bites, video clips strung together from a variety of videos. Sorry, that doesn't fly with me. We've seen what the mainstream media did during the convoy to smear the truckers and smear the protesters. They just outright lied. Why would I put any stock in a video that I watched like that? I am not drawing any conclusions from that. All I'm saying is I don't know. There's no way for me to know, and I would give that video zero weight if I were the commissioner when it came time to create my report. You can't accept that. You need raw stuff. You need raw footage. Because you don't know what came before and you don't know what came after. Simple as that. Yeah, I don't think that Pat King did himself any favors taking the attitude, displaying the attitude that he displayed as defiance, almost a little bit smart alecky at times. And I think that's why even, the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, their lawyer, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, even the people on the lawyers on the freedom side, they didn't have any questions for him. I think they saw him as a witness that would do the freedom side no favors. So, and I'm not sure that, honestly, I have to be absolutely fair here because I'm not going to mince my words. I don't know that all of this testimony was credible. At times, he just struck me as, again, like some of the police officers we saw. He may not have been outright lying, but he wasn't really being truthful. If you understand what I'm saying. It seemed like he was dodging things a little bit to avoid accepting responsibility. Like being asked, why were you driving around in a slow roll around the airport? We've already heard previous testimony that tells us why. Tom Marazza said they wanted to show that they were still mobile. And I saw videos of Pat King slow rolling. He was up there with a purpose, and it wasn't because he was bored. I don't think. So, I think that damages your credibility as a witness. It throws everything you say into question. I don't think it was helpful. So it's 6:19 p.m. We're going to go to the phones. We'll take some calls. And then Morgan May, Jeremy McKenzie's girlfriend, will join us shortly here on the program. You're not going to want to miss that. It's important. It's important for this reason, too. The mainstream media has not really given Jeremy very much, if any, coverage. I think there have been a few mainstream media reports on his incarceration, but he's not getting very much profile. One of the main reasons you need an independent media is to make sure that people, especially people who have been arrested and who are in jail, you need to make sure that people know these people are in jail. That's why we have arraignments. It's dangerous when governments are able to throw people in jail, especially if they're throwing them into solitary confinement, and they just warehouse them away someplace, out of public eye, out of public mind, and they can sit there and rot. And we can't let that happen. Not that he's not going to get his day in court, he will, but we need to make sure people are aware that someone has been arrested, whether it's Jeremy or anyone else. Draw attention to that. I think it's also important to make sure that his rights are protected, that his story gets told, that he has a voice, not just the state. We've already seen how the media, how the government has outright lied and fabricated information on the Freedom Convoy and even on Jeremy McKenzie himself. We've seen what the Canadian Anti-Hate Network has done with information, where they've taken information selectively as well, just like that video, or maybe probably worse. I think definitely worse, where they are taking very selective pieces of information and even jokes and turning it into a narrative. If you are sarcastic, or if you're using irony or satire, and you say something, and someone takes that clip, and they treat it as though it's a serious statement, it's easy to paint someone in a negative light. Again, I
I haven't seen everything Jeremy McKenzie has ever produced. But if there's edited material out there that is selectively presenting evidence, whether it's at the inquiry or whether it's on the Canadian Anti-Hate Network website, I have to question the validity of it, the credibility of it. Because at that point, it becomes a story, a narrative, and you are in the hands of the storyteller at that point, and you don't know if what you're getting is clean, accurate, fairly impartial information, or if you're getting propaganda. In the case of Jeremy McKenzie, anything like that, I find highly suspect because I know that he has been for a long time a huge political target. And they want his head. So I question all of it. And I welcome Morgan May on the program soon because it's important that all sides of the story are told. The government is going to have its day in court. The government is going to put him on the stand here at the inquiry. And I hope it's in public because too much already at this inquiry is being handled behind closed doors. CSIS, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, is testifying in camera behind closed doors in secret. I have a problem with it. There might be national security information that they don't want the public to see, but I'm having a hard time with this, especially when we've seen the accusations leveled at Jeremy McKenzie, and we know what his explanation is. And if what he's telling us is true, and I've seen nothing to indicate to me that Diagolon is anything more than an imaginary country, a meme, a joke. I haven't seen anything to counter that. But you take someone from CSIS, an intelligence agency, and they get in there and spin up information. I don't know that I would give them any more weight than the mainstream media at this point. So I would rather see it all out on the table in the open, full transparency. Let's get it all out on the table so the public can see it all. I think the public deserves it. Whether it's Pat King, Jeremy McKenzie, or anybody else. Anything less is a disservice to the public, really. Especially when we're going through this lengthy process. And Premier Doug Ford, same thing. He owes it to the people to testify. Okay. We have a little bit more time. I'm going to set up the phone lines so you guys can call in, and Morgan May will join us shortly here on the Maverick News Channel. Don't go away. Phone calls right after this.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, here's how you can join the conversation.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, there's the phone number to call, 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. I think we probably have a bunch of calls stacked up, and we do. Let's move right over here and pick up our first call from Sharon. Hello, Sharon. How are you?
My daughter's here, it's actually Karen.
Oh, Karen.
So just making sure I am a Karen.
You know what? I'm going to have to change the name of this show to the name game, because I get the names on the screen, and quite often they're wrong. So we're going to have to make a game out of that.
I'll make the rest of it. I wanted to get your take on something. So I've been watching, and I was so impressed with the guy from Farfada, the Steve Sharma stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought he handled himself really well.
Smart.
And so far, we've seen so many people come on that are very eloquent and to the point.
Yep.
And I feel like that's done Pat King a disservice almost, because we were like flowing along pretty good. And then it was like, no further questions. Even the civil liberties people didn't want to touch him to ask him how much money was being held. Like, they did everything else. So it was just too much. So what was your takeaway?
I don't like. Basically, I think it's like this. I've always had a little bit of squeamishness when it comes to Pat King. He seems like he's an okay guy. I just think he got himself a big social media following, didn't have any formal media training, like everybody out there basically on Facebook. Made a lot of mistakes. He just admitted that he went off and would run with information that he wouldn't verify or check. He just put it out there. It damages your credibility. That was one of the big issues I've always had with him as a social media producer, content producer. It was like, I don't know if I can trust what you're saying, because he'll just kind of run with anything, right? And as a news guy, I have issues with that. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And so then he gets himself into trouble, and there he is up on the stand right now. And so it makes it really easy for them to pick him off, because it's like, oh yeah, you said this on this date because you've got loose lips and weren't thinking about what you were really saying, and you were too emotional, and you just said really stupid crap. And now it's coming back to that's it. I don't think he's violent. I don't think he's a threat. He just doesn't know when the hell to shut up. Just stop. Yeah. That's my
take. I just find that he was kind of going for I can tell he was trying to build the positivity end of things and really, drive that home. And I felt like when he started going with his research into the government, it all kind of took away from that, and it's like, oh, that's why they were listening to this guy, and he's edited videos, and oh with this one person, disregarding the rest of the love and peace and professionalism of a lot of the organizers. So I just want to take
this is what I've been saying here for quite a while as well. You know, it only takes one or two people, one or two bad apples, and then the other side, the anti-freedom side, they just point to those rotten apples and I see the whole bunch is spoiled. That's what they do. Oh, yeah. And they don't even have to be really spoiled, they just have to be bruised a little bit because, you know, they've said something that they shouldn't have said because they weren't thinking, and that's something stupid. Not only that, but you've got NASA, you keep focusing on this memorandum of understanding, which is, that thing is based on this common law stuff that we brought up here. And I keep trying to tell people, look, this stuff doesn't work. It damages the credibility of everyone involved. It's like, it's a bad path to follow because it just isn't going to solve anything. And here we are. It's people saying stupid shit where I've said, I know you don't mean it when you say, let's do X, Y, Z, right? I know you don't mean it, but don't say it because the other side will just take it literally. The common law stuff, it's just going to hurt us because it's not real. It's legal nonsense as they described it, and it hurts us. It hurts our credibility, and here we are right now. This is really damaging to our side. So all these people, and in fact, just today, a very well-meaning freedom fighter sent me information on a video, and I won't tell you what it's all about, but it's an old video where they're trying to sort of show that a politician was using police services improperly. But it isn't really true. And it was when these people were trying to serve papers to a politician. Again, it's common law stuff, and it doesn't work. I don't know how many times people are going to serve papers based on common law, and not the common law like precedent common law. This is this common law, admiralty law stuff that people keep talking about. How many times have that paper's been served? 1 million probably at this point. I've had them served on me. I've had them emailed to me. People have served me. I'm like, why are you sending these documents to me? I'm on your side. Right? You're going to make me accountable for the COVID shots? I didn't do it. I didn't even have it. You're wrong guy. That's how far it's gone. And if it worked at this point, after 2 years of serving them over and over and over again, serving them to the point where they have to actually now set up on some of the websites for the organizations advocating or promoting this, they actually have lists of where these things have been served so that people can go and refer to it to make sure that they stop taking papers to the same police stations or to the same politicians because people are not being served 3, 4, 5, 10 times. It doesn't work. Hello, it doesn't work. And now it's damaging us in the inquiry because it's just, they keep coming back. They're going to come back to this again. And they're going to say, see, we told you, you have a bunch of crazy nut bar people who don't know what the law is. They think that this is the way it works and it doesn't. And they're dangerous because they're misinformed, misguided. They're following people who are leading them down the wrong path, possibly to violence, like this guy who said, we got this edited video. You see, this is where the narrative is going, man. You have to watch your frickin' tongue.
I almost think it's actually purposeful, the way they put this witness list together, because it seems to kind of go from very professional, mildly professional, lawyer, but now it's almost like they're trying to dig us a hole, our side a hole, because they're going to end it and the opinions keep going downhill to perfection. Because they keep pulling out dirtier tricks and people that will dig themselves into a hole by opening their mouth. And you know, and they know this, they play into this, and it's really hurting our narrative of unity.
Yeah, and I don't want to be misunderstood here either. I mean, I totally get where people are frustrated, and when I'm talking about all this common law stuff, I'm like, I'm not against you. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to explain, you know, this isn't really working, and I don't know how many times you're going to do it until you understand. And, but, you know, it's not going to stop. I know that. He's been around for a long time, and what's happened is there some people who have this agenda for government change. Some of these crazy people are out there, and what they did is they latched on to Convoy, and they've latched on to the freedom movement as well. And the government, the anti-freedom side, they're exploiting that.
Yeah, they're not taking it as a population that's diverse. They're just like, you all have to be like soldiers. You know, that's how it feels. They're treating us like we should be soldiers at a command and everything should be handled a certain way. And it's like, this is an organic grassroots protest. You know, it's not going to be that way.
Yeah. You know, that's exactly it, right? This was organic. They're trying to, I think even in their heads they believed that this was an orchestrated, carefully planned attack of some. That's what they're trying to show, or they don't believe it, right? No.
Totally, it was like, this was some sort of covert strike by these bad actors, and it's like, no, there was grandmas there.
Yeah, they were coming. So what happened was, you had a bunch of crazy truckers, right? And they're all a bunch of evil white supremacist Nazis, and they all got together and they planned this nationwide attack on the government. So they all threw their kids and their dogs in their trucks, and they rolled across the country waving Canadian flags, singing the national anthem, so they could overthrow the country. And when they got there, the first thing they did was set up hot tubs and bouncy castles.
Don't forget the stage from the church mass,
right? And then, to really drive the stake into the heart of the government, they honked their horns.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's ice to the cake.
That's right. The next thing they did is they went around with a memorandum of understanding that was legal nonsense that some dude brought with him, and just confused everybody. And they handed that out. Yeah. And that was really bad. That was pretty damaging.
Yeah, it was. You wanted that one clear voice in order to be recognized. You almost need an agreement, a consensus. Look, this is the talking point. We're not trying to overthrow the government. We're trying to democratically make a change that needs to happen. It needs thousands of people in different areas support us. Just listen. That's all. Just listen. Educate us.
You know, that's right. I'll tell you this. Like something like this, you ended up with moms and dads, young people, old people, kids, dogs, cats, probably a couple of budgies. You had, black people, white people, indigenous people, people from the Middle East, people from Poland. We heard that. People from Quebec, people from Alberta. People from all over the place. And so as a result, you had some really smart people, some really stupid people, some crazy people, some very sane people. You had everything. Everything. You had people who smoke, people who don't smoke, people who drink coffee, people who drink tea. Some like Pepsi, some like Coke.
Some are eloquent, some not so, but they try.
And if it was a true insurrection, you know what? They wouldn't have been out there with hockey sticks. They would have been marching on Parliament Hill, and they would have been bringing submachine guns. And I'll tell you this: it would have been over in a couple of minutes, because the cops were so dysfunctional. They were like the Keystone Cops. And if they had been armed, and if there was a real push to actually overthrow the government physically, it would have been over the first day, and not within hours, probably within the first half hour. They would have just walked in and taken over. Because there was no defense, man, really.
The best defense was the law. And they followed it. And it carried through, and TLT was working with them. They had opportunities, and then the plug got pulled, and they just shut them down, giving the illusion they were working with them right up till they knew, okay, we had power coming, we have OPT coming, it's before the Emergencies Act, and they just said, you know what, we don't need to play nice anymore, so screw you guys. It was very abrupt change. So.
Political from the start, as far as I can see. Terrible. They handled it wrong at every step of the way. It didn't have to go down like this at all. It could have been positive from beginning to end. They could have had dialogue. Didn't have to beat the people in the streets.
What's that statement, Lou? That statement came out, it just lit on fire. It did.
Oh, yeah.
He said they were the fringe, and that was the end of it.
Yeah, a small fringe minority with unacceptable views.
Yeah.
Should we tolerate these people?
Should we? I don't know. I've been a nice person my whole life. I help out.
The blame for the whole damn thing.
At my dad.
Yeah, the blame for all of this. It lays at the feet of the Prime Minister. That's where the blame for everything lays. Right there.
Absolutely.
Period. None of this ever happened.
I know other people probably want to talk to you, and I'm going to talk your ear off, but...
We're going to move on. We're going to talk to Cameron next. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. It's my first time, and I just really wanted to talk to you. So thank you.
You're the friendliest Karen I've spoken to in quite a while. There's a lot of them just scream at me when I'm in the stores.
I'm sorry. They don't represent my views.
Alright, see
I'm bringing in a lot of understanding so people get me.
Have a great day. Take care.
You take care. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, Cameron, the floor is yours.
How's it going today?
It's going okay. What's on your
Awesome. You got the name right, so that's good. I just wanted to call out. I've been listening on and off to the commission here over the last couple of weeks, and you heard Pat came through the entire convoy. Never really paid much attention to him, and when he talks, I don't think he does a lot for us in a sense. But in all sincerity, I got uncles like Pat King. I don't think that I'm really going to go have a beer with them. But and they don't necessarily talk in the way that I talk. Yeah. But all I got from them really is the happiness and the joy and the love and like that raw emotional reaction to the bullshit that a lot of Canadians face. It was actually nice to hear him talk because I felt that there was a real Canadian understanding in a sense. Like, I didn't hear Rich. I listened to a little bit of Tom Razzo. I think it was was it Benjamin Victor? Was he on there yesterday? I don't know.
No, he wasn't.
I didn't hear. Okay, I didn't really hear a lot of those folks, so that's not a comparison to. But when I was listening to Pat King, it was just a guy. It was just a guy that uses dumb words sometimes and gets worked up. And I felt that he actually got across a lot of the message of the emotional feelings that a lot of Canadians were feeling at that time. And I was really happy he got up there, even if he said some dumb shit and let his emotions get away with him. So,
yeah. And I don't think he deserves the level of punishment that's being heaped on him. To have your bank accounts frozen, I think his still are, he said, so he still has no access to banking. How do you survive? How do you participate in society? And when you punish someone like that, so that they can't participate in society, what are they supposed to do?
you're pushing them almost into a life of crime, right? It's not right. That approach by government to dealing with a problem, that kind of policing or justice, that's not justice. No.
Yeah. Well, and it really sucks. And how many folks are there in Canada that are going to look at Pat King, they're like, huh, he's just like me. And that's what the government did to him? How interesting. And there's going to be a lot of folks that feel that, and it's going to hit home. And so it sucks that he's an example for it. But I'm happy that he got to sit up there and have his say and be who he is on the stand and say the shitty things that he says rather than the good things he says in the shitty way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I was happy to hear it, and I agree with you. He's getting punished a lot. All of them are.
Yes, they
are. Look at what's just gone through. They're all being punished way more. Every individual that had a negative interaction with any of the police officers in government through this is being punished way more than they need to be.
And let's keep in mind too that they really haven't been convicted of anything yet. They're still going through the courts. And look at the punishment they're suffering. That's not right either. That's injustice.
Yeah, but it's leveraging the legal system to, there's a term for it specifically.
It's lawfare, and it's using the process is the punishment.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for hearing me out.
Okay. We've got Don up next. Hello, Don.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? You want to talk about Jeremy?
Yeah, this is Sean, actually.
Oh, Sean. It's the name game. Okay,
go
ahead.
Last time I talked to you, I was still in Canada. I just wanted to, this is probably an unpopular opinion about Pat King, but I kind of feel like he made he took a lot of the thunder from the convoy and made a lot of it about himself. Making all these videos and like lay back and just let what was happening happen. Don't make it about yourself. Beat your mouth off at all the wrong times. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
But he's an easy target. He says stuff all the time. So.
But hey, man, I'm sure that with all the talking I've done on here, I'm sure they could, take a bunch of my videos and edit them together to make me say a bunch of stuff too that I really haven't said.
Oh, 100%.
So.
Yeah, they've been doing that to Jeremy Kennedy for years. The internet network, picking out certain phrases and stealing stuff and placing it here and putting it there. And, he's a guy that's really getting vilified for someone that's, put in, I think, 12 years service for our country.
Yeah.
And, things got pretty dark for a lot of people. It was me, even I lost my house, I lost my job, I lost everything. Things got really dark. And having a guy like Jeremy Kennedy, and he brought people together. I think that's why he's gained so much by them. And there's no reason we should be sitting in jail and getting the treatment he's getting. When you look at a guy like David Zagorak, who, ran over a bunch of people in Winnipeg, and he was out, and now he's committed even more crimes, and, there's still no problem there, but, a guy that's put in service for our country and, made a lot of people feel a lot better about themselves in a pretty dark time. What they're doing to him is just unbelievable.
Yeah, from everything I've heard, and I'm sure you've heard the same things, I agree. Yeah. Solitary confinement.
But anyway,
oh my God.
Exactly. Why? What's the point? He's a political prisoner. That's what it is. And Canada is turning into a banana republic, obviously, right?
Yep.
put my 2 cents in there, I just wanted to give, say that, how much Jeremy has really helped me personally and a lot of other people I know. And I hope you let Morgan know that when she's on there.
Okay, well, I'll make sure that I convey that to her. She'll be here in a few minutes, so I'm sure she's going to have a lot to say, and you guys can chat it up in the chat room, and we'll share some of those comments with her as well. I'm looking forward to talking to her because, again, I just think it's important to make sure that we give a voice to somebody like Jeremy when he's sitting in a jail cell and doesn't have a voice anymore.
Absolutely.
Pat King, too, for that matter, right? No social media. He said from the beginning, I can understand his attitude to a degree because he sat there and said, you've taken all my rights away. I have no rights now.
I can understand that too. Absolutely.
They took his money, they took his bank accounts, he's not allowed to participate in society. What the hell?
Yeah, and when Canadians see bank accounts getting freezed, and they're not raising their eyebrows, that's how long until it's you that has too much to face? And they're freezing your bank account. Is anybody going to be left to stand up to you by then?
Now, justice is supposed to be blind, and that means blind, period. Everyone should be treated the same, regardless of age, sex, color, creed, religion, anything. Everyone should be treated the same. Well, maybe not age, right? But, kids get treated differently than adults. But beyond that, the justice system isn't treating people evenly. The political system isn't anymore. And we could talk a lot more about it, but we better move on and take a couple more calls before Morgan shows up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Have a great night. Okay, Arlene, you're on the air. Go ahead. Are you there, Arlene? Earth to Arlene. Is it Arlene or Eileen Blofrin? You want to talk about the whole convoy? Nobody there. Maybe we'll just move on to Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hello. I have a question.
Yep.
That woman that got up with Bridget yesterday, is she not the one that was handing out those common law paperwork?
I'm not sure. I'd have to refer back. The woman that got up with Bridget.
Rebecca, or whatever her name was?
I can't say. I don't know. I'd have to look back.
I thought I recognized her, so I went back through some of your videos, and she was one of the ones that was handing out those papers.
Okay, so through one of my videos?
Yeah, you had spoke one night, I'm not getting into the outlaw thing, but she was on the video doing the thing, and you had said handing them out is useless, it's completely useless, which I understand. But that's who was standing beside Bridget yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's for Pat King. I have a brother like that. He's a loud mouth, whatever he says, you just kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But to be honest, he spent how long in jail? 9 months? And they took everything away from him?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't think he's not going to be angry? Take Trudeau's bank account away from him and see how far he gets. Or Freeland.
Yep.
Like, you stripped him.
Yeah.
You stripped so many people. How much more is people going to take?
That's right.
I understood where Pat was coming from, and yes, he is kind of a loud mouth and says what comes off, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people will do that in the heat of the moment.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't deserve what he was getting.
No, he doesn't. And I mean, when I seen the commissioner, that look on his face, I thought, oh my God, when that guy stood up, I don't know if that was a friend of cops or who it was, or just somebody that got in there.
Yeah.
But Pat the lady's like, shut up. But then it was like, the commissioner walked out, and I thought, oh crap, what the hell? But Pat didn't say that behavior.
No.
I think that when lawyers for the stupid people in Ottawa, the three people or whoever on the list to sue everybody, was just looking for a fight.
He wasn't asking questions, he was debating.
Yeah, and I thought he was enticing Pat to get him wound up to say something.
That's exactly what he was doing.
And Pat just I'm glad he held his cool.
Yeah.
Because he could have went off the deep end.
Yep.
But he didn't. Like I said, I was kind of proud of him at that point because I thought he recognized that he could go down for something else. I mean, he's lost everything, so.
Yeah, the one criticism I have of the commissioner is that he's providing too much latitude to some of the lawyers, in particular the lawyer representing the residents. He should rein that guy in a little bit. Too much.
And he's provoking.
Yeah.
Everybody he speaks to, he provokes.
Yeah.
And I was shocked that the police lawyers didn't talk to him. None of them. That was kind of odd, because usually they would have questions.
They didn't want to talk to Pat King. They didn't want Pat King answering questions because it wasn't just what he was going to say, it was how he would say it. The optics weren't good, the feel wasn't good, and it wasn't helping matters. Like, let's just move on. They don't need him.
Yeah, I kind of wondered about that because it was like all three of them turned it down.
Yeah.
COPD.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wait a minute, what?
And you can see that Pat King was just itching to use his time on the stand as a platform, again, to talk. At the very end, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I had more I wanted to say. What about all this stuff I had prepared?
Well, he had video evidence that was never brought in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how much fair did he get? He didn't get a fair speaking term.
Yeah.
He just got groomed by the Ottawa lawyer.
That's true. Yeah.
Because even the commission lawyer didn't really hammer on him as bad as that guy did.
Yeah, it's a reflection of the times, though, right? It's like there's zero tolerance for what I would call pseudo-racism.
Well, even the one with the bank account, she asked everybody about their frozen bank account.
Yes.
But she never asked about it.
Well, you can keep his money. We don't care about him. Move on. I'll say this about the Canadian Civil Liberties Association as well. If you go to their website, they're very woke. So they're there and they're advocating for people's rights, but I don't know. They have not been that strong in fighting this fight during the pandemic for people's rights and freedoms. The Justice out of the Constitutional Freedoms, yes, they've been much stronger, but the CCLA?
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious of them. I mean, all our questions were around bank accounts.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Help them get them unfroze? Well, some of them got them unfroze. But you didn't ask Todd about his? None of them froze?
Listen, I got to take a right here to prepare for Morgan because she's just about ready. She just sent me a message. She's almost good to go. So I need to run a quick promo because I need to push a few buttons here so I can get her on the show.
Okay, well, I'll let you go, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. You have a good day.
You too. Okay, I'm going to take this short break. And when we come back, Morgan should be good to go with us. So just give me a moment. Here we go with the promo.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Maverick News. The world
is watching.
Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever.
I've been waiting a long time for this moment to come. I'm destined for anything at all. I've been waiting a long time for this moment to come. I'm destined for anything at all.
It's a good thing they don't have the, travel meetings.
And in Nova Scotia, when I was for it, it's still required that I wear a school. And so you think that they would jump at the opportunity to have that safety net for the parents that are up to the partner, one of us person, you think would be a good thing. But, because that's not the case. Yeah, I mean, there's no logic there.
So just a question, you have a fundraising campaign set up or anything like that?
Yeah, actually, Veterans for Freedom has been really good involved with, they started a gift and go account, and I believe they're doing a state shortly, big goal around civil enforcement significantly increased due to the complexity of the charges and the fact that they're all over the country and the people will be involved.
Yeah. So if people want to help out, where do they go, or do they just go to the Veterans for Freedom website?
Yeah, like, I guess I would, I don't know if I can send you a link. I have it pinned on my Telegram channel as well. Yeah, I was just wondering what I'll send it to you in Messenger.
What do you send in the private chat? Or do you do it with your phone?
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. And the problem is that it's so, he has Yeah, I saw someone asked if lawyers have to be licensed in each province, and I don't think they do, but they do need to get permission to practice in a different province.
So there it is. And there's he's got all his kids with him. And
they're the best. They're so sweet.
So the goal is 50,000, and we've had a little bit donated so far, but a long way to go.
Yeah. And that will probably have to be increased again, as we have no idea what his bail will be set at if he's granted bail. Of course, the experts have deemed him a danger to society, so who knows if they will let him out. And normally, if this were any other, in any other instance, he would get bail. This is the part where I feel he's being politically persecuted. And actually, when I sent his suit, I sent a copy, and I sent a photo, like an Instax photo of the two of us, as well as some cufflinks. And they let him have the puppy with the stabby. I mean, it could be considered a weapon in jail. Now he won't be able to wear the puppy because I've said that. But he's not permitted to have the cufflinks or the photo of us, apparently.
I can't have a photo of you guys?
I don't believe, he doesn't think that he'll, And I made sure it was a photo that had, that stuck to their, strict criteria, like obviously no nudity or no bikini shot even, or what else? No words, no gang signs, no. So it's just a nice, pure photo of the two of us, but it appears that's too much. No, I don't know. I think they just want him to suffer personally. But however, we did raise a lot of awareness of our prisons isolated, just in regards to the conditions. And he said that since he has been let out back out into general population, they have dropped the COVID mandates in the jail. So I don't know. I like to think it's due to the awareness that everyone brought to the situation. I mean, the fact that Saskatchewan has currently they have no COVID mandates. So this is not a federal institution that he's in a provincial institution. So I think that, maybe they just weren't aware that, they can't push this narrative anymore in the testing. And I was told that I shared some misinformation. So I'm trying to rectify this. I've had an issue. I had heard that the ethylene oxide that the swabs, the PCR test swabs are coated in, is a carcinogen. From what I understand, as long as it's gassed off properly, it's kind of like alcohol, like it gasses off and then it's not actually an issue. So, but at the end of the day, the main issue is when you look at the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, you are not supposed to be discriminated against if you refuse a genetic test. So that was my main issue, and it's very invasive. So any invasive testing, they, in our opinion, at least should have offered a saliva test or an alternative test. Eventually, they did let him. I can't even remember who gave me this tip, but they said, "Why can't he just use a regular Q-tip?" And so I brought that up to the team leader, and she mentioned it to the nurse, and they let him use a Q-tip to test just the very inside of his nostril. It didn't have to go up to his brain, apparently.
Well, there's that, I guess.
Yeah.
What about you? This must be difficult for you.
Yeah, it is, and I miss him terribly, but I think that this will all work out in the end, and it's obviously brought more awareness and some positive changes within the correctional facility. So while it's not ideal, I just kind of, and when I was in jail as well, I just accepted the fact that this is
this is part of the process, and this is unfortunately what, you know, kind of what we have to go through and be subjected to for speaking out and sharing very controversial opinions. Do I think it's right? Absolutely not. But we also went into this knowing that this, I mean, if you watch Jeremy's podcast, I don't know how many times he said that he would probably land in jail. So here we are.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of heavy-duty material out there that aimed directly at him. If you go to the anti-hate website, they've got a lot of material there. Can you address any of that for us here tonight? Because it's pretty nasty what they do.
Yeah, I tried to reach out to a few members and speak with Kurt Phillips and Peter Smith from Canadian Anti-Hate Network, as well as Elizabeth Simon. I'm not even convinced yet that she exists. I hope I'm totally off on that, but I have not seen a photo of her. She refuses to speak to me over video, and I expressed to her that people had issues. They don't feel that she is a real person, and they just kind of left it at that. So I guess I'm just going to continue to assume that maybe she's not a real person. But I did reach out to Peter and made him aware that just the extent of his words, and I said, you've called Jeremy a racist, to which he denied, and so then I dug up the disclosure documents where he said he had written an article that said Jeremy McKenzie, racist Cloud member, like it's right there by Peter Smith. And so I was like, the guy, the inmates, all they have is a tablet, the news, some music videos, so they're watching the news. Most of them are in Saskatoon, are native, and now they're being told that Jeremy is a white supremacist who's dating a Passamaquoddy woman, but it has BGB is one of his best friends, like Moraza stated earlier. So yeah, it's those types of articles that are putting him into immediate danger. And gang activity, because they don't fight one-on-one in jail. They'll come at him, if they're going to come at him, it's going to be a group of them.
Has he had trouble like that you know of in jail?
Yeah, there have been like a few definitely sketchy instances, but for the most part, they're just, when you're new to a unit, there is somewhat of a hazing, and you will be a target to have your food stolen or your canteen items stolen. And I'm not really sure how you prevent that, other than try to make friends and create your own little gang, I guess. Like I said, if it was me, I would be putting all my canteen items in my bed sheet and like carrying it over my shoulder. But even that, I'm like, I don't know if they would deem that a weapon potentially, or yeah, I don't know what you do and there's really no way to get those items back once they have been stolen. They usually go in as a group, steal your things. So on camera, it's mass confusion, and there's just, a bunch of guys going in and grabbing everything all at once. He did have some mail stolen. I think that has since been returned, thankfully. Yeah,
this is terrible.
It's a zoo in there. Yeah.
I mean, really, we're chuckling about it, but it isn't funny.
No, I think I just have to laugh to get through it, because I do worry about him. And a lot of the inmates carry razor blades, and then they can affix that to, say, a pencil or whatever, turn it into a shiv. And, especially if they're in there for any length of time, they don't mind it being charged, or, they're not good people in there necessarily. I mean, I'm sure there are some people in there on remand who probably also don't deserve to be in there, but there are some pretty dangerous criminals mingling in there as well.
Yeah. How long is all this likely to continue, the court cases and so on?
Oof. Well, it looks like he will at least have a bail hearing bail review might actually potentially this month. And then it all depends from there how long the Crown wants to push. Like one of his court dates is not until in Nova Scotia. I think it's November 23rd of 2023. So yeah, and my thought was great. You know, Jordan law surely applies because Jordan law comes into effect after 18 months. But I am starting to hear rumblings that Jordan law does, you know, I don't know if they're going to throw that out the window because of COVID extending, you know, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Mm. What kind of penalties is he facing potentially if they're successful and they convict him on any of this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, some of the charges he's being charged summarily. Some of them are indictably. I believe the ones in Saskatoon are indictably. If they wanted to throw the book at him and ignored our evidence or what have you, he could face years in jail for sure. I don't think that that's rightfully so, but, you know, I also know, especially, yeah, it's too bad I can't really get into the details of the charges too much, but I certainly know people who have gone to jail for similar charges when I don't believe that they should have. So it's really hard to say what will happen. It will all depend on the judge, and if there's a judge and jury, if they'll allow a jury. I certainly hope they would. Yeah, it'll be a ride.
Yeah. Are you going up to Ottawa when he's there for his testimony? Will you be there?
So he will not be going to Ottawa. He will be testifying from jail in Saskatoon.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. So, and I'm not sure if I will try to make it out to Saskatoon for his bail review, or everything's still a little bit up in the air, but I'm just kind of taking it day by day at this point, and obviously I have to watch my expenses as well, and I don't accept this for as much as I'm sure if anyone's on Twitter, I'm a grifter apparently. I don't really think that Twitterverse knows what that means. I've never accepted money from anybody. I never will. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. I have my savings that I'm banking on to get through my charges, and mine are certainly a lot less severe than Jeremy's. So I'm not looking for sympathy or for help at this point. And it's not really a pride thing. It's just I'm here to help the freedom community, and I just haven't. I'm not at Jeremy's level where the government has targeted me. At the same level.
So is it Friday that he is supposed to testify?
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because initially he wasn't on the list. What was it that triggered him being added to the witness list? Any idea?
That's a really good question. I thought it was interesting. The same day that they reached out to his lawyer, I had filled out, they had the public commission, they had a website where you could fill out questions, and I was adamant. I was like, Jeremy McKenzie needs to testify, and I put in length why I felt that he should be in the testimony, and I knew that they would end up talking about him. So it's only fair that he gets on to state his view of, especially where he was there for the entire month. So yeah, I don't know if it was a timing thing. He was speaking to a lawyer from the commission prior to going to jail, and then she was kind of shuffled around, so it looked like he wasn't going to get to testify anymore. Yeah, so, and then we were concerned. We felt like maybe that was part of the pressure to incarcerate him so that he wouldn't be able to testify. So it's good. I'm just glad that he gets to go on and have his say. I just hope that people do get a chance to see it.
From what you've seen of the hearings so far, how are you feeling about it? Is this productive?
I think it is. I from what I've seen, and I do wish that I had more time to watch more of it, but from what I've seen, it doesn't look good for the Liberal government, in my opinion. And I think anybody who's there, it's so great that I know that I'm going to get this wrong, but Not TV and Kyle Cardinal has worked on the website to have a lot of the live videos streamed, so you can go on and you can kind of see at any point during the convoy, you can find the live footage and just see for yourself. And that was kind of, I didn't go up for the first week. I was probably just glued to YouTube watching live videos to see what the atmosphere was before I put myself in that situation. I had concerns that there would be false flag events, or, I didn't want to get caught up in the middle of, getting tear gassed, but then when I saw how amazing it was, I was just like, I need to be a part of this. I waited for that for over 2 years. It was desperately just waiting for people to come together, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Well, let's see if some people have questions for you in the chat here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, if you have questions for Morgan, Supervillains 73 just says free Jeremy McKenzie. that's got to be a trending hashtag, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I think we're working on shirts for Philip's Filthy Fashion merch website as well. We're a little slow on that, but people were saying that they had hoped that there would be some merch with the hashtag. Yeah.
Or somebody's looking for a good Jewish accountant.
Please, Diagon could really use one, apparently.
My. What else do we have here? Gosh, I hope Morgan is right about that. Lots of grooming of immigrants and youth by the lips. I'm not sure what that's referring to. This is talking about MAID. Come on, give me some questions for Morgan. Is Philip ready to testify?
Philip, what are you doing? It's funny. I received a Phyllis at my Halloween party the other day.
Oh.
I'd have to grab her. She's not within reach. I think she's hiding from Philip, actually. But it's like a little screaming goat. I'll try to get her alive shortly. But yeah, I think she tries to keep her distance. I don't blame her.
Okay, somebody wants to know how they can contact you if they need to.
Yeah, I try to share my Linktree everywhere, and there's a million different ways to get a hold of me, which is also means that I'm usually up until at least 4 a.m. answering messages, and I try very hard to get back to everybody.
So there's been a lot of response, like a lot of support.
There's tons of support. I'm so thankful for. I mean, obviously there are people who don't agree with everything Jeremy says. That's fine. You don't have to. That's great. But most of the messages I receive are in support. People just really want to help, and really the only way that they can help is just keep sharing Jeremy's content, or if they can share the Give, Send, Go, if they can write their MLAs, MPs, the premier of Saskatoon, or what have you, just anything to apply pressure and bring awareness to the situation.
Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned that there might be a possibility an interview might be done with mainstream media, possibly CBC. Is that moving ahead, or just what's going on with the mainstream media and their treatment of him?
Yeah, I actually wanted to thank some of the mainstream media. Jeff Leo from CBC is a trooper. I reamed him out for a little while in regards to, I was hesitant to speak to him because I was concerned that he would put a spin on my words, of course, and he was good to write an unbiased article and just state the facts, and he is looking to interview Jeremy in jail. Again, of course, our lawyer is probably going to ask that Jeremy does not participate in that, but the request is in, so we'll see what happens. And there are a few, I would say more mainstream media or left-leaning politically reporters who perceived Jeremy in a certain way, probably because they were influenced by Canadian Anti-Hate Network articles. And since they've actually done a deeper dive into the circumstances of all these cases, it's really opened their eyes to the fact that they're, that this isn't typically how cases are treated and how prisoners are treated and how things happen in court. And a couple of them did attend his first bail hearing. And I think it has really opened their eyes to a lot of things that he's been subjected to.
Yeah, Morgan, how do you keep your health through all of the turmoil?
I'm the ivermectin princess, apparently. I try to get, I am like a huge proponent, like I will push vitamin D like there's no tomorrow, and that means I try to get outside as much as possible. I take extra vitamin D. I try to stay active. I jump in the tanning bed. I'll jump on the massage bed. Anything, it's little short bursts in between whatever it is that I'm doing, but I do recognize that personally, I know my limits, and I was a project manager for the past 11 years, and I recognize that I'm just not productive if I don't take breaks and if I don't take care of myself and if I'm not eating properly. So I do take, because I suffered with rheumatoid arthritis for 17 years, I have really prioritized my health, and that has in turn helped my mental health and probably prepared me for all of this. I just laughed at someone's comments about cod liver oil. I've taken that my whole life. I just try to stay healthy. I actually also recently, and not that I've ever had an issue with alcohol, but I did recently quit drinking in hopes that when Jeremy gets out of jail, that there just won't be alcohol. I say that and I see the liquor back here. We'll have to replace the shelf with something else when Jeremy gets out of jail. Not that, and I don't actually think Jeremy struggles with alcohol. I think that, say the night of the PP comments, I think that was an extraordinary circumstance where he was upset that I was in jail and probably felt that he had no control over the situation. And there was just no way to contact me for 4 days because we were in the middle of a hurricane and the lines were down, and so nobody actually knew where I was. And yeah, I think he just had a bad night. Yeah.
So Rita says, Jeremy watched his friends die, who fought for your freedom. No wonder his channel is raging dissident. Did they delete his channels?
I don't believe. He's on his 5th YouTube channel at this point, and I think the plan is to just continue to make new YouTube channels until Bill C-11 goes through, I guess.
Yeah.
Which hopefully won't happen. I'm having a hard time believing the amount of support that they're getting from senators to push that through, and I encourage everyone that's watching to please push it back and reach out to senators. And yeah, I think I'm just in shock. I almost don't believe that maybe they don't understand the full extent of, and I saw even on Twitter the other day, someone was asking Elon Musk what his thoughts were in regards to that, and he was like, oh, this is the first time I've heard of Bill C-11.
Yeah. So. Yes. Yeah. Well, at the core of all of this, right at the heart of it, it's an issue of free speech, isn't it? With Jeremy.
Yeah, it is, really. And of course, when you speak out so publicly for so many hours, 3 times a week for 3 hours a week, and then hop on an after party and then do as many interviews as you can in between, he is being targeted not only by the government, but then by Antifa, and certain people have just deemed him the enemy, and they'll go at him until they can, and just attempt to lay charges and attempt to have his accounts shut down until they are. Unfortunately, we had a friend whose bank account was shut down. They just kept reporting her account for fraud. She was trying to raise money for Jeremy, and they've successfully shut her account down. And then they feel like that's a win and that they're really helping humanity, and that's just what they, they'll just die on that cross.
Jeremy's Canteen account link.
Yeah, I have. The canteen is not as easy. You do have to send money orders. I have a friend of his in Saskatoon that if I send him money, he just takes it directly to the canteen in person. That's kind of the easiest way. I think I pinned that on my Telegram page, and so I know it's limiting, but for anyone who is on Telegram, it's my page. What is it called? It's just Morgan May, 4 Freedom. So Morgan May for Freedom. And if you go back in the pinned messages, it will tell you how you can send mail to Jeremy, what his inmate number is. And if you do send mail, you have to include your return address, or he won't receive it until he gets out of jail. It will just stay in his personal belongings. And there's some information on how to send him money for the phone. You can even, so he actually has a tablet in jail for anyone who just would prefer to text him. That's an option. I think they only have 4 tablets for about 30 guys, so they do fight over it. But I think he gets on there just about every day.
Okay, so Allison, you get to talk to him on the telephone. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so I have been calling him. I've been able to talk, especially when he's out of segregation. It's a lot easier. I can talk to him on the phone when he calls me, but I can text him at any point, and I can send him photos as long as they suit the criteria and get approved, and then I can message him as well. Synergy will extort you for 56 cents a text, and then 11 cents a minute that he is on the tablet, but it's better than not being able to contact him. So
people keep making reference here to the Jewish accountant comment. Lawyer, I see the humor in it, but is there something more? Is there a reason he would ask that question specifically, or?
I don't know. I'm sure. Well, I don't know if Anti-Hate has deemed him anti-Semitic or. Yeah, I mean, of course he's not. Yeah, that was a funny. I saw someone clipped that video.
I guess you have to just wear the stuff as a badge of honor in a bizarre, twisted kind of way.
Maybe they're trying to troll themselves. The left is not good at making memes, and they're not good at trolling. Let's be real. But they're trying.
Yeah, Susan says Gibson & Go is excellent, and I think they are too. I
have no issues with it so far.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna have your bank accounts frozen in Ottawa with the consent. What is it? Why can't I think of what the other one is?
GoFundMe. Yeah, GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
Go ask me.
Oh, yeah, basically. Someone threw on there Europa in the final battle. I did start watching that. I had shared it at one point, and Jeremy was like, oh, great, now I need to defend Morgan.
Jeremy McKenzie is a very smart gentleman. I would never take that away from him, but there's 2 sides to every card. Okay, whatever. I don't know what that means. Obviously, it's more than one side to a story. It is what the lawyer said today at the EMA public hearing. I don't know what that means referring to. Lightworks thinking of opening up multiple live streams. Yeah, somebody said that a couple of the other streams on the other channels are glitching right now. Sorry about that. I can't run over to the other 3 computers. and I'm not an octopus. So they're just going to have to glitch until they stabilize or die.
What an operation you have. We're going to have to, Dialone's going to have to hire you.
I envy him because he's got it all figured out. He's got his mixer and the multiple camera things set up.
I know. It was like, that's why I was a couple of minutes late. I was trying to sort out all the cameras and there's a lot going on here.
Yeah. And
even with going through multiple channels, he has a very substantial subscriber base, doesn't he? Like, how widespread is the audience for Raging Dissident?
It's so hard to say because as soon as I know at one point his TikTok account reached 50,000 followers and they yeeted that. So, and I don't know what the other 4 YouTube channels were at before they were taken down. I know his Telegram channel is almost at 14,000 followers. I'm doing my best just to get, my whole goal of starting a Telegram channel is just to beat BGB's Canary in the Coal Mine channel. I'm catching up just to warn him.
BGB is big.
Black guy bigot. he's the black white supremacist.
Got it. Yeah, I think he phoned here yesterday on the call-in show, and I thought he was awesome. I'm pretty sure that's who he was.
Yeah. He must. It's like what the comedian Dave Chappelle when he goes on as the blind black white supremacist. Somebody please put his name in there. That's driving me crazy.
Yeah, and Christiane Marie says stay strong. So you do have a lot of support and a lot of love here with the viewers here. I think that probably everybody here, well not everybody, but a lot of the people here probably have watched Jeremy and they are familiar with you anyway because we're just all an extension of one big freedom family ultimately, aren't we?
To Clayton Bigsby, thank you. Yeah, it's so great, and that's kind of been my role over the past 2 years is trying to build communities and then keep those communities together as we disagree. And I think that coming from a small island has really helped me with that because Grand Manan Island, the population is about 2,400. My class was the largest graduating class up until 2008 of 34 people. And and so if you don't get along, it's awkward and uncomfortable because you're trapped on a small island where it's just easier to get along with everybody.
Yeah, honk honk. The honking will continue until conditions approved and the mandates are ended. That's the thing too, like the protests, it never really did end, did it? It's still going on.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't even understand until recently how many people are still out of work because of the mandates. I guess I've been so focused on other things that I thought it was only the healthcare workers who were not getting their jobs back. And then I threw it out there on Facebook, and I had so many people responding, right down to like, Reagan's is not hiring people back if they're still unvaccinated. It's hard to believe. So it's not just the healthcare workers, and that's really what I think we need to focus on is just like really ending those mandates so that people can go to the hospital if they, I have friends who haven't gone to the hospital in 2.5 or over 2 years because they just can't wear a mask. And so I'm not sure what kind of health implications that's having on people. I was actually only recently able to go back to my doctor. She has her own small practice where the secretary was not impressed that I was coming in unmasked, but she was like, she just said she was willing to wear 2 masks and a visor, and she's vaccinated, so why, she mercifully lets me come into her office and just like,
Yeah. Queenie says that if she goes to Saskatoon, she'll stop by. Those are your stomping grounds. Queenie's one of our favorite people. And we have PBS just set a super sticker for $10. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very much. And what other questions do we have here?
Yeah, he has able to get 1 visitor a week at this point. I didn't realize that I could actually visit him via Skype, but unfortunately that counts as his one visit per week if I Skype with him. So sorry if any, if anyone would like to see him in person and I ruin it with my Skype visit.
Oh my.
So I asked you to do a pin on my Telegram page of different ways to get things to Jeremy. Yeah, I know I need to do a little digging as well because I know that he is able to also, they told me that he can ask his team leader for permission to get books or if you wanted to send a book in, apparently. He refuses to read any of the books. He says they all smell terrible. I don't want to know why they smell terrible, but he doesn't want to touch them. They're all very old and disgusting, apparently.
Jail is not a place I would want to visit.
It's not ideal from my own experience. I had to take my mattress, and they were all excited to tell me in my second visit that they now had beds. But I couldn't really use my bed because I had to put my mattress in between the door frame to block out the mice from getting into my room.
Oh my God.
And I did offer to deal with the mouse situation. I had a trap all ready to go, but they kind of treat it like Mr. Bojangles from the Green Mile, and I think that they're their pets at this point, so I let them out and the mice live.
So tell us about your experience in jail and explain what you were arrested for. Was that because of the thing with the medical officer of health at his house?
That was the first arrest, yeah. I was in for 4 days in remand and also, isolated because I wouldn't get the PCR test. The second time was because I'm a thief, apparently.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so was that an accusation of a drive-off?
Yeah, gas and go, yeah. So I will be dealing with that. I think my next court date for that is December 6th. From what I understand, I don't have evidence of it, so I'm not too concerned about that charge. I did certainly try to get a hold of the gas station and pay, but they didn't have a record of me not paying for gas, so I didn't. I don't really know what's going on there. And apparently it was $69.10, and I don't know. I don't usually get, usually when I get gas, it's a very set amount. Like it would be $70 or it would be $65, and I'm pretty strict about getting my air miles and paying at the pump. So we'll see, but I don't think that happened. I did have to stay in jail for 4 days because of that.
They have video cameras and things, right? They don't have any evidence anyway, right? So
yeah, I even drove back to the station. It's 25 minutes away, and I drove out there to take a peek at the footage, and apparently they have rules set in place, so I was not permitted to watch the video, and maybe that's where it's going to court now. I'm not allowed to watch the video, but when the first time I went to court, they did have a photo of me standing at a gas pump, and that was about it. And I was like, okay, well, do you have a video? This doesn't really prove, did I go inside and pay with cash? I'm not really sure what went down. So I was speaking with a former judge who had said that sometimes gas attendants will get their friends to steal gas, and then kind of the next person in line will have to pay for it. So at first I was like, I'll pay, but now I'm like, was I set up, or, I don't want to pay for someone else's gas. So I would like to know first if it was my gas, and then I'll have no problem paying for it. I would have preferred to pay $69 rather than $525 an hour for my lawyer to deal with it. Yeah. And who steals gas? Like, you're on camera. Yeah, you're on camera, and you have your license plate. I wasn't wearing a mask to conceal my identity.
Yes. Well, Morgan, is there anything else you'd like to add or think that I might be missing?
I think it's just really important. I really want people to continue to feel comfortable voicing their opinion, or I just hope that these experiences don't dissuade people who are like, well, I don't want to go to jail, or I don't want, I think that there will be a select few targets who have platforms and who will be targeted for being outspoken. And I think it's just really important that we continue our united non-compliance and come together to ensure that that we're actually acting lawfully and that the country is running in a democratic process and hold people accountable, because I think that things have gotten so out of hand because we weren't holding people to account. And I mean that for myself. I was very hyper-focused on my career, and I didn't pay attention to politics prior to COVID-19. Not as much as I should have, at least, and I really had no idea what was happening and how much they were getting away with. So we all just need to really pay attention and make sure that the people who we have voted in can hear our voices and know what we're standing for and what we don't stand for.
So I guess the overall question I kind of have too, it's like, are we winning, and is it worth it?
I think it's definitely worth it, and I won't be able to come up with the quote on the spot but we are unfortunately always going to have to fight for our freedoms, and we are always going to have to advocate for ourselves. And the moment we stop doing that, that's when you'll see more government overreach. And that's, I do believe that there is a chance for us to win, unless we all throw our hands up in the air and just say that there's nothing that can be done.
Well, I wish you both the best, and I hope that this helps get the truth out there.
Yeah, and thanks for all you're doing, all the exposure you're bringing to the inquiry. I think it's extremely important that the public sees, especially for anyone who wasn't there, didn't attend the convoy or the protests, to know what actually went on during that time.
Yeah, and are you doing any podcasting or live streaming in Jeremy's absence, or just on your own? Is there stuff people should be watching?
Yeah, I've kind of just been updating social media with, I've done a few short videos, especially things that Jeremy has wanted to get out. He has been coaching me on how to use all of this crazy software, so I do hope to do like a Queen cast of sorts shortly. I need to let go. I'm such a perfectionist. I need to let go of some things and just accept the fact that I am not the entertainer that Jeremy is, and it's not going to be a rage cast, and I can't get on and rant for 3 hours in a row, and I'm not going to be chugging beers. And, I'm still kind of sorting out the music and what have you, but yeah, I do plan on going live shortly, and I'll keep everyone up to speed with any changes, anything that Jeremy's experiencing and what people can do to help.
And to make sure that they don't miss that, I guess you'll be posting on your social media accounts to direct people. Or do you already have a channel set up? Where would they find you?
You know what I should do? I should send you like my link tree as well, because it kind of just shows everything that I'm involved in, which is a bit extensive to be honest. I need to back away slowly from some things and get back to work. Unfortunately, I have taken quite a bit of time off of work and focusing mainly on advocacy especially the past 14 months. And it's not really sustainable. Advocacy does not pay well, unfortunately. At least, in my case, yeah. And I'm not looking to get paid for it. So now I have to find you again. Sorry, I'm that person with all of the tabs open.
Yeah, well, me too.
There you are, private chat. Okay, so this is my link tree.
Okay.
That includes some of I believe some of Jeremy's websites as well. I should throw the GIFs and go on there too.
Okay. So we'll come back over here. I need to make, we might have too many of these banners made. I won't let me make it. I have to delete something. Okay.
And I want to thank everybody so much because I honestly, obviously, if it was just me, it probably wouldn't feel worth it, or it wouldn't, like everybody certainly fuels my fire to keep going, especially when you share your personal stories. I do take the time to read them, and I care deeply. That's kind of why I got involved from the beginning. Of course, I had my own issues, but when I saw that people were starting to really feel the pressure and the isolation early in the game, I realized that I had to speak out for those who didn't have a voice, like our seniors in long-term care facilities and the children who are stuck in school being forced masked, and if they took their mask down, apparently some of them were being punished for that, and so it just really grossed me out, and I knew that I had to stand up for people who couldn't.
Okay. Well, Morgan, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Everybody, that's our link tree. That's the Give, Send, Go to donate to the Jeremy McKenzie Legal Defense Fund, which is very, very important. And you guys have a real journey ahead of you, and we're here. So anytime you need a platform, this is always available to you. We're just little guys. I'm a little guy. We're a little channel, but we have a great family here.
Yeah. I'll put a shout out to Steve Robitaille, who actually connected me with you, and he was just like, you need to get on there. So this is great. This has been great. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, we're here anytime. So thank you for joining us. People have been asking for you.
Yeah, thanks.
So there you go. Okay, folks, we'll take a brief break, and we'll say goodbye to Morgan for now. We'll say so long. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Take care. We'll be right back, folks, right after this. More to come right around the corner.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, so we're back, and I think what we'll do is we will just go back to the phones for a short time. We still have, we have as much time as we want, really, but it's only to 8:22, so we'll take some more time, and how about we spend some quality time together? Okay, so let me get that set up, and I'll play the promo so you guys know what number to call if you don't have it memorized by now. Thank you for calling. Okay. Here it is.
Hey, this is Thomas Charles Turner. I would like to talk and discuss about the fight for freedom and peace.
Thank you. You may listen to the show while waiting. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host.
It is, buddy. Hey, how you doing? I just want to make sure. I got the volume turned down on my TV. We don't want no feedback. Okay, I'm listening, man. Hey, I am leading the fight for freedom in this community here. The fight for freedom and peace, actually. In Nova Scotia, Canada. Where are you at anyway? You're about an hour off from me. Oh, nice.
We're right halfway between Windsor and London in the little town of Chad.
Ah, do you know where Inwood is?
Yep.
You do?
Yep, I do.
Okay, cool. Do you know who lives there?
No, I can't say I'm at it.
Oh, how big of a YouTuber are you, man? Come on, seriously.
Well, we're not big, but we are small.
No, I understand that, but for you to not recognize a one sole entertainment industry person in Inwood, Ontario, for you to not to know that, I don't know. It's you never heard of One Pug Life. One Pug Life is Chris Whitcroft. What do you mean you don't know One Pug Life? Well, his name is okay. Well, I'll educate you, man. In Inwood, Ontario, there's a man called Chris Whitcroft. He's married or girlfriend with his girlfriend's name is Tiffany. And once upon a time, he did something so fucking stupid and crazy. He broke his back. Now he's on disability, and he still gets by doing shit under the table and working for cash and running his business and doing things as legitimately as possible. You know, like, that's one guy that I know fought for his own freedom. Like, he got railroaded somehow and got fucking tossed in jail on bogus charges. He got himself out. He survived jail, and now he's got to live on disability because he broke his friggin' back, you know? But he entertains people on YouTube, man. Like, that's his industry. Like,
Oh, okay, well, check him out.
well, yeah, sure. I encourage you to. It's an interesting story, nonetheless. And like, he's still a current YouTuber, is the point. You know, just like you're a YouTuber, I'm a YouTuber. You know, thank goodness for Google, really. My channel, DRDOOM42, Dr. Doom 42. So, DRDOOM42, correct. I got a little cleaning up to do. It's a little messy and sloppy right now because I don't want to have to explain it, but nonetheless, there's a shit ton of content there. No. Spell this out letter by letter. DRDOOM42, and make the D's capital D's.
Okay.
Now tell me when you find a channel with the little Monte Carlo in the icon.
And that's a YouTube channel.
Yep.
I gotta get rid of that so I can bring my stuff.
You got a bunch of stuff on your computer there, yeah?
Oh my God, yes, you have no idea.
No, I don't, man. I got two computers and it's complicated enough as it is, yeah.
And I have 4 running right now.
Well, I had a hard enough time hooking 2 together and getting things to run right, man.
Yeah, I'm searching for your channel. What kind of stuff do you do?
Well, my very first video I ever posted, I believe, was a Demolition Derby video back in 2009. Possibly. But I started my channel in 2007. Didn't make my first video till then. And then, like, there's a real popular one that's got over 10,000 views on it, at least, by now. And that's I label it Lady Gets a Cream Pie in the Face. And my ex-girlfriend had won a chance, an opportunity to pie somebody in the face at a convenience store for charity or something. I don't know. But anyway, I videotaped it. It was pretty funny. She got to cream pie somebody in the face with a cream pie. It was kind of funny. And then from there, I got a bunch of car show videos. I restored a 1981 Trans Am. And currently, my project has been videotaping the stuff that goes on at Valley Raceway, our local dirt track here in the Valley. And I just started having too many things up. Yeah, you see, there it is. But anyway, I've started to have a lot of different things on the go. Like I got into bird watching as a hobby and set up a log bird cam. And then I turned that into the raccoon cam overnight live at night because the friggin' raccoons, man, I had like at least 2 families of 5 raccoons, like feeding them every night for a couple of years, straight. So, yeah, you see, that's my work there. No, well, I didn't mean to just hog all the time and just brag about my shit there, but no. The thing is, the fight for freedom, that's a serious issue because I know all about advocacy and whatnot. I've been through the system ever since I was 1 month old. I got sold as a baby. Yes, that's how people get adopted, man. This is the roots of the story, okay? 1 month old, I got sold as a baby. He was put in the home of the guardian angels and was adopted by 2 people that are passed away now. But anyway, in the year 2015, I met my birth mother for the very first time since a month old. Between that time, between 2015 and from when I was born in 1969, there was a time after I was an adult moved out of the house, my mother had the nerve to introduce me to the mental health care system. And that was a big mistake, let me tell you. You don't ever want to get trapped in there. Because I had a fight, and convincingly enough, we won my case to get myself out of the system for the first time after spending 6 months in there by explaining to the doctors and whatnot that the chemical imbalance theory is a bunch of bullshit. And that was precedent setting back then. So if any psychiatrist or medical profession thinks that the chemical imbalance theory is a thing, tell him he's on crack, because that's fucking bullshit. I don't need to swear, but it's just the whole fucking thing that I went through, man. It's just frustrating, man. Because, once you have no rights, man, they don't listen to you and nothing. They'll just do whatever the fuck they want. Like I said, I don't mean to swear, but there's no other way to explain it. Yeah, no problem, man. I just want to explain some of my story, man. Sure, no problem, man. You have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. Take care. And we've got John on the line. Hello, John.
Hey, Rick. How are you, man?
Okay, go ahead.
Good. I've called in before, and I got a little stuff asking. I get it, but just his attitude didn't really do justice.
Yeah.
I don't care, but it didn't do the movement any justice, Rick.
I hear what you're saying.
That's what I mean. And no, I didn't mean anything about his past or anything like that. Yes, he shaved. He made himself look different. But you can't change what you've already done. Because you got caught doing what you were doing. Right? That's what I mean, Rick. And I didn't mean to, because I've been in the chats for 14, 15 days, man. And your chat is about democracy. This is where we have open, free speech. I don't care if there's less people there. I don't care. It is
all about democracy, and a lot of people don't understand what democracy is. You're allowed to have debate. You're allowed to have disagreement. And you don't swear at people. You don't have to. You can actually discuss it and talk about it. I don't know. What is your opinion, Rick?
Well, I think I've already expressed my opinion on Pat King's testimony. I think the tone was a little off, and I don't think he deserved the kind of punishment that has been thrown at him. Like, I don't think any of the people who were arrested on mischief charges or similar charges just have deserved what they've been put through at all. It's excessive. It's political. They are political prisoners. They use a variety of different tools and charges to go after people, to attack them, to destroy them if possible, because they are enemies of the state, political enemies. I think it's wrong. I never thought I'd see this in Canada. And even if you maybe said some stupid things on social media, I don't think that that's justification for what they're doing.
Rick, I totally agree with you, and I totally agree with the audience. I think that it was his demeanor as a person did not come across properly. I think that's, listen, I don't know if he's a good guy. I've never met him in person, but I think he fucked himself the way he presented himself.
I hear what you're saying. It's just, his approach was a little too cocky. He wasn't wise, and even now he hasn't learned how to play the game, right? Doesn't mean you have to submit, but a little bit of decorum, a little more respectful.
You called it right there, because right now it's a political game. It's a political game. You have to play with their game.
Yep.
And with that attitude of Pat King, it's going to get fucked.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is what I mean. And this is why they didn't want him part of the movement. It's just because of the way he speaks. Right? Like, this is what I was trying to tell people in the chat. Like, this is democracy. Okay, I'm a right-wing person, but I will definitely stand up. Yeah, absolutely. This is why your channel is the best, because you can talk about it. You can say what you want to say. It doesn't mean that you hold that position, but you can still mention it without being shadow banned or blocked.
Yeah, well, as far as YouTube wants to do that,
at this point, right?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the comments. I think it's all valid, and
that's what I mean. Like, sometimes people bury themselves, and you have to be humble at some point. You have to be humble,
of course,
right? Yes, you have views, but you have to be humble. And I didn't get that with Pat. I didn't. I have never met the man. Okay, I understand his ideology, but then that other skeletons come out, right? The skeletons in the closet, and that I was like, holy cow, you're such a fucking mouth. Just stop. But it was already too late.
Okay, well, listen, John, I appreciate the call, and
sorry,
we're going to wrap up, but
take care, man.
Thank you very much. You take care as well.
Yes, sir.
And there we go. That was John. So, 8:38. Give me a couple of minutes here. Well, not a couple of minutes, but we'll just run this and be back momentarily.
We have evidence. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Now, the world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I think we have Queenie on the line. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. I want to cut in there like I always do, right? Because that's what I do.
Sure.
And just, I want people to, I like what the other caller said, but you need to appreciate the fact that, when it comes down to Pat King and stuff, like I've always said, I don't always like what he said, but you know what? Look at our Prime Minister. Look at the things he said, okay? People are forgiving of that. Why can't people be forgiving of other people's mistakes in the past?
Because they're not liberals.
But we're all people. We're forgiving. We're Canadian. We're supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
And I find it so hypocritical when people come on here and they point the finger when three are pointing back at them. Worry about what's on your own doorstep before pointing the finger. And when you're talking about things, you're totally being hypocritical about it.
Yeah. I don't mean to be critical of Pat King today. In my views, like what I'm saying is, I'm just analyzing it technically. He was up there. I just think he would have been more effective if he had been a little more humble, if his approach was softer, if he hadn't been quite as combative, a little more passive. I think it would have served him better. I'm just analyzing it. For me, I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus at all. I don't even know him, right? I've never spoken to him. I see what's going on, and I think that he's got a raw deal. I think that the video that they used as evidence today was BS. All edited together like that. That's evidence. Since when is an edited video that they edited together? The Ottawa Police Service said they edited that. That's not evidence. That should never have been allowed. Yeah. But, I'm just saying.
But all I'm saying, though, too, is that, we're sitting here fighting for our freedoms. Why change who you are? Because that's something that I don't do. I've never done. This is how I am. You don't like it? Turn around, turn the other cheek, walk away. I'm a very strong person, and so is he. And for people to expect that he's going to change just because you want him to be softer, then that's a lie.
No, but I don't think that's what people are saying. He's free to do what he wants. If he chose to do what he did today. I'm just saying, from strategically, he could have been played a little differently, and it's up to him.
See, I thought he was great. I thought she was great. I thought she was
in some ways, I think he was. See, Bridget, I thought, was far more effective because she stood her ground, but she did it in a different way. She was like standing up for herself, but not sort of. She was defiant because she was protecting herself. Pat was kind of like a little more aggressive, and
attacking.
He had contempt for the lawyer, which I totally understood because the guy's okay, and he wanted to debate, and the lawyer was attacking him. But when you're in that position, there's just a smarter way to play it. He chose not to.
Yeah, and I get that, but it's just like, I guess my point is that I'm just so sick and tired of falling into what people want us to be and act like, because this is what we're fighting for, is our freedom to be who we are. We're all different. And I don't, I get into a lot of trouble because everybody's like, oh, you guys quit yelling at me on the phone. I'm not yelling at you. You want to hear me yell? The whole town and towns over will hear me yell, right? I'm trying to get that across to people on your tone, and I think that's just where, we get some division is maybe they don't understand his tone. I totally understand the words he said. I was not impressed with that. Do not get me wrong by any means. Some of that stuff, I could see in his voice and how he was taking a drink. He was backpedaling because he knew he was wrong and didn't know how to get out of it. And his mouth went dry because he didn't know how to handle it. I get it, because he messed up. But, like I said, we're in a new era. He may have said some things about Indigenous people, but he was very hardcore in Edmonton before all this, when this was in between the 2019 United Rule and then into the Ottawa. So people can change. Like I said, I've been changing over this. I've become more accepting of people of other cultures and love them, and just even the hurt of thinking about how I used to be, wants to put me into tears. But at least I'm making those changes. And if people are willing to move forward and make those changes, how can we be critical of them? Let's embrace them until they prove themselves wrong again. Yeah. Everybody deserves a second chance.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to say about that, and I think the other ones, though, I really find it disturbing how they're separating them. And I knew this all along. That's why I'm like, be careful, right? Because there was major separation going on there. And they're proving that. Like, even when Tom Morazzo, I didn't even hear about him, and I'm very heavy into this. I was on Zello day in, day out, no sleep, absolutely zero sleep. And I knew what was going on because we were helping people that were getting stuck on the side of the road that were heading in, and it was winter, and they lost their keys, and they had kids, and we were helping there. People were running out of gas. We were running gas to them. Like, we were busy on Zello, right? And so, and when Tom came on, I was just like, hey, wait a minute. And then I'm glad they brought it up, because in the beginning, they made it sound like, oh, James brought me into this. James brought me into this. They didn't even know each other. He had no interest in it whatsoever. And I've always said, that group of people, you have to be careful and just listen to everything they say, because their interest wasn't where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, just looking at the mainstream media coverage from the inquiry today. Oh my goodness. Here we go. CTV, they say they have an exclusive story. All Freedom Convoy truckers' donors could be drawn into class action lawsuit over protest disruption. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen. I knew this was coming. I knew they were going to do this. This is like political persecution on a mass scale. They're going to go after everyone. You know why? They want that money. They're greedy and they want that money. That's what it is. They see dollar signs. There it is. All Freedom Convoy truckers' donors could be drawn into class action lawsuit over protest disruption. The lawyer leading a potential class action lawsuit against the Freedom Convoy wants to expand the list of defendants to include all truckers who occupied Ottawa earlier this year, as well as anyone who donated to the fund to fund the protest. And this is that Paul Champ guy. I told you, and then I told you that this is what this guy is all about. It's about going after the money. The money. Here, you know what, Queenie, let me change this up because I took you off there. Let me bring this up on the screen here so they can hear you again. Hang on. I'm going to do it. I got to come over here to here. No, there, that's where I need to be. I'll bring it up on this screen. Right there, and now I'll bring it up back over here. Too many buttons to push, folks. No, that's not the one. I'm going to go here. Too many buttons. Okay, almost there. What's going on? There it is. I got it. Okay, so they can hear you again. Sorry about that. So yeah, man, I told you.
That's okay.
That's what this guy's all about. He's about going after the money. He'll get a big paycheck. He's probably doing this like pro bono, and if he wins, he'll get a percentage of the $10 or $20 million or however much they raised, but it's been confiscated, and they'll go for it all. So the truckers get nothing, and they get it all. That's what this is all about.
Yep. And, but, you know,